The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The 2022 Grand Chess Tour started off in spectacular fashion with the Superbet Chess Classic in Bucharest, Romania. The top players from around the world gathered for a chance to win the first leg of the illustrious tour. Defending Grand Chess Tour champion Wesley took the lead early and didn't let up, defeating last year's winner Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and staking his claim at the top of the leaderboard. But he was not alone for long, as Levon Aronian proved to be the Houdini of chess, making miraculous escapes and racking up points, keeping the two Americans tied at the top throughout the event. However, Frenchman Maxime Vachier-Lagrave was not content with settling for third, forcing a three-way playoff after defeating young phenom and fellow countryman Alireza Firouzja in the final round. After an intense series of tie breaks that went down to the wire, with all three players in contention till the bitter end, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave emerged victorious to claim the title of the 2022 Superbet Chess Classic champion. Following a stupendous event in Romania, the players look forward to picking up the pace as they prepare for the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland, the second leg of the 2022 Grand Chess Tour.
Welcome everybody to Warsaw, Poland, host of the Superbet Rapid Blitz, the second leg of the Grand Chess Tour. Behind me is the Palace of Culture and Science, one of the most famous landmarks here in Warsaw. We have some of the best chess players on the planet ready to jump in action and compete for the title of the Superbet Rapid Blitz champion. Let's go to the studio and start today's action with Yasser, Peter and Alejandro.
Enjoy this magnificent panoramic views of the Polish capital as we welcome you to the second stop on the 2022 Grand Chess Tour, the Superbet Rapid Blitz in Warsaw. Good morning. I'm Peter Svidler and with me is Yasser Seirawan. More Grand Chess action.
Yes, indeed. Peter, I hope you enjoyed the few days in between the two events.
I definitely did.
Me too, me too. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Superbet Rapid Blitz, our second stop of the Grand Chess Tour. The action is going to be fast and furious, so buckle your seats and get ready. Peter, give us our roster of players.
Absolutely. And here you see the full lineup. Very strong tournament featuring featuring some full tour participants and also a large number of wildcards and very exciting wildcards. Yeah, there you see up there at the top the four players who have played in Bucharest: Fabi, Wesley, Richard, and Levon.
Making 6 wildcard players.
And the wildcard players are, yeah, there will be a lot of conversation about the lineup, so I will just note that there is a very nice mix of experience and youth, with Vichy making a reappearance in the GCT event.
Vichy.
Yeah, well, and also some very exciting young players, 2 Ukrainian players in the field, which is
outstanding. And our format for this Rapid Blitz, Peter?
The format is, we're still playing 10-player round robins, 1 for Rapid and actually 2. It's a double round robin for Blitz.
For the Blitz.
The time control will be 25 plus 10 for the Rapid games, the slower side of Rapid, and 5 plus 2 for the Blitz. Draw offers still entirely forgotten.
Okay.
And the scoring system, as you can see, it's just basically double the points for the Rapid compared to the Blitz, so you're heavily incentivized to do well in the Rapid portion of the event.
And today is our first round of Rapid and our schedule, Peter.
Yeah, the schedule is 3 rounds per day for the Rapid, so we will have today, tomorrow, and the Saturday to do with the Rapid round robin, and then we play the entire Blitz round robin on Sunday, and then the entire Blitz round robin with colors reversed on Monday, and there will be playoffs on Monday if players tie for first.
Most excellent. Thank you, Peter. And Alejandro, good to see you, my friend. And talk about the new faces in this tournament in Warsaw.
Good morning, Peter. Good morning, Yasser. Good to be here with you in the studio in St. Louis. Of course, we have a great event ahead of us, another Grand Chess Tour Rapid and Blitz. And as you guys mentioned, we have a lot of experienced faces and a lot of new names here in this tournament. Let's take a look at the wild cards that we have in this event, starting with the former world champion, of course, the great Vichy Anand is returning to the board, gracing us with his presence here in this tournament. Always an exciting player to see, always a surprise in rapid chess. Speaking of rapid chess, we have a specialist in this field in Kirill Shevchenko from Ukraine. He has proven already that he is an incredibly strong player at this time format. He's the reigning university world champion. He won the Lindaris Abbey Blitz last year. Wow. Certainly an experienced player when it comes to rapid and blitz time controls. And of course, we have the local hero, Jan-krzysztof Duda, has been an amazing powerhouse for Polish chess. He is one of the candidates. He has revived Polish chess in the last couple of years, and he will be going to Madrid in June to fight for the chance to face Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship match next month. Of course, we have the return of a friendly face. You have it there, Anton Korobov, another rapid specialist. He's done very well in our Grand Chess Tour tournaments in the past. Always a fighting chess player, and it's exciting to see him back on the boards. Another person that we have returning is Wojtaszek. He is another one of the local heroes, a very experienced chess professional and chess coach himself. Remember that he worked many years under Vichy Anand as his second. He is the 5-time Polish chess champion, just winning it again last week. And we have a youngster, international master actually, David Gavrilescu from Romania. He is the current Romanian chess champion and the current Romanian rapid chess champion. He is here to show that despite his young age and his slightly lower rating than his opponents, he can definitely put up a fight. Well, let's take a look at who we have facing each other as we go to our friends that are in Warsaw, Poland, Anastasia and Cristian.
Tom.
Thank you, Alejandro, and welcome everybody to day one of the Superbet Rapid and Blitz held here in Warsaw, Poland. From location to call all the action and give you all the live updates, I will be your host, Grandmaster Cristian Chirila, alongside my brilliant co-host, Grandmaster Anastasia Karlovich. Anastasia, welcome back to the show. What have you been doing in preparation for this event for the past couple of days?
Yeah, we didn't have that much of time, but because yesterday we had already the opening ceremony of the event, and it's really great to be here in the Museum of Jewish History. Are you ready for the games?
Oh, I'm definitely ready for the games. What games do you have in mind for round number one? Let's not forget, we have 3 rounds today, but what do you have in mind for round number 1?
I'm really looking forward to watch the game between jan-krzysztof Duda, the local hero, Polish grandmaster, and the new player, David Gavrilescu from Romania. I'm really interested to see how they will play. They will never met before, and he's a young player. Let's see. I'll keep my eyes on him.
Well, Gavrilescu is definitely a rapid champion. He's the national Romanian champion in rapid chess, but we have another Ukrainian champion, and that is Kirill Shevchenko. I definitely have my eyes on this young player. He will be facing Rapport, another explosive player on the roster here in Poland, and we see they haven't met each other as many times, only 1 game, and that was a loss for Kirill Shevchenko. He will definitely be looking to bounce back from that loss and take revenge. I'm having my eyes on this matchup. How about you guys in St. Louis?
Well, thank you, Cristian and Anastasia. Good matches to be sure, but let's take a look, Peter, at all of the pairings for round 1.
Certainly. As usual, in every GCT event, everything looks very, very interesting. And the matchups not mentioned is a very, very exciting game between Wesley and Anton Korobov. Anton is everyone's favorite player. When he's on song, he is just a joy to behold. and he's generally a joy to behold. When you can behold him. Vichy plays against Radek, Kirill Shevchenko on the white side against Richie Rapport, and then the game that kind of
marquee matchup for me.
Almost went unremarked upon. Levon with the white pieces against Fabi, the All-American clash, and jan-krzysztof is playing white against Gavrilescu, and not an easy start for the tournament for the young Romanian, but this is going to be in general a very, very trying event for him.
A beautiful, beautiful playing hall in the Museum of the History of Polish Jews, as we see the players getting ready to start what we expect to be an incredibly intense and fighting event. And Peter, what are they going to be fighting for in terms of money?
The prize fund is half of what it was in the classical event, but it's still an incredibly well played event, considering it's rapid and blitz with 40 for first and going all the way down to 7 for last place. And just as we saw in Romania, if you win the event outright, you get an additional GCT points. You get 13 points for winning the tournament without tie breaks, compared to 12 if you tie.
That's a good face to see return to the chessboard. Vichy, Anand. And what a way to do it, right? You get Radek on your first round.
I know, the guy you've been trading with for the last 15 years or so. Vichy, 52 years young. Yes. I've been referring to him in so many of our broadcasts as a 6-time world champion, and I bumped into him at dinner at one of the events here in St. Louis. And I said, is that right, Vichy, 6-time? He says, well, I did win 9 world titles when you count our juniors. And guess who? Gary Kasparov in the house. Peter.
Yeah, Gary.
Gary's making some moves.
Talking to players. It's always good to see Gary in good spirits. And,
I know. E2, E4? Yeah. Nice. As a legendary world champion. Stage.
Yeah, and there, according to our information, there might be an additional first move made on one of the boards. We'll wait for visual confirmation for that before announcing who that might be. But that did not seem to occur. Yeah.
They just said, let's start the clock.
Let's go races.
Let's go, boys.
We'll start with this one, the Duda against Gavrilescu match, because we highlighted it. This is a completely unknown player for many of us.
French defense.
The French. This is a good thing about the
He's got a lot to learn,
learn.
But it's nice to see the French defense. And with Anton in the field, we might be seeing another French as well.
I'm starting to wonder if it's a Romanian specialty, because I remember Lupulescu using the French
defense
3 times in the last year Bucharest.
Yeah. And the old Steinitz variation, but this one is...
Bishop G5 is slightly off meta, right?
It's off meta, yes. I love that we can use this word now in the chess world.
People have almost exclusively been playing e4, e5 in this position instead of bishop g5. Bishop g5 was very, very popular when I started facing serious players with white against the French. I basically played against Dreyev and Bareyev for like 10 years.
Exactly.
Interchangeably. And then Dreyev kind of abandoned the French and started playing the Caro. But yeah, I played this a ton with the white pieces with very mixed success, frankly. I was never very impressed by
The reason they really disappeared was this Morozevich line.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I wanted to say,
I think so.
no question. G takes f6 is an idea of Morozevich, and then followed up with this a6 and g5.
GF definitely existed before Morozevich played it, but
but specifically, I think a6 b5 was
like in my mind. In my mind, bishop g5 sort of doesn't give any advantage after bishop takes f6 instead of g5. f5 is immediately less popular. Yeah, it's interesting what he means, because 5 knight c3 has not really been supposed to equalize for quite some time. I would say, like it's considered to be, it's playable, it's one of the main theoretical moves, and you can still go a6 here.
Well, the funny thing is that I've actually played a game of the Grandmaster chess where my opponent went a6 instead of f5, and I played knight c3. It is a line, it does exist.
Queen
many
E2.
things exist, but...
Okay, that's a little bit off the beaten path too, right? Queen e2.
Still a lot of
high-level
games.
Yeah, it very much
D5?
it very much still exists. Yeah, I think, is this where they go before d5 and?
I think b4 is like a key move. b4, d5.
I also, you don't have a choice in this particular.
Yeah,
piece
I think-
sacrifice.
Yeah, before d5. Yeah, this is
Ooh.
what I think they go, like bishop d6, cf, king f8, and game continues.
This looks kind of compelling. I mean, I got to tell you guys, this one is heating up early. If
Before he went knight a4.
He went knight a4, which is a little bit.
It's probably also the better move, but boo.
yeah, it's probably the better move, right? But now that d5 is not a threat.
And we have to draw your attention to the chair. I like the gaming chairs.
Whoa.
Yeah,
these
are very nice.
Yeah, I bit the bullet and actually finally bought a gaming chair recently.
Yeah?
Good life decision.
It seems like the esports was in the building before we came. They left behind some very nice looking chairs, the black and white there. I'm assuming, no, he did not play bishop b7. I was about to say, I would be very anxious to plant the bishop on the d5 square instead.
Yeah, but he chooses queen d5 first.
Because he's looking to maybe
Perhaps play
embarrass
bishop d7, even though white
knight?
generally is very happily sacrifices this pawn on c5 for development and the opening of the central files.
Okay.
I think it's more that you have to stop d4, d5, and there potentially are some tactical issues with bishop b7, as you were suggesting.
I'm assuming king b1.
Yeah, king b1 looks very logical, yeah. Although,
C4?
apparently this is a very topical position, and there's been 25 games with c4.
Yeah.
And more games with king b1. So
The idea being, of course, that in case of, and what you're saying, Peter, the big fight for d5 may be resolved in white's favor.
So I assume c4 gets ignored. I assume, I would play queen a5 here without a moment's hesitation to, and something like this. And once again, this becomes very, very sharp. Knight c5 is a move. Maybe even d4, d5 in that position is a move. Even though, like, I feel like I'm probably trying to mate myself rather than deliver a mate in the center here.
Nothing like a good suicide attempt to get us started early in the morning. And
So-
let me turn over just to Alejandro for a second. And looks like a bishop's opening, Alejandro.
Remember that we have rapid games today, so we're going to have to be a little bit quicker on how we go through the games. We have 5 for you already, and this is going to be one of the key matchups of today's round. Levon Aronian with white against Fabiano Caruana. And we have a bishop's opening here. Fabi essayed the move c6 during the tournament, went d5, and had some success in the bishop's opening between Nepo with the black pieces and Firouzja. We also had the ideas of c6 and d5. And instead, bishop c5 played, no c6, knight c3. And surprisingly, I was looking at the database here. Castles is rare. c6 and d6 are the common moves. And here, after f4, actually, Fabi went into a little bit of a think, and I love the way Levon is playing. This one is spicing up. You could take on f4, and this is what's happened. I assume that at this point, white is trying to castle queen side and then use this advantage in space on the king side to attack this way. And black is using the time that he has, this king is not castled yet, to rip apart the centers, prepare the move c6 and the move d5 coming in. So black has the initiative for a couple of moves. You're going to have d5, you're going to try to break up the center. Can he actually do so, or will white finish development and start an initiative of his own on the king side? I think this was going to be really fun. c6 already on the board, and you have to deal with d5. This forces the issue. This is the kind of strategic positions I like because it forces the issue for both sides. Clearly d5 is coming, Levon with things to solve. Meanwhile, in the Shevchenko against Richard Rapport game, we have another French. This might be the first time ever that in the GCT there's 2 French defenses at the same time. We have a very different approach, this advanced variation with the move e5. All the rage nowadays, everybody's playing e5 in the last year, 2 years, and many different things have been tried. Rapport in the Grand Prix played queen b6 against Vidit, but got a horribly lost position, managed to win the game anyway. And after knight e6, instead of returning to the main line, he went for this variation with a quick knight g6, g3, and f6. I've seen this position more often with bishop e7, h4, and the funny move castles, h5, knight h8, with the idea of f6, knight f7, and some kind of weird regrouping. This is considered to be theory. I'm not sure where it's at right now. There's even a Christian Carlsen game from this position. But instead, the quick f6 played by Richard has sent Kirill Shevchenko into a little bit of a think here, probably not familiar with the move. We'll see how this one pans out. 2 French defenses to start the day off in Poland.
Thank you, Alejandro. Just a quick look around the horn as we have Wesley So versus Anton. Wesley, this is a Slav defense where black voluntarily gives up the 2 bishops for a very safe, sound structure and looking to play c6, c5.
This one is extremely strange to my eyes because I struggle to understand why I'm sort of not winning with white, right?
Yeah, right, you got the 2 bishops for free.
And the center, and no particular counterplay. I'm guessing maybe if white is not doing, yeah, okay,
Your instinct is correct, Peter. I mean, you have the center, you have the bishops, your king will be safe soon. You have
yeah,
the
king
space.
f2, g2. I'm even wondering why I had to include bishop b2 on the previous move. I could have maybe started with king f2, but maybe connecting the rooks is never a mistake.
Right, and maybe h2, h4 on white's agenda.
Yeah.
Maybe just rook c1, rook d1.
Rook c1, rook a1. I was wondering if the intention here might be to play cd4, cd4, e6, e5 to try to at least fight for something. But the issue is after rook hc1, you are in such horrible trouble because you don't have a good square. If white were like obliged to play 5 g5 and you got bishop c5 in, that position I could defend with black. That position I would say I'm probably still worse, but it's defendable.
If I'm going to play e5, Peter, I don't want to open up the c file.
That is fair. Yeah, maybe this is the way to do it.
But still, a cramped position, 2 bishops. We got to
we're
figure Wesley for choice. Very peculiar game.
Very sharp.
It's the one between Vichy as white
63 Spanish,
and Radek as black, where it's not usual, I want to put it like that, in a Rui Lopez, where black gets in the f5 without having made any
specifically in the 63 Spanish lines, you do see the structure. Maybe
I'm sorry. What is Radek's time?
26-27, as you can see. Yeah.
26.
Jeez.
As in, he's just snapping those moves out,
So
right?
the guy's gained a minute 30 on 10-second increment.
Wow, that's fast.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, we kind of do know he works on chess, and specifically he works on chess with his opponent. Rook b8 here. I think this is fine. I think this. I could very easily imagine.
It has
this
to be
being
fine, right? Radek's looked at it.
I mean, he's just snapped out all of his moves. So
I don't know which one I prefer first, but like in general, I want to go rook b8 and bishop f6. You probably want to play c4.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I
but
was
then,
wondering if your queen can't be
disturbed. I go bc, and if you take with the knight, I get an additional tempo. Like rook b. Let's go rook b8.
Yeah, just because you don't like your rook on d, and I go c4. So the idea is that if you do drop in with your queen...
No, we take on c4 here.
And we take back.
Yeah, and then this kind of an endgame, I'm assuming can be held. No, you obviously prefer white, but I'm assuming this can be held, like take rook d8 maybe.
Rook d1, rook d8?
Yeah.
Rook d1, rook d8.
If you have rook b1, knight a5 is surprisingly not as stupid as it looks, because I do get some counterplay against the c4 pawn with bishop f6 to come.
Fair, we'll keep our eye on that. Let's jump back to the game of the French defense. That was the Ritchie game with queen, e takes f6, queen takes f6.
I'm somewhat surprised by the queen take, but maybe this was always the intention. I thought maybe Ritchie wants to really spice it up by taking gf and then perhaps trying to castle queenside, which, if it comes off, is definitely a sensible positional idea. But queen f6 is also, of course, playable.
Playable development.
Yeah.
Development good.
Development good, yeah, but also, it makes it slightly harder to push e6, e5 later in the game. Bishop g5 provoking the queen. Yeah, I was arguing for including bishop g5 and asking where does the queen go. I'm assuming f7 and then just dropping it back to e3,
which
because
I like tickling the queen back.
We might want the tempo with knight g5 later in the game. I don't know what for, but we might want it.
Right.
But
he went bishop e3.
Yeah, Kirill decides against that and goes cd4. cd4 knight d4 is an interesting wrinkle there, because it seems very logical to just take with the c pawn to give the knight on b1 a very nice c3 square.
You were mentioning a moment ago that black is going to have a little awkwardness with e5. That's not the case anymore. This game definitely heating up, and finally a lifetime between one game.
That's only the second game. Yeah.
Nothing between them, as they say. We've got the Fabi game just moved after the move c7, c6, which you mentioned. Black has an early initiative, Alejandro, but then came very quickly, d4.
d4 and d5, very logical.
Bishop b4.
The response also entirely logical.
Tickle.
Pretty much always gets met by d7, d5, and bishop d3, knight e4.
Ooh.
Bishop takes e4. I mean, knight e2 was definitely something
everybody's choice, right?
sort of by default. I think you play knight g2 in this position, but
Right.
Levon clearly feels that allowing the trade
pawn.
on c3 is unnecessary, and perhaps the pawn on e4 is weak, because he quickly goes bishop takes and knight g2. This is a very, very concrete position, right? Because if you give white
Yes.
time to castle and play knight g3,
Or knight takes e4.
or knight takes e4 for that matter,
Yeah, then
white
the-
will be extremely happy. But
That'll be a healthy pawn.
yeah, but black probably has time to develop some kind of initiative. I'm not entirely sure what you're supposed to do here.
you
Are
better
you
be-
supposed to play c6, c5 here?
What? And allow d4, d5?
d5, bishop g4. I was trying to calculate if
Sorry.
that might be playable. I don't know. It's weird.
I clicked around. Sorry, just you said c5. Which line? did
d5,
you-
bishop g4. I wanted to see if maybe I can attack the center this way by pinning both knights, and then like if you castle, you actually lose the d5 pawn. Meaning that
That's not nice.
maybe you have to make some slightly awkward decisions in this position. But he goes with bishop g4 first without provoking d5, which is obviously a much more sort of a
direct approach.
sane and committal, much less committal decision.
Okay, I'm assuming
If you
castles,
castle, we take on c3, right?
And then-
we force b takes c3, and
you
then we
could
have
have done that any time. Even when I played bishop takes e4, you could have taken on c3 with check.
Yes, and there was definitely a possibility. I wonder why he didn't consider it for longer. But yeah, it's still a very sharp position. I'm not sure what I think about it.
We'll keep an eye on this one. And finally, and
Yeah,
lastly,
somewhat shockingly, jan-krzysztof actually played the move I mentioned and then got very embarrassed by my own stupid idea.
Wait a
But
minute.
now that jan-krzysztof played it, it's a brilliant move.
Really? Thank
It's
you.
a
That's what
brilliant
I
move,
was
and
saying all
yeah,
along.
I am very proud of my precog abilities here.
Exactly.
Yeah, the king on c1 looks a bit silly with the dark squares entirely unprotected around it, and the bishop potentially coming to f6 and a little later in the game. But the black center is about to disappear, so maybe this is the more relevant part of the equation here. That
Okay.
there's not going to be a center to speak of.
And I got to ask you about this, Alejandro. This game that we're seeing with Duda with c4. Peter mentioned that this has been seen before. What's the verdict?
There has been one game played before in this position, not a Grandmaster game, but tons of variations can be played here by black. It seems that jan-krzysztof is still sort of in theory. He has about 24 minutes left. But Gavrilescu is burning time. He's already spent 10 minutes to get to this position, deciding on what to do. The edges are saying you could castle, and on take on e6, blast open the position with b3. You've kind of saved your king. You can always take with the rook on f7, and after b3, you're threatening things like queen c3, like bishop a3, safeguard the king first, and then go for the attack, or go full out, take on a4, take on e6, play b3, give up f7, move the king somewhere. Even taking on f7 is fine, but the engine thinks king f8 is an easier solution. And the counterplay that you have here is just about enough for a draw. So you do have moves like queen e5, you do have moves like queen e6, you do have some defensive tries, but because these pieces are sleeping, there's no good way of defending the king. But there's not that many attackers either. It's just a bishop, a queen, and a pawn, and I can't eliminate the pawn. This knight and this rook are not part of the equation. So the engine just sees perpetuals everywhere in this position. Doesn't think it's so easy. Of course, as a human, it's hard because you don't calculate these perpetuals very easily, and your king's also coming under fire. So a big decision here for the young Romanian player. Taking on a4 is okay. Castling is okay. But I'm sure that there are other moves that retain some sort of fight.
Just at the position, instead of the move b3, I was afraid of queen e5. So I was thinking, perfect. Knight c6 in this position, and then you take on f7. You got your king f8.
Yeah.
And
King f8 not here because king f8, queen b2 forces me to take on f7 anyway.
Okay.
So go ahead and take because the knight,
Okay.
as you mentioned, covers e5.
Right.
And the bishop covers g5. So there's no check. There's no check right now against this king, and you are bringing your pieces together. Black's already better.
Whoa.
In this position. Actually, after the move knight c6, which is perfectly playable, it's not recommended, according to the engine, to take on f7. There are other moves, some completely inhuman, some more logical. I think queen b2 is a logical human being move. keep the queen around the king, prevent the move b3, hit the rook with the tempo. I think the move queen b2 does a lot of good things. But let's very quickly go to Warsaw with our friend Cristian.
Thank you, Alejandro. I just wanted to give you a quick update as the games are heating up. Well, the playing hall is marvelous. It's an auditorium of a nice theater here in the museum, and the players are just playing in a very exclusive playing venue. It's very, very beautiful. Everything is on brand, red and white, the Polish colors, and also you have the chairs in which the players are playing in. There's one white chair, one red chair, one white chair, one red chair. Very, very beautifully organized by the guys at Superbet. Also, I am looking at the players and a little bit trying to understand where their confidence levels are. And I'm focused on this game between Shevchenko and Rapport. And I have to say, Shevchenko generally has a charisma about him, has a charisma about his play. But I don't see it in this game. He's spending and burning a lot of time. But that is because Rapport has not been playing his usual brand of chess. His usual brand of chess is very much focused on sidelines, very much focused on surprising his opponents in the opening phase. Today, he's actually playing main lines right now, and maybe this took Kirill Shevchenko a little bit aback. Let's see what happened in the beginning phase of the game. After this move, g3, which was played very quickly, f6, and Ricci is playing every single move a la tempo. And also, this is the main line, so Kirill should have known this. Unfortunately for him, it doesn't seem like he does. And we do have this position on the board. We got all the way to the position after c4, a6, a very complicated battle. But right now we see only 12 minutes for Kirill and 23 minutes for Richard. Only the last move he spent a couple of minutes to play this move f6, which by a6, which by the way is the best move in the position. So a very intriguing battle. But I have to say, Rapport is looking really good with the black pieces. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and over to you, Alejandro.
A game that's just exploding. We have to take a look at it. Favi with black against Levon. Look at what happened in the last couple of minutes while we were talking about the other games. We were thinking, how is White going to solve all of these things? He did take on c3. He was forced to take b takes e3. And then he just threw his pawns forward, said, look, these pieces are not playing. This center is closed. You're not going to open it up. This is my time to go h4, h5. And of course here, black has many ideas. The engine wants to play the move queen e6, force the knight to g3 so that you're defending the g4 square, and only then go h6. But you could also go h6, h5. The problem is bishop h7, g5. Instead of that, Fabi played the move e3.
Whoa.
Wild, wild stuff. Gives up the pawn, opens the diagonal. If you take on e3, I'm not sure. I think queen e4 was the idea, with the idea of taking here and taking here. But much stronger is what Levon played, the move h5, bishop e4, and then take on e3. Levon missing a strong move here, though. The move knight g3, according to my engine, would pretty much finish the game, as there is no good way of defending against both the move c4 and h6, because h6 is such a strong strategical threat. You just destroy the dark squares in front of your opponent's king, and black has to deal with both. The move f5 doesn't really help you because bishop takes e3 just comes stronger. E takes f6 is also winning. Queen e2 threatening c4 is also winning. But bishop takes e3 gives white a huge advantage anyway. You are up a pawn. You are threatening moves like knight f4, kicking out this queen. You have expanded, so you're up the pawn, and it seems like you have all the compensation as well. What is Fabi planning on doing here? He has lost a pawn, he has the light squares, but what do you do with them? The engine's hating how Fabi is handling this position, already giving Levon a decisive advantage.
Wow, when you think about h7, h6 as well, for Levon, you really like White's position, and the clock's much in favor of Levon. Before we go any further, and know things are going to be heating up, I'm going to put ourselves all on the mark. Who do you think will win the tournament, Peter?
Let me consider the field again.
We have the roster.
Yeah, we absolutely. We made a number of grievous mistakes in this segment in Bucharest. Right?
Speak for yourself.
I am speaking for myself. Yes, and I'm trying not to overcorrect.
Yes,
but.
See, I took Fabi in Bucharest, and he did not perform.
let me pick up the
Okay,
baton
I'm going to
there.
go with Wesley. So over to you.
Why? Because
Alejandro.
Magnus wasn't available.
Because Magnus wasn't. No, because
I'm going-
Wesley is fantastic.
I mean,
in
if you're
Rapid
gonna
and
give me
Blitz.
second choice, I'm gonna go Duda.
Duda, the local hero. I
Yes.
like that. I like that.
Yeah,
okay.
no, let me pick Fabi this time.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. We're gonna get VAR. We're gonna get.
We know what
Christian
VAR's choice is.
and
VAR's
Anastasia.
choice is Levon. We know that
Okay.
much.
VAR
picked
picks Wesley,
What
not
a-
even Levon. What happened?
What a huge
Fair weather
betrayal.
Yeah.
friend. What kind of deal was that?
What a betrayal.
Top 10 betrayal for sure.
And
Yeah.
it
Very
was
shocking.
for sure.
Shocking.
Peter picked.
Fabi.
Fabi. I picked Wesley, and we'll wait for Christian and Anastasia to step in. And it,
Anastasia took Duda with the
Whoa.
a woman of culture and knowledge.
wow. I mean, talk about an influencer.
Nobody's taking Gavrilescu? I want Christian to take Gavrilescu.
By the way, we have Bishop F3 on Levon for Christian. There you go. So
We got a
kind of-
mixed enough field, yeah?
But I thought Bishop F3 was bad because of Knight F4.
Doesn't quite work. The move Knight F4, we have the move Bishop F3. Look at this beautiful bishop. It targets G4, H5 pins, but it's just a bishop, right? It's supported by the queen and nobody else. Knight F4 doesn't immediately work because after takes, the engine is saying, you're not as winning as you could be. Is it a good position? Of course. You can see the evaluation plus 1.6. Great. But you do have double pawns. The knight will make its way, snake its way into c4. Not so easy to convert. Agreed. White is better.
Right.
Instead, the engines are saying, give up the the g4 pawn, go queen e1 or queen d3. And if you take on g4 at any point, go knight f4. You kick out the queen from the center, and you're kind of pre-moving at this point. h5, h6 is going to be so difficult to meet. You don't want to take on h6, it just destroys your position. You don't want to play g6 because it destroys your dark squares. You can't really do anything about it. The queen's going to come to either g3 or h4. It's one of those positions where it's not obvious to us that white is completely winning. For the engine, it's over. It's just a winning attack, nothing you can do about it. Your pieces are nowhere near your king. Queen on g3 is just coming to way too strong, way too quickly. So bishop f3, a key decision because you were very tempted, especially in a rapid game. Solve your problem, solve the tension, stay up a pawn. Knight f4, bishop takes d1, knight takes d5. You have to capture this knight. That's very obvious because bishop takes g4 just loses to knight c7. So you can go for that, and it simplifies into a winning position. What will Levon choose in this crossroads?
Nice, nice points there. And again, that h7, h6, so crucial. Because now I've got skin in the game.
Yes.
Just taking a quick look at the Wesley Anton, and that game blew up. You were mentioning you thought that...
Yeah, c5 e5 looked necessary.
Right,
honestly,
and
and
then-
that's what he's done.
But then he shut things down on the queen side with c4, and he just sacrificed the central pawn.
Yeah, interestingly here, he decided not to recapture on e5, preferring to. It's an idea I've seen once again, like my spiritual home in the Grunfeld. You get these structures, and when you do get these structures on the queen side, very often you can sort of get compromised in the center because the bishop on e2 is very restricted. But he followed it up by taking on a4, and now the bishop on e2 will become free again because the pawn on c4 obviously gets picked up. But he does have a passer on a3. It will be reasonably easily controlled, though, on the light squares because
Definitely.
Yeah, I guess you play rook b2 here, but
You would a mass of pawns in the center.
yeah,
Peter.
you would assume white is better. You would assume that with the control white has in the center, and the a file actually sort of closed by their black's own pawn on a6, it will be very difficult to actually queen or even push it to a2, the pawn on a3.
Let's jump over to Warsaw with Christian and Anastasia.
Well, thank you, Yasser. You guys got ahead of us on predictions. And actually, I will let Anastasia go first when it comes to predictions. Anastasia, who do you think will win this tournament?
Last time when I was making predictions, it didn't work so well, I would say. But okay, I will try my luck once again. I think that maybe Jan-Krzysztof Duda will show a great result here because he played last time here in Warsaw in the World Rapid and Blitz Championship, and he actually tied for the first place in the Blitz event, and he was fifth in the Rapid event. So I think, okay, apart from that, he's a really great player. I mean, I think this might be the situation when even the walls help you to play. You know, when you play in your city, in your hometown, I think it really can help him this time.
That's definitely a double-edged sword almost, playing in your hometown. Some players really embrace that and play very well. Some players shy away from that and actually don't perform to their standards. I'm going to go with Levon Aronian. He did really well in Bucharest, played brilliant chess. Unfortunately for him, in Rapid actually lost against MVL in the tiebreaks for the title. Nevertheless, I think he's due for a championship, and I will pick him to win this one. Also, I like what he's doing in the first round against Fabiano, so why not? You guys gave us a few more minutes. Now I'm going to pick Aronian. But one game, again, that is exploding, and every single game actually is exploding right now, is the game that we've been talking about here in the studio as well. Shevchenko versus Richie Rapport, and I will let you guys take over on that one because Shevchenko just sacrificed a piece for the initiative. Let's see what will happen in that one as well. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Anastasia. And over to you, Alejandro, as you've been looking at that piece sacrifice. What's going on?
It's hard to explain these games, but they're very sharp and they're very cool. We left it off with the move a6 at some point, hitting this knight on b5, and we left it off here actually. And after pawn takes d5, hitting the knight, pawn takes d5 was the recapture. And you could bring the knight back, but you've helped black develop, right? Knight was already on d4, you moved it to b5 to hit a bishop, and then you want to move it back to d4? Not exactly. Kirill says, I don't care about your candidate spot and your 2770. Knight 1 c3, hitting this pawn on d5, giving up the knight on b5. Richard says there's no real reason not to take it, so he took it. Knight takes d5, queen on f7, and now knight b6 is possible to harass this rook on a8. It doesn't have a lot of squares, but instead the move bishop c5 was played. Ultra aggressive chess, simply not allowing black to castle and free his king. This is a very romantic style of chess. Rook e1 coming and just blasting open the king on e8. Bishop e6 was played. Rook e1 is the current position on the board. And you see this pressure on the e file. It's very real. Bishop g4 could be a threat at some point. Knight b6 is a threat. Bishop takes b5 will be a threat. So certainly a lot of pressure on black's position. But objectively, the edges are saying the bishop on e5 is supported by two knights, and even though you have f4 ideas in certain positions, they don't quite work. Remember that in many cases, after you play bishop e5, f4, and I castle, even taking on e5 will be impossible because now black, in some cases, actually I don't know how
bishop
to
takes c5.
The bishop is on c5. You can't castle. Castle the other way. Sorry. Bishop here, f4. And you can castle long.
Yes.
Because you have this pressure on the d5 square. I don't know why I was thinking castling short. Good morning, St. Louis. Rook e1. The edges are saying bishop e5 is decisive advantage for black, but in a rapid game, anything could happen. It's also not easy to find. I think there are other choices. For example, bishop a7, just evicting the bishop from c5 is very tempting, but not good enough. So a wild sacrifice here by the Ukrainian player. And let me update you guys on what's happened between Duda and Gavrilescu because this game exploded. Position on the board, king on g7, very bare. Black does have an extra pawn as white's entire structure here disappeared. Let me show you how that happened. We left it off here after b takes a4, and after queen takes a4, d takes c6. He did play the move b3. Very brave. Pawn takes f7, king takes f7. Also, all of this playable. c5 is the only move in the position, not surprisingly found by jan-krzysztof. Actually played almost out of tempo. Pawn takes a2, and the point is this. Queen c4 check forces you to capture. No choice. King g7 takes on a2. And after take on c5, rook h e1, we have this position where the Polish player has arrived with 21 minutes and 34 seconds. His young Romanian opponent, 4 minutes and 40 seconds with a almost naked king. This is going to be a tough defense for the black side despite being up a pawn.
Peter.
Yeah, it feels like with precise play, this should be not that bad for black at all, considering how much material disappeared off the board. And we
It
do
was a hose, it wasn't it? Clean the whole board.
Yeah, and also we do have a buffer of an extra pawn here, meaning that we can return something at some point, perhaps to liquidate into some reasonably fine endgames. But yeah, 4 minutes against 21, and this is still a very, very sharp position despite the queens coming off the board.
As a
not going
starter-
to be easy at all. Yeah.
As a starter, I like bishop a3
Yeah.
check. Just to put, if the king comes to the b file, well, that's a magnet for a black rook.
Rook a7, b7 as well.
Yeah.
King c2, I assume. Yeah.
And then I'll drop my bishop back, kind of keeping
I'm
the
very worried about playing bishop d6 because I think we don't have a good reply to knight d4.
knight David 4. Yeah, I wanted to play knight to c6 so that I could play
Yeah.
knight to b4 check.
Oh yeah, I mean if we get knight c6 and we're
Then you're-
instantly fine, but the
but
problem
knight
here is
b4.
I don't think we have a good reply to knight d4.
Knight d4.
And yeah, this is the issue here is that
And if I have to give it the pawn,
no, but rook
it's,
d7, rook
rook
d6
is
it's not
just
the
killing.
pawn. I think we're getting mated.
Yeah, it's simply
Yeah, the issue here is not losing the
the
c4, the c7
No.
pawn. Yeah.
So-
yeah, very difficult to play for black. Simply, I think, like from a purely human perspective, I think you start with rook f8.
Just to make
you
room.
could include bishop a3 check. I don't hate that move at all, but like in terms of development, I would like to start with rook f8. There's also the idea of playing c6 and rook a7 in some order, just to sort of secure the 7th. But once again, without good eyesight, I probably wouldn't have been suggesting that. If I'm entirely honest, it's very difficult to take my eyes off of Alejandro's screen because it,
I see.
in particular at 7 in the morning, it offers very useful pointers.
Help a guy.
Yeah,
Then.
but.
Yeah, but
but
this
now
is-
rook f8 potentially just loses to knight g5 in some of these
Yeah, the
places.
problem is this, right? That so many moves just lose. The engine line you'll never find because it's bishop a3, king c2, a5. You're just never going to find that.
A5?
Yeah, a5.
Man, talk about slow.
Yeah.
Basically, every move that you played, rook f8, bishop d6, all of them made your position worse.
And A5 helps because we're going to play rook lift.
Yeah, I
Sure,
think
let's
we
go
want-
with that. Let's go with yes.
Yeah.
Spoken like a man who really has a firm grip on the position.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a crazy, outlandish game. But for me, the marquee matchup has got to be between Levon and Fabi. And what has taken place in that game, Alejandro?
I mean, it looks like Fabi's busted, but look at the activity of Black's pieces and look at activity of White's rooks, right? This rook on f2, this rook on f1, they're so ready to gear up on the g on f file, start attacking this king on g8, and tell me what these rooks are doing. You can't play the move f6, which you would love to play at some point just to rip apart the center. First of all, because your knight's not controlling any of the key squares. Second, knight g6 just destroys you. The queen is actually
Knight
trapped.
g6 I think currently is simply a threat because queen,
Yes.
Yes.
queen g4, rook g2 is.
Knight
That's why we
g6
played rook f2.
is a threat,
Nice.
and there's no good way to deal with it. It's not such a huge threat, to be honest. The reason that knight g6 is not a big threat is that I'll take with the f pawn, you'll take my queen, I'll take with the gf, and now I have a blockade.
He took the pawn on A2. He's going to get a gold membership to the Pawn
What?
Rubber Society.
How did he even see that was hanging?
But he did it. That's
I
important.
mean, what? H6 is game over, by the way. Like that's just like that. That's it. H6 finishes the game. You don't want to take. And if you play G6,
Knight takes
you
G6.
made this so much stronger, right?
Right.
Because queen
Oh,
takes, rook G2 is game over. Like this is actually game over.
H6 on the board, yeah.
And this might be the first result. 18 minutes for Levon, Fabi down to 5. What a disastrous way to start this tournament. HG7 just wins the game. You can't allow that. You also can't not allow it. So you're done. You're just dead here.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's, as you say, not a very good way to start the turn. If instead of bishop takes A2, he had played H6.
Yeah, H6 was the best move, and it's
And then-
only +2. Only.
That's a lot.
It is a lot, but I mean-
I was going to sacrifice the queen after knight G6
But
to
no,
capture.
but the engine says don't take that queen. That queen,
Oh, you're helping me. by
you're helping
taking-
me with the queen because you can put that at the end, right? You
Yeah.
go knight G6. You can explain to the viewers. You take on G6. You take on F5, and even other moves. But I think GF is the easiest. Maybe Rook F5 is the best.
Right.
And the point is that you have this blockade, right? You
Right. That's
lose the-
exactly what I was thinking.
Yes.
You've got the c4 square, the d5 square, maybe on a good day.
Rook AF8, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, some counter spiel. But you're saying don't take the queen.
Don't take the queen, yeah.
Just enjoy.
Enjoy your position.
Right.
Rook F1, Rook G2, all these kind of things. H6, G6 played. I don't think that Levon misses a tactical shot like knight takes G6.
No.
Wow.
I feel very put upon by the fact that we had to do predictions midway through the round, and I still failed to look at the boards. Yeah. He actually doesn't play knight takes. Maybe there's hope.
I mean,
not much hope though. Yeah, he's gone bishop a3. Yeah, it's a quote-unquote blunder, dropping the evaluation from +6 to +3. I mean,
that's a compelling move.
It's a good move.
I mean,
It's good enough.
yeah,
That's
I'm,
+3 only.
yeah, I'm using huge inverted,
Okay, but
inverted
understood.
quote marks there.
So knight g6 was a +6 situation,
Yeah,
Peter?
it was completely winning, of course. Yeah, because it's basically the same type of situation we were just discussing, only with the pawn on h6 and no g-pawn,
which is just
meaning that
huge.
black gets mated, basically.
Exactly, exactly. Oh my.
Yeah, it would have been much easier to finish the game without
Yeah,
the
but
bishop
he's
a3,
done
but-
it with the inclusion of bishop a3 and rook e8 for some reason, and now black has some kind of a blockade going on, but yeah, still obviously not going to be good.
Yeah, but this is the best version, right, for black.
With a rook on g6.
With the rook on g6.
He
It,
could have
it
had
gets traded
without.
away. Like you play rook g1, queen h4, and then eventually I think black gets mated.
I mean, black's lost. Similar
Yes.
to the game of Jan-krzysztof and Gavrilescu, because, I mean, you can't play that position on 30 seconds. You see the position behind me. You just
by the-
cannot play this move on 14 seconds for him. You can't do that. Let's just go to the live shot, because on 14 seconds, I want to see what his reactions are going to be to white's moves. Because they kind of play themselves, right? Knight c6 on the board, and I don't see any reason not to go knight e6 check, pick up an exchange. You can also
I don't
go
know, rook g7 might be okay.
I mean, the thing is, he's right now deciding how to win. Like,
Yeah,
what is-
exactly.
What
I
is the
think
most
exactly.
winning?
Yeah, I think rook g7 is cleaner on this thing.
I'm going to agree with Peter on that one. Rook d7.
I want
not
to
going
I want to
backwards.
make you play bishop b7, and then I will play knight e6 check if I have nothing stronger. But he disagrees. He goes knight e6. Everything wins here. It's really a matter of taste.
But also exactitude. And in your case, rook d7 looked absolutely
Yeah, I
much
thought it was.
more
I thought it was
compelling.
completely winning. I thought we were basically close to delivering mate there, and there was no reason not to start with it. But yeah,
Right.
he feels he will win this very easily, which is also entirely true. Position is winning. He also is way ahead on the clock, and
Yeah, the pawns will drop.
yeah, so things will just start collapsing.
Yeah, well, that's a very good start for Duda, no question about it. And then Cristian was saying that Richard's not playing like Richie. He's playing mainline stuff.
Although
And
F6
I don't know.
is
I don't know how
kinda-
much of that is mainline stuff.
I mean, F6 is a clear sideline, right? Bishop E7 has
plus,
the mainline
you
for-
know, sort of
And when we left it,
e4, e6 already not mainline stuff.
Correct. Well said. Well said.
Bishop e5, kind of the move Alejandro was saying, look, you don't have enough for the piece.
Yeah, and I think it's sort of clearly obvious from the position on the
Oof.
board right now. Black has an extra piece, and initiative pretty much evaporated.
two,
White
three,
does have
four.
2 pawns for it, but
White has
and this-
nothing.
White-
White has
White's
less
knight's
than
actually-
nothing.
I actually find the knight off sides here, and I start looking. I mean, with
this is-
F2.
I don't know what happened here, but
hanging.
what happened here in the last few moves? How did the king, in only a few moves, get castled?
well, he's got knight g7 and castle like it's.
Like it was the normal business day,
Yeah.
but I mean, this is just completely lost for a while.
Yeah, it looks completely lost. Probably because it is completely lost. Yeah.
I'm
It's
thinking
one of
knight
those, one of those
d4.
cases.
Yeah, both knight d4 and bishop d4 are
Look like
Kinda ended. Yeah.
time that. What do they say? No, time of death.
Yeah.
Note
Bishop
that for
d4.
bishop d4. Yeah. Time of death.
Yeah.
Well, we'll do an
Looks-
autopsy later on this position.
Looks completely lost, and yeah, I think Richie, he has 14 minutes as well against 2, so he's choosing the most comfortable way of putting this
Did anyone
to
pick
bed.
Richie?
Not
anyone
after
pick-
Bucharest.
After Bucharest, he lost a lot of enthusiastic supporters. Haven't seen it for a while. Let's jump quickly to the game of Vichy versus Radek. When we kind of suspected c4 was on Vichy's agenda, and Radek actually slowed down. He had been playing super fast up to this moment, and the players reached this position. Here I was thinking about queen h5. Vichy said, hey, I've studied games of
Culture,
pottery."
yeah.
Yeah.
Man of culture. Yeah.
Look at that, doubling the rooks. like a good wine of Vichy. It just improves with age. Queen G5. This is already looking very dodgy to me.
It looks dicey for black, right?
Yeah, exactly. Thinking takes.
AB.
And rook e6.
Why have we included CB-AB?
Just because I was thinking that there was a pawn on c4 would, if I do it right away.
Yeah, I thought we could definitely do it.
I was afraid that he would take and maybe win the e4 square for his knight, something like this, Peter. So if I recapture, I was thinking the knight would drop to e4.
It's still a move even in the other position, but I'm guessing.
So I took first just to cut out such a possibility.
I think after rook e6 I still have to play knight e4, which is why I was wondering why we were
including it in that case. But in this case I was picking up a pawn.
Yeah, but I think it's probably best rook e7 here. Maybe you're better off taking on e7 and going ef, because here I think your extra pawn disappears off the board immediately.
Yeah, my intended g4 might
not here.
might be clipped. Rook f5, h4.
Not here. So you can take on e7 instead on the previous move and go ef there.
Try to make some pretensions.
But I'm
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah,
5.
I mean, obviously white is better. The question is whether this is closer to a draw or not, because the queen side is liable to disappear, and but yeah, it's not it's not enjoyable for black for sure.
No, for sure. And again, we are up to date with the players, and okay, over to you, Alejandro.
We have this endgame between Anton Korobov and Wesley. So crucial decision here for Anton, because look at the position. Tons of pawns on the king side. You see that the queen has gotten off the board. There's 2 rooks for the black pieces, more than enough compensation. But it's all about this pawn on a3 generating the counterplay. This is the pawn that's going to tie this queen down to defending this constantly. For the moment, there's a couple of threats by white. You can imagine e6 as a threat, trying to get at this king. And the engines are screaming, take on c4. Not an easy move to play, to give up your rook for a bishop, but the point is that after rook takes, queen takes e4, rook d2, rook a8 also kind of works, rook d2 and a2, white can't really ever make progress. The king is kind of stuck. a2 will always threaten something along the lines of bishop c5, d4, and white is the one that needs to start looking for counterplay to remove the setup of this passed pawn on a2 and needs to find a perpetual check. So it's actually white that needs to make the draw after the move.
Can you explain to me why bishop d5 wasn't played? King h3 just confuses me.
Me too.
Good question.
King h3.
King h3 is a bizarre move. Bishop d5 is very strong because the bishop holds on a2, and of course, the moment you sacrifice here, pawn takes and this pawn is running. That's a very different scenario. Bishop d5 was a very strong move, big advantage for white. You're absolutely right, Peter. The move king h3 is very strange because it allows rook takes c4, but it's not been played yet. Maybe Anton is debating whether he wants to play this move or not, but a fascinating moment here in this game for the Ukrainian Grandmaster. Rook takes c4 more or less draws the game according to the engine, but I also don't think that if he plays another move, he's dead lost or anything like that.
But it's so confusing because obviously throughout all of our chess careers, what we're trying to do is get a safe king for ourselves, open up our opponent's king. And to my eyes, the king on g4 looked really good.
Exactly, yeah. I was just trying to figure out why.
It's not even attackable, actually.
Yeah,
you know, you can't play f5 check. That's illegal to begin with.
I just couldn't imagine what prompted its removal from g4. It looked completely safe on g4.
Yeah, that's kind of a mystery.
Yeah.
And bishop d5 is so compelling too.
Bishop d5 locks down the rook on d8, supports the the bishop no longer needs to be, you know.
It's anchored, it's protected.
It's the best square on the board.
It's such a weird move.
Yeah, the queen.
And Wesley generally doesn't play these moves very much.
And he's taken on c4. Anton showing his stuff. And rook d2, that's why we invite him to the GCT, because this guy can find good moves. He's been leading this rapid events in the past, and he's showing why.
Yes, that's really a great, very, very perceptive moment there by Anton to feel that if bishop d5 had landed on the board, as you said, Peter, I think his days would have been numbered, even though the computer engine may say black holds. But this is so much superior as black gets to put a pawn on a2 and
you need to find a perpetual. Also, I want to say that, let's say, if after queen c3, a2, I have a feeling white doesn't lose the position after queen takes g2.
And we have our first result. As we expected, Levon Aronian has converted that position against Fabiano Caruana.
Wow.
An excellent way of starting the tournament for Levon. And Fabi coming out of a tumultuous Bucharest, not starting the best way here.
No, not at all.
Very nicely converted by...
Yeah. And another game that we were expecting to be decisive, Duda has an absolutely crushing position against Gavrilescu. You can see that black is missing quite a bit of material in this position.
Yeah,
Rook C8 just
somewhere around here you are
give up,
perfectly
yeah.
justified in not continuing, yeah.
and that's it.
Yeah, there we have it.
A double handshake right there. Thank you, Magic of Television. Victory for the local hero.
Starting with a bang.
Starting with the bang, certainly. Let's take a look at Richard, because I think that's going to be the
Also
next decisive game.
By the way, their king on h3 does not look so healthy.
No.
As I'm eyeballing knight f4 check.
No, it's white to move. Otherwise,
Yeah, I know. I'm as a threat that white's got to deal with, and that's not an easy threat to deal with, Peter.
Yeah, I wish white had more material at least, right?
Well, it's funny because after knight takes d5, rook takes d5, you're almost expecting that some kind of an accident.
The rook on
could
e6,
occur.
yeah, the rook on e6 very much puts a stop
Yeah, this
to all
diagonal.
of those ideas.
You know, and you're thinking to yourself, you know, bishop c4, you know, you're pinned. Well, no, you're not. The rook on
Yeah.
e6, you know, is in the way. And the
Doesn't
rook on
quite
d5,
work out, yeah.
Yeah,
Doesn't
exactly.
quite work out.
But because of the threat of knight f4,
He's played queen c4 straight away, but he is also down to fumes.
It
on
also,
the
I'm not really sure how it helps. After
Knight
knight
f4 just wins the full queen there, right? Because you
Yeah.
have to take, and then like your
And there
queen
are
down.
no-
It's not very exciting. But he was on 14 seconds, so let's not criticize moves made on 14 seconds very seriously. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything wins. Well, I mean, not anything. Most things win.
win,
Yeah,
yeah.
queen f5 check is probably not a mistake. Yeah, but why not just play knight f4 and then rook f4?
exactly, knight f4, you're threatening mate in
Actually,
one.
bishop e2 kind of. No, queen takes f2 exists. I was about to say the queen f3 is weirdly caught on f3 there. It comes pretty. I mean, considering it's in the center of the board, sort of. It comes
kind
very
of
close.
It
to
is a little bit funny, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
There's actually only one square for it if we don't count rook h4 check, which
And
frees
we
up a
do
bunch
have-
of other squares.
We do have the knight
Yeah.
f4, what you're saying, and rook
Yeah,
takes
he'll
f4.
play bishop e2, but then
Yeah.
like whatever you want to do here. Rook h4 actually is a.
I think rook h4 might be the
is a
cleanest.
cleaner solution.
Yeah.
You go rook h4 and then you go rook d4 check,
And
and
you
this is
pick up
where
the rook
and this
on
is where
e6.
your opponent resigns. Yeah.
Because after king goes back to h3, you've got
Yeah, we just go queen f5, queen
Five
takes
check,
e6.
yeah.
Not that queen takes f2 doesn't win, but this really is
Is.
just complete and utter end of game.
But
Queen f2
that's a
somehow is
very-
made in 12.
That's a very nice sequence too, that whole rook h4. But also queen f2 is made in
In 12, so it is what it is.
Not a
Yeah.
mistake, yeah.
No, not a mistake.
As is known in the business, not a mistake.
Not
Yes.
a-
Rook h4 check.
Yes, like a professional, like a
you
professional.
play rook h4 check there. And then-
It's just so easier to
And then
understand.
you go g4, hoping the guy goes queen takes g4.
yeah.
Ooh.
Not on 10 minutes though. Yeah, against 3 seconds maybe. A very cute move.
Whoa.
As we're
There you go.
waiting for this handshake. A very cute move was played by Vishy in
Okay.
his game against Radek. Yeah, he's played g3, and Radek. I thought this was the most critical response. Radek spent some time and picked up the gauntlet there by playing c takes d3, and now both h4 and f4 win a piece, because the only square the queen can go to is g4. Which relinquishes control over the e7 square, so we take on g4 and we take the knight on d6. But we end up in this strange situation where everything
Two
is pinned.
connected pass pawn.
Everything is pinned, and black plays c5, c4.
Right.
And yeah, I was sort of trying to calculate
And we
how.
have
Yeah,
it.
he goes f4, which I think is very understandable because it gives us the access to the f2 square.
Okay.
For the king, I think it's definitely the
Right way to go.
yeah, the better way to go about things. Yeah, fg, rook d6. I'm assuming he'll just play king f2 here because the pawns don't really run.
They're kind of stuck,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah, it's actually a huge big difference because I was also calculating exclusively the h4, queen g4 position, and I thought it might be unclear. This one really doesn't look unclear to me. This one looks like white should be able to
I
deal
agree
with the counterplay.
wholeheartedly. This looks like just a simple extra piece for Vishy.
Yeah, he starts with rook d4, which is a
Not
bit
bad.
surprising to me, but here the point is rook f7 would have been a very strong move here if not for the fact that knight
Knight
g6 check
G6,
exists.
yeah.
Yeah. So black has to spend a lot of time here to even create a threat to the knight on e7. Something like g6, king g7 might be in order. And that's too tempy, you just don't have to spend. You
Right.
Like,
Right.
Something like rook e5 might just be winning here, rook e5, and then we just take on c4 next move. Very, very kind of cold-heartedly, not even wasting any time on king f2 nonsense. So yeah, Vichy seemingly in very good shape here. g3 is such a cute move. I wonder though. Okay, this is why maybe you had to start with knight e4 anyway. Because I wanted to say we can still play knight e4 here, but then h4 or f4 is very strong. So
knight h4 here.
Knight e4 here, but yeah, but here just loses to one of those two moves, right? It's just
because again, you're just trying to knock the queen away from.
It's completely unplayable. So if you wanted to play knight e4, you needed to do it immediately after rook e6, similar to our position that we discussed earlier, but with the pawns still on c4 and a6, which favors one of the two sides.
Correct.
I mean, or maybe none. Yeah. I'm not. It's too early in the morning for me to figure out whether this makes any material difference to the position.
These deep thoughts are worth thinking through more carefully. Didn't happen, so it all went catastrophically wrong.
Seemingly, yeah.
For Radic.
Yeah, catastrophically is right. Although I don't understand anything of what the engine is saying. After rook takes d6, the decisive mistake was c4. Rook d8 apparently was equal. But that is beyond my understanding of chess.
Wow.
I have no idea why, but f4 was a mistake. I mean, I'm just telling you what the engine says. Yeah, rook d8 is equal. But if the pawn was on h4 instead of f4, then it's better for white.
Oh.
That was my first instinct, but I didn't want to contradict you.
And then I fine-tuned it. Yeah.
Okay, we're not going to Alejandro for the rest of the day. We're going to let him just stay.
The more I think about it, the less I understand.
We're going to let him stay in the corner all by himself.
Okay.
And nobody
I think I deserve it.
Nobody. But unfortunately,
nobody puts Alejandro in the corner, obviously.
Was the blunder.
Yeah.
Oh my word.
So yeah, the problem was actually that after rook takes d6, c4 doesn't actually come with a threat, and it will never come with a threat.
Rook d4, g6, as you
suggested.
As
I was saying, yeah, rook takes c4 currently blunders the knight on e7
because of d2.
But I think this is the issue, right? Actually, the more I think about it, c4 is just a blunder. It just blunders your pawns. Like if you play rook d8, you keep your pawns.
Yes.
And c4 just blunders them.
That's the difference.
That's the difference. Yeah, it's very cold-hearted and it's very calculation-based, but.
I'm thinking just rook e5, just to sidestep the move d2 for a moment.
This is what we're doing. And so rook b8 maybe would be something to try, because otherwise rook takes c4 is too strong of a threat. But I'm assuming white somehow consolidates. Yeah, I don't know exactly how, but
I think it's like g6. What's your next move?
We tried rook e5.
No, but like, what is the main?
Oh,
king g7.
But the rook d7, right? You forces you back.
Also fair. Yes, we can just start with king f2 here.
You just start with king f2.
Yeah, fair point.
You're not making too much progress here.
I love king f2, just one of those moves that just brings your king a little bit closer to the action, gets yourself off the back rank so there's no checks and
But that's the thing, right? Like king g7 never poses the threat. You want to play rook f7, that's the entire point, because king f7 is not your point.
Right.
You want to play rook f7, but it doesn't help you.
Exactly. And Vichy looking a little bit nervous, reaching for his king, king f2.
King f2.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I think he was looking mainly here at g5, making sure it wasn't...
Yeah, g5, he's got f5 to shut it, if he needs it.
If he needs it, but the rook on d4 is
it's so strong.
Defending everything, so it doesn't he doesn't actually need it.
Not quite sure though. Like king g7, rook d7, rook f7?
Oh, you do it like that, yes, but I meant like on king f7 I have rook d7.
Ah, okay.
And you don't have rook f7 right now.
Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah. So we play a move of...
So king f7...
So now we can go rook e5, basically.
Yes. I think you can go rook e5.
Now we can go rook e5.
Yeah, the engine really wants knight c6, actually, yeah. Why are we being so complicated? Knight c6, knight e5, pick up everybody. Stop thinking so hard. Come on, humans. Thinking is
No, there's a human over there who's already played knight c6,
yeah.
Now he breaks brings his knight back into the game.
Yeah, that human is
perfect.
That human is pretty good at chess.
Yeah.
Nice.
And in the other game that is still running, Wesley
versus Anton. This was the queen versus
Yeah, black is still fine, I assume, right? It's become somewhat sharper, but
I mean, there was I saw it with a mate in 2, and I was like, my eyes were looking at queen f5 and queen h5 mate. But then it was black to play.
Black to play, yeah.
Very important.
Yeah, I assume it's just a draw here because, yeah, pretty much any square you put the rook on, I think, is kind of fine because the queen cannot take the rook on almost any of them. I would actually kind of suggest choosing a square which is not connected to the a1 square. Like rook b2 would be probably the last square I choose.
Would you choose b2 or d2 if you're given a chance? Like d2 hangs the rook immediately.
Yeah, I think you actually choose d2, right?
Yeah.
Really?
So that
Yeah.
if you blunder it after some check, that if it gets taken, a1 is still a move, right?
Right.
If you blunder it on b2 with check, that's not going to go well for you. He goes rook c2, which is also kind of an understandable choice. An additional plus side to rook d2 was that it was threatening rook d3, rook a3. And rook c2 does not create a threat of rook c3, rook a3. So this is like an additional layer of why you would maybe choose rook d2 there.
Yeah, at some point Wesley needs to make a draw, right? Because bishop f6
Bishop
at some
f6
point will...
it's going to be scary. If
I
you
mean,
don't
king
have a
g4, king
perpetual.
g4 makes a draw.
Yeah,
a lot of moves make a draw.
Yeah.
A lot
Yeah.
of moves make a draw.
King
He's
g4
well
still makes a
within.
draw. And
Yeah.
Most queen moves to a light square will make a draw because queen e8 starts hitting
No.
the king, yeah.
Now
Yeah.
the only thing
Very
is
interesting game in
don't
which-
blunder queen h5 or queen f5 mate. Sorry, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems like a very interesting game, which I'm assuming Wesley missed some chances, but
Well,
whoa!
Playing for a win, obviously it's fine.
Anton, what a move!
That's why we invite him. That's why we invite him. Wesley saw was black?
Yeah.
What?
Wow.
No repetition for you, sir. He is on 5 minutes against 30 seconds as well, so
What a pro.
an additional layer to this.
Yeah, maybe he says, I don't run the risk. I have a pawn on a2. I'm playing bishop f6. You find a draw,
Yeah,
Wesley.
25 seconds, please. Yeah,
Please, sir.
Make moves, sir.
But there was also f5 check.
Yeah, and
By the way,
Vishy has
Vishy
won
did-
in the meantime, as we've expected. Queen e5, I guess, with the idea of bishop f6, e7.
No f5 check, perhaps.
F5 check as
And
well,
pick
kinda
up that
strong,
rook.
kinda strong, yeah.
Pick up that rook.
Yeah, you pick it up with check, which is important.
Yeah.
That's and the
And the
a2.
a2. Actually, it's funny because if you don't pick up the a2 and you don't have a check, you might still be worse.
Yeah.
But it all threat queen e5.
Yeah, the queen e5 is a cagey move. I like it actually.
Yeah, rook
Do you
g2
have
check
rook
still.
h4 check?
Yeah, no, we're never leaving the second rank.
Because you've got to also, as you just mentioned, e7 is on
Yeah.
tap for white. So any bishop move, like bishop f6, besides f5. So you could have a sequence that went check, king here, bishop f6, where it's all gone wrong.
Yeah, e7.
Suddenly for black.
Is this a draw?
Yes, after bishop e7, it's just a draw.
Bishop b7, and maybe even rook h8. I was wondering if
Really?
rook h8 is
Yeah.
also a draw, but rook h8 is a bit risky.
rook h?
How
That
does
is
rook h8?
great.
Oh, because of king h6. Huh?
And
Yeah.
king h6.
Yeah, king
By the way,
h6 is
what's
good.
the clock times, Alejandro?
Wesley is
It's
playing
30
all-
seconds for Wesley and 4 minutes and 44 for Anton. He's played so much
Wow.
faster. He's putting that pressure. I love king h6.
What
Find
a
it checked,
move.
sir, on 15 seconds. Wesley. He's not used to this kind of stuff.
No.
He's the one that's usually putting the pressure.
That's
Anton
exactly-
is such a beast.
Queen
a5
went
back, but-
to a5.
Bishop f6, e7, or bishop takes e7. We've made progress.
Huge progress. If
Aren't
that's-
we just winning?
Bishop f6. Can I go queen a8?
Ah, yeah. Hang on, but king h7.
Queen e4 check.
Unfortunately, you're never winning. I mean, if you ask the
It's
engine, you're never
perpetual.
winning.
It's
because
all zeros. I get that.
The moment you give up on e7 and you have to take bishop takes e7, any move with the queen to the last rank is just about, I mean, as long as you're controlling.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's
But again,
It's
4
cagey,
minutes,
but it does say that everything's a draw.
for 4 minutes for Anton, 15 seconds for Wesley, and this is the type of moment that you just relish as a
Yeah.
grandmaster. That you've got this excessive amount of time to lay a cunning trap, Peter. You're just thinking to yourself, okay, you're calculating as furiously as you possibly can. How can you trick your opponent?
Bishop
and
f6 plays, he will
Bishop
have to
f6,
play e7.
e7 instantly.
No choice, right?
Yeah.
No checks, no nothing.
But what about queen to the a?
Loses to rook h4 check, I think, and then a1, and you don't have your.
There's no perpet.
Yeah.
There's no perpetual for you. Yeah, e7, bishop e7, and now has to play queen a8, and shockingly, apparently, this is a draw.
Not so sure how shocking that is.
And he's done it.
Yeah.
He has done it. He's got to check him from behind.
Yeah. You know, one good thing about the black position now is that even like as long as you don't blunder mate, you can now blunder the a2 pawn, and you're still very easily making a draw.
Very easily. Yeah.
Like, so you know, even if you have to play something like you panic blindly for some reason, you go rook h4 check, king g3, I don't know, king h7 is a very, very comfortable draw for you.
Yes, absolutely so.
So
No,
yeah,
there's no question.
Zero risk involved, but you can still lose this position. No, because there's bishop. I found a very cute way to lose this position, but it's
Please.
not actually losing. Rook g2 check,
Yes.
and then queen takes g2.
And it's not
a1
losing.
queen h3, but we have bishop h4 giving us a very important d7 square to run.
Bishop h.
Yeah, otherwise I get mated on f6 actually.
Yes.
I get driven to f6 and mated there.
Niche made
Nice.
recently.
That is,
But
of
bishop
course.
h4 actually gives me the e7 square in this
Isn't
position.
that like
so-
the Anastasia mate, by the way? I
don't think that's
the
the
construction
Anastasia
you mean?
mate.
Yeah. What's the Anastasia mate?
I'm not sure. I'm very, very
you
poor
you,
with
you
the.
have the
Our like 800 level chess knowledge. Yeah.
yeah, I just went down. Ooh, we have king g8.
She's going king h7, king g8 instead of rook g2 check. Rook g2 check is just a bad move. Obviously, you never play that. But
The mate is just a back rank mate, but with rook and knight.
What?
That's what it says. I just googled it. Let me Google that for you. .com.
yeah, king g8, queen a8 check. Yeah, there is always going to be perpetuals here. You would have to assume like the
No, that's
the
just-
light squares.
no,
are, the light squares are too weak. And if you play bishop f8, you can't create a threat. Bishop f8 probably stops perpetuals. But the issue is with the bishop on f8, you can't really make any sort of
Not
progress.
with the bishop
yeah.
on f6. You need the bishop on f6. So
Yeah.
the problem I see with this is an
Even something like king
immediate-
f5 or whatever, yeah.
Well, just kind of.
Or queen d5 and then back.
It's
yeah.
it's just kind of immediate that.
I don't want to provoke g6. I don't want to even invite the calculations of g6, bishop g7.
he's
I
done
would,
it.
yeah, I would very much like, yeah. No, but he's done it in a way that g6 loses the
you
bishop is
can't.
check. Yeah,
You-
with, the,
you- yes.
with the bishop on f8,
Sorry.
you might still be able to draw after g6, but I really, really don't want to be calculating that.
So g6, queen takes e7.
Yeah,
is
here it's
checked.
completely
Oops.
impossible, yeah.
So you have to go back.
You have to go somewhere, yeah. Or
Well,
h6,
now-
yeah.
Or h6.
Why is h6 unplayable here? h6, queen a8, we had that position actually.
Okay. And a draw agreed.
Yeah.
Perpetual.
They will now be slightly scolded by arbiters, I assume, because I don't think
They
they've
didn't
made
do
it.
the
Yeah.
three times repetition.
But yeah, I'm hoping the arbiters
For
will be slightly
rapid.
lenient, yeah,
Yeah, for
because
rapid.
yeah, I mean it was a very, very hard-fought game and it was a repetition. So.
Alejandro starting with a bang. 4 decisive games out of 5. That's the way. We like it.
That's why we play rapid chess.
Yeah,
It's
baby.
not classical anymore. It's none of this one decisive game per
Per
round.
round.
4 is the norm. Tons of action. Levon beating Favi to me is the big news of the day. We did have some matchups in which you had favorites, and the favorites crushed. Jan-Krzysztof over Gavrilescu, Richard Rapport over Shevchenko, and this one is not such a big difference, but Anand over Radek. So we did have a lot of the favorites taking game 1 for themselves. And remember, rapid counts for double the good for our predictions that won their first round. This is going to be a fun event. Already with the first round, we see that some players are just out for blood here in Warsaw.
Even that game that ended in a draw
Yeah.
was a game that was full of vim and vigor
Absolutely, and also
potential decisive.
Yeah, I should be scolded and not the players because they actually did make it a threefold. So yeah, I'm completely full of it.
Well,
As usual.
First things first, a little housekeeping. Let's
Yes.
go to Q Boutique. We're not going to go on break because we have some special guests in the house.
Yeah.
But first, what can folks get, Peter?
Absolutely. Yeah, the item being promoted today from the QBoutiqueSTL.com store is a limited edition 2022 T-shirt, which features these very nice baggage tag marks on both the front and the back of the shirt, with all the stops of the Grand Chess Tour 2022 on the shirt there. Very nice pastel color.
I saw Kite and Tyler sporting these shirts earlier in the day, so
Yes.
they obviously know what's on sale, the goods. But let's first jump over to Warsaw with Cristian and a special guest, Gary Kasparov.
Thank you, Yasser. We are here with a man that needs absolutely no introduction, the 13th world champion and the patron of the Grand Chess Tour, Mr. Garry Kasparov. Gary, first of all, welcome back to the show. We haven't seen you since Romania. Now, tell us a bit, what have you been doing in those last few days?
I flew from Romania. I just won event in Europe, so in Switzerland. Then back to America. It was a few very busy days, and then flew here to Poland. So life is busy. Mostly this, of course, it's interviews and all the events. They are related to politics, to Ukraine, but there's always room for chess. So and for other things like machines, decision making, AI. So it's I never suffer from lack of attention.
Absolutely. Let's start with the beginning. Yesterday we had an amazing opening ceremony. Tell us about your first impressions of that, as well as round number 1.
Look, I think it's very natural to have a big event in Warsaw now. Poland is now a chess powerhouse. It's not just jan-krzysztof Duda. It's an overall rise of interest for the game. I thought it was, it's a great location. We know that Superbet has been trying and very successfully to set up new standards for organizing events in Europe. So we know that St. Louis now had its standards, but I could see now, and everybody can see that Superbet is doing absolutely everything to make sure that Europe will be on par with America in paying respect and homage to the game and the players.
Tell us a bit about this partnership. Superbet is a new partner for all 3 tour stops here in Europe. Tell us about that and the development of this new partnership.
Look, we know that Superbet has been founded by Sasha Dragic, a former chess player. So and it was purely accidental meeting I had with him in Bucharest, having one event. It was a dinner, and then he called me and said, so probably I could do more for the game of chess. Superbet was rising. It's getting bigger and bigger, and with Superbet growing in size, so the appetites to support chess also growing. So it's a match made in heaven. I think we had probably one of the strongest chess sponsors in history. Somebody who played at the master level in former Yugoslavia, and now is very happy to see how chess is being promoted. Of course, their area of interest so far is Eastern Europe, but I believe it could be expanded, and I think that the European segment of Grand Chess Tour is safe for many years to come.
One thing that I really love seeing whenever I come to the opening ceremony of these tours, as well as the rounds, you see a lot of young participants in the opening ceremony, in the simuls. What is the impact that this tour has on those young aspiring players?
Look, it's a part of the philosophy of Superbet, but it's also as part of my own promotional philosophy. It's the combining the Grand Chess Tour activities with Kasparov Chess Foundation activities, and Superbet now is very aggressively pursuing the chess educational programs in Romania. So I think it's just a matter of time before they succeed in putting chess in Romanian schools, and we could see that's in other countries like Poland. So it's not centralized, but in many parts of Poland they already have chess programs, and these two trends they have to work in synergy. So you need public interest. You need kids getting into the game to offer incentives for sponsors, but also you need them for to find talent. So it's a self-sustaining system, and Poland probably is now it's most likely it's still a leading country in Eastern Europe, but I will not be surprised to see Romania also catching up soon. And then again, this is when you have few countries just making so much progress. I'm sure the others will try to also to catch up.
In this tournament, we have 6 wildcards, and once again, the emphasis is on youth. How important it is for guys like Kirill Shevchenko, David Gavrilescu to play against the best chess players on the planet at this stage in their careers?
You know, I think it's a very natural choice because chess is getting younger, one of the problems of Grand Chess Tour or many events of that type was that we had the same faces, moving from one place to another. It's like like a circus, and having young players, they may not be at that yet at that level, but it just offers them an opportunity. So that's the way to bring them in and just to train them, but also it creates more excitement because it's people like to see new faces. So we still have old usual suspects, but it's great, we have Kirill Shevchenko and Anand, playing in the same tournament. So I'm really happy to see that, we are now here just, bringing the players who are generations apart.
Absolutely, and speaking of excitement, we came from Romania and we were seeing 3-4 draws per round. In this round,
it was classical.
That was classical,
okay,
of course. In this one, we started off with almost all decisive games. The last one between Wesley and Korobov was a draw, but that one was very close to being a decisive one as well. Now, let's go through the games. What game did you have your eyes on?
Yeah, the first game I looked at was the Duda Gavrilescu.
Duda Gavrilescu.
Yeah, so that's it's it's interesting. Gavrilescu played very quick, very quickly, and I don't know, but Duda also just
Duda was blitzing out his moves.
Blitzing all his moves, and again I would be very concerned about Black's position here, but he played Queen D5, and after C4 I think he just
He stopped.
Yes, he stopped.
For
yes.
a second.
Yeah, but I don't know whether the position was that bad. I mean, naturally, this something is wrong. With just you have to develop your pieces, in a more traditional fashion. But still, there's one moment in the game that just remains. This is for me. Another yes, Queen A5, B3, Bishop D7, D5. Do the blade. Take. D. Okay, here there's D takes C6. Yes.
D takes.
Yeah, and here I think it's just he played B3. Yes, which is.
Indeed.
Which I think it's not a good move. Yes, that's what maybe the only chance was Knight C6.
Knight C6, absolutely. No,
yeah, because this you have to develop the pieces.
Yes.
So isn't that clear?
No, absolutely not.
That's what I just I looked at it because I was doing my interviews there and I said defiance. It's looked bad, but then if you play Knight C6. Yeah,
at
but
least you get your pieces out.
Yeah, but look at white pieces. Rook on this. They're still way behind. E takes F7 you can take, or King F8. I don't know. You can take one. Yeah,
no, already black seems to be better at this point.
No, but I know this is after Knight C6. By the way, black can always this castle is still. Short castle is still possible.
It's still possible.
And after Knight C6, but it's important that this Knight, because this Knight eventually went on D4 and E6. So how can you keep Knight on? I would have played Knight C6, just without even thinking. Because
without thinking.
No, you develop.
Instinctively just you develop your pieces.
Yeah, you develop the pieces. That's what I learned when I was a kid. You develop your pieces.
Perhaps a lack of experience for the young Romanian superstar. He did play the move B3. It seems like it maintains the balance, more or less, at least from a practical
C5 was very
perspective.
strong move. Yes, C5.
It's not an easy endgame to defend.
Yeah, right. But then again, that's here you got the position that is just that's the he played Rook H1. It's really hard to actually do. I'm not sure his position is okay.
Yeah, it seems to be close to okay.
But you need to be a computer. So
yes.
I don't know what's the only move here. I don't know.
Perhaps Bishop to A3 would have been the only move after Rook F8 already immediately.
Knight G5, yes.
Knight G5 and the game collapses.
Yeah.
Very difficult game for Gavrilescu, but a good start for the young Polish superstar. Now let's go to this game between. I want to start with this one, Shevchenko versus Rapport.
Yeah.
Because we, once again, see another French.
Yeah, it is.
This time with E5, and we follow this variation. And another striking thing was that Rapport was blitzing out his moves while his opponent was burning quite a lot of time. Up to this point, still within theory. I think.
Theory?
Yes. Theory was
this
all the way. Not yet. I think we are already out of theory. I believe C4 was the first move out of theory. Yes. So he played this move bishop to b8 quite fast, Ricci that is, and after c4 he had his first thing with this move a6. Now at this point Shevchenko had only 16 minutes and it seems that he was struggling. How did you assess his position?
I don't know. Look, if White succeeds in destroying black center, it's really dangerous. But after a6, he ended up sacrificing the piece.
He did. He played a move knight to c3, and by the way, he blitzed out these moves after giving up his piece, and
Yeah,
unfortunately played this move bishop to c5 quickly, which is a mistake.
Knight b6, yes.
Knight to b6,
Knight b6
was necessary in this position. But once again, it's so difficult to play, right? Because you have to actually take on d7 and then just simply take on b5. It doesn't feel very natural.
Yeah, but it's probably dynamic equality.
Yes.
Yes, I would.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
And he played this move bishop to c5, after which it seems like Rapport
Bishop
just
f5,
simply
yes. Yeah.
took over.
It took over. Yes. This is the.
Took over. So a shaky start for Shevchenko. Now, do you know Kirill at all? Have you been following his career up to this point?
I think I just I played him in the simul in Kiev. In 2014, I was at the end of the 2014, so
He was quite young.
Yeah, he was very young. So, but yeah, it's a very spectacular career. So, and I think he's I don't know whether he's already the strongest Ukrainian player, but he's definitely now going to going this way. And I think this tournament will be very helpful because that's very important. Even if you know what to do, so you still. You have to go through this test, playing all the best players in the world, and I think this tournament will actually help him to reveal his true potential.
And one more game that I do want to take the pulse from you is this one, the clash between a man that you know so very well, Anand versus Wojtaszek, and they played this quick theoretical line.
Is it theoretical now?
It seems like it was theoretical, but Wojtaszek was playing really quickly, and at this point he had 26 minutes on the clock, and Vichy only had 20 minutes.
F5.
F5. Take. This is the moment. Vichy had 20 minutes, and after this, it just felt like he took over. Tell us about this. How is he still playing so well?
I don't know. It's okay. I remember Vasily Smyslov, but we just Vichy. But actually, Vichy has probably I don't know. I'm thinking this whether Korchnoi. So Vichy now is 53. Yes, 53. Korchnoi. Yes, Korchnoi. That's the only parallel. So, but still, I think Vichy is doing probably. As well, probably even better.
And it's not even only about the age, but he's quite inactive. And he took second in Croatia. Now he starts off with.
I think that's important. This is probably it's part of a character. So he's just he feels fine. So he's not again. It's at the end of the day, chess is about making decisions, and I think she found this is the right approach to the game. So this is and it counts in rapid chess. So, but it's just he makes moves. He doesn't work. It doesn't work. So, he's this calm and his the way he just approaches the game. So I think it offers him some kind of a psychological advantage, and maybe it's also being felt by the opponent. So and look. He knows how to put the pieces in the right square. So that's you saw here, and it's very quickly. Knight on the 5, knight c6, knight on the 7, and just all white pieces arrived at the station on time. Yes.
Gary, thank you very much for joining us. Now, before I let you go, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who's your favorite to win this event?
I don't know. I think jan-krzysztof. Yeah, so he will be. It's home turf, but. Look, anything can happen. It's a tough event. It's blitz. So I would, but I won't be surprised if Vichy as well. So this is but again, this is the beauty about this tournament. That's don't forget we have Wesley, we have Leon Aronian. All of them can do really well. So
Gary, always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in the next few days. And we're actually going to go on a break. Stay with us, and we're going to come back shortly.
It's a beautiful day in Warsaw. Welcome to the opening ceremony of the Grand Chess Tour. We are going to have a drawing of lots for the Rapid and Blitz event, so let's have a look.
Let me say that, I think with great certainty, I can say that in this hall, you have most likely one of the Magnus Carlsen's opponents for the match.
It was an amazing opening ceremony. We heard the speeches, we saw the ceremony of drawing of lots, we saw the simultaneous exhibition, and now it's time to get back to the games.
Welcome back to our coverage of day one of the Superbet Rapid and Blitz in Warsaw, Poland, as we show you the playing hall. Very, very beautiful venue, one of the more striking venues we've seen in recent times.
Absolutely. And we had some footage of a opening ceremonial move.
But
we'll get that to you.
Not just yet. First the standings after round one, and as you see on your screen, a very clear indication that you get 2 points for a win here, with people already on 2 points despite only one game being played. We had a very, very decisive round, with only game being drawn as being the game between Wesley and Anton Korobov, which was also a very sharp, very combative
yes, it
event.
was fair.
And there we have the footage of Radek sitting down to play game 2 against Kirill Shevchenko, and a kind of a slight preview of our pairings for the round. This probably is
Wesley versus Vichy and
one of the, if not the
heavyweights.
pairing for the round. Yeah,
and this is the pairings, Peter, for round 2.
There's a game there between Korobov and Gavrilescu. Gavrilescu also starting with a double black. This is really not
fun, right?
not what you want to have
in this field. Oof.
Yeah, in your first ever tournament of this magnitude, to start with a double black is not great. Fabi is white against jan-krzysztof in a kind of a slight candidates preview there.
It's a great game.
It's
Fantastic
a hype game.
Yeah.
Richard.
Richie is white against Levon, also very, very nice pairing. Radek plays against Kirill Shevchenko, and Wesley white against Vichy.
I like these pairings, especially this one. This
Yes.
is always a fun game.
Yeah.
Fabi against Duda have produced some amazing games through the years.
Well, to begin with just that, but also, again, as we're saying, the candidates preview, as they will be going to Madrid next month to determine the challenger. And we saw there on our break that we were listening to Garry Kasparov. Garry Kasparov saying that he expects the challenger to emerge from this field.
And remember, the field has 3 candidates in it. It has Fabiano Caruana, it has jan-krzysztof Duda, and it has Richard Rapport. So certainly 3 players that could contend against Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship. Out of those, I think, and we do have our first move.
Yeah, this is the first move. And this is Radoslav Jedniak, president of the Polish Chess Federation and grandmaster in his own right, making the first move in Radek's game against Kirill Shevchenko.
Radek and Radek.
Yes. If you could very quickly stand between them, you could make a wish.
Wishbone, and you just break them apart, or never mind.
And we're moving on.
Radical, to think of it that way. We saw some French defenses in round 1, and that really perked us up. What are we expecting? More French defenses?
Sicilian in the Levon game against
Bishop C4.
He was making an appearance.
Is he going to play H6 again?
No. Levon tried that.
H6
that was played
MVL.
against him. That was actually played against him. By
Against him.
And that didn't work out very well.
What do you mean? He was much. Yeah, but this is a reason to play H6 again, right?
Right.
It's true. Yeah, Bishop C4, this is what Cristian was talking about earlier, about Richard using the sidelines in every variation. And D3 played, and we're almost out of theory already.
Yeah, Levon
A7,
declining to. I mean, I think H6 was played first, but A6 was also played in that game, so we're not really deviating that much just yet. And we're referring to arguably the decisive game of the, maybe not even arguably, actually the decisive game of the Bucharest tiebreak, in which MVL needed a draw with the black pieces against Levon in the final rapid tiebreak.
Which MVL won. He won 3 games in a row on the final day to clinch the first place in the Bucharest Classic.
Interesting that Richard already thinks here. I'm guessing the choice is between sort of A4 and Bishop B3 and C3, even though of those two, I mean, they both allow knight A5. I think I figured out why he's thinking. And I hate the idea of giving up this bishop so much that I actually probably would have played A3 or A4 there.
Because knight A5.
Yeah, because knight A5, once again, even bishop B3 doesn't save the bishop, because we still don't have the C2 square available to it. So if black wants it, you can definitely consider playing knight a5 here and
Hunting down
trading.
this
Yeah,
bishop.
it's slightly time-consuming for black, but my general feeling about picking up the bishop pair is so favorable that
Yeah,
I would be very seriously considering it. But Levon actually does play h6, the move that MVL played in a very similar position against him.
H7.
And remember,
I
the
think-
idea was to hide the bishop on
And
H7.
now C2,
C3 bishop g4 played, yeah.
preserving the bishop. if
Preserving
you
the
will.
bishop for sure, and also white, I assume, expects to be pushing in the center at some point. This is still very curious to me. Yeah, knight bg2, e6 played. Yeah, and we can actually go in with a very similar idea that Levon did in the game, right? We could play h3, g4, knight h4,
And f4.
and f4 in the end blunders a pawn, right? So you might have to play knight g2, but then black expands with d6, d5. These positions, in my mind, they're much more associated with some of the bishop b5 check lines that lead to, or at least could lead to positions like this. But seemingly bishop c4 also now results in these types of structures. Obviously, white is not obliged to do any of this, but they could.
All right. Well, we'll let this percolate a bit and turn over to Alejandro as we've got your favorite Benko Gambit on the board, Alejandro.
So Benko Gambit, it's not a common guest at this level of chess. Always love to see it. This variation with d4, knight f6, c4, c5, d5, e6 is the Benoni. There's other things to be played, but b5 straight into the Benko Gambit. Good old strategical ideas here. Unfortunately, nowadays, the Benko Gambit is regarded as a dubious way of playing for black. The computers have really put a damp on the theory here for the black side. But a curious little way of playing here for the black side. After b takes a6, bishop takes a6 and g6 are really the top two lines. Bishop a6 is considered to be the old line, g6 the new line, but e6 played instead by Shevchenko. It was tried during the late 80s, early 90s as an alternate way of playing the Benko Gambit to immediately strike in the center. Never really gained a lot of popularity because of the move knight c3, pawn takes d5, knight takes d5, and a lot of players felt that this only helped white, didn't really help black that much. But Kirill, always working hard on chess, always believing in sacrifices, must have at least an idea of the compensation in this position. Objectively, I don't think this is good for black, but in a rapid time control and with the practical choices of the clock, I think it's fine. You get the initiative, you're able to play a bunch of moves on a row. You should know the move bishop g5. I mean, it's kind of a very forcing move. And you gain this time advantage, you gain the initiative, you sacrifice a pawn. Is it good enough to play against a player like Radek Wojtaszek, very prepared, but also very well versed in theory, right? Some of these players you want to take out of theory, some of these players you want them to think on their own grounds. And here we have it. White's up a pawn, but has some problems, hasn't finished his development. Of course, the A and B file, the typical Benko Gambit type of compensation where you have this pressure against the queenside pawns. This one's going to be fun.
Yeah, talking about fun, I see this huge heavyweight clash between Wesley and Vichy Anand.
Yeah, but we'll get to that. For now, we're going back to Warsaw to take a look at a special interview that we have prepared for him.
Thank you, Peter. We are here with Radoslav Jedyniak, the Polish Chess Federation president. Radoslav, welcome to the show. Tell us a little bit about how difficult it is to put a tournament of this magnitude together.
Well, this class of tournament doesn't happen very often, and it's always difficult, and there's a lot of new things and new tasks. Some things you have never done before. And this is just such a prestigious event full of top players. It's not the first such tournament in Poland. We had a World Championship, we had European Championship over the last year, and there are so many problems, of course, because we have so many players. Every player has his own plans, wishes, and it's a long story and a difficult thing. I like that the tournament takes place, especially here in the Polish Jewish Museum. This is especially nice because it reminds us that we have great connections between Polish and Jewish people. Polish and Jewish played chess together before the Second World War. We both nations. We won gold medal in Chess Olympiad in Hamburg 1930 and many other great results, especially in Chess Olympiads. Players like Akiba Rubinstein, Miguel Najdov, just to mention the most important and the best players of Polish national team were, of course, of Jewish origins, and that's great we're playing in this
absolutely quite
wonderful place.
Important. And tell us a bit, you took over 4 years ago and Polish chess has pretty much exploded. How important it is to see two of your best chess players, Duda and Wojtaszek, participating against the best chess players in the world?
Yes, they are. Well, Duda and Wojtaszek, they work so hard that it was quite obvious they will be in the top of the world, especially jan-krzysztof Duda, who will play the candidates tournament in Madrid, just to challenge Magnus Carlsen if possible. I like them playing here another tournament, especially such a big event as Superbet, by many considered as the strongest tournament ever played in Poland.
In Poland, yeah.
This is possible when you look at the average rating. This is possible. Probably you have to calculate it somehow, but I think this is true. This
very
is
close.
Very close. It must be the strongest event, and that's great. They are playing here, but this is not like a gift. They deserve playing in this big tournament. But I also count that they will lead Polish national team to medal on the Chess Olympiad.
And how important it is for the younger generation to have two leaders like these two players spearheading the revolution in Polish chess?
That is extremely important. I remember, as I'm chess grandmaster, I remember when I was young, and we didn't have such a leader. But still, we had some round-robin tournaments, even with Anatoly Karpov, with some players, and I went to watch them live. I wanted to see the best players in the world, but they were not Polish. But now, young players, they see Duda and Wojtaszek, who are Polish, and this must be a much better boost. And there is nothing strange that we have so many young people starting chess. Tens of thousands new Polish players, young, just 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. They started playing. They watch Duda and Wojtaszek, and they will be more and more. And in probably 10 years, we'll have another Duda or Wojtaszek or something like this.
Well, probably in the audience right now, because the theater is packed with young players as well. Now, I'm going to put you on the spot before we go back into the games. Who's your favorite to win this event?
jan-krzysztof Duda.
Duda it is. Thank you very much.
I think he'll win. He's especially good in rapid and blitz chess.
He is indeed. Thank you very much for joining the show.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. I'd like to immediately turn your attention, Peter, if you will, to the game of Wesley So versus Vishy Anand. For me, these are the positions I like the most, where the kings are on opposite sides and both players are, trying to attack the other opponent's king with everything they've got. Now, in this moment, Wesley's king is actually the more vulnerable. He has less pawn cover.
In this respect, yes, but structurally white is of course much better, so white gained a lot of space by pushing e4 and black pretty much ignoring it, allowing e4, e5. Doing this with the king on g1 would be pretty much unthinkable, I think, because it kind of ruins the opposition to such a degree and gives white such an easy attack on the king side long term that it's just a very bad mistake to not challenge the white center like this. But the white king is on c1, which is a whole other deal. Yeah, and
that's a bold move.
People are listening to you. I think you are becoming a little bit too much of an influence on world chess.
I think I just lost control, though, Peter. I'm not. I mean, I'm a pawn grubber, but man, that's a hot looking pawn.
That is a very, very risky move. And Wesley must know what he's doing here, because after, let's say, queen a5, I think queen a5 is by far the most natural reply.
Sure.
It looks very scary, but I guess maybe we can go all the way back and then go like knight ec3 and pretend that everything is sort of connected.
Knight e2 to c3.
Maybe take on before first and then knight c3, because if you keep the queen on c6, it gets attacked by both rook e6 and bishop b6. Like take with the rook here, and this is one way to, I think, lose your queen, right? You go knight c3,
Yeah.
and I go bishop b7, queen d6, rook e6, and it's gone. Just
That's
gone.
That's why we felt grabbing
yeah.
the pawn could have issues. So that was why you went back right away.
Yeah, I think this might be what Wesley is intending, because otherwise I can't imagine it staying on 6 and remaining safe for very long.
My goodness.
And Vishy starts by taking on d2 first, which is also possible. I wasn't sure why we're supposed to do it this early. It didn't seem like it was gaining us any particular tempi.
Yeah, queen a5 looks so much.
Is king takes d2 ever a move? I mean, rook takes d2 is played automatically, and he has already played it, but I was wondering if maybe there's some argument for getting the king away from the c file. And yeah, perhaps like walking it to safety via e3 and f2. But it's a bit too fancy.
I would have considered it.
Fancy
I don't know, Alejandro.
FPS creeping on 8 a.m.
I don't know. This looks really, really
and I'm wondering if Vishy intends to go like knight e5, d, bishop d7 or something. But there would be one explanation for why we've taken on g2. But I don't think it works.
I haven't been able to make this work.
Yeah, even queen takes d5 if all else fails. Just leads to like an endgame with an extra pawn on e5.
At the moment, I still don't see.
Yeah, but also queen c2 I think
the
is fine.
piece.
Yeah, like rook c8, knight a c3, and d5 d4 is not a move. So we can't really make this work.
Really be a move with. Oops, sorry.
Yeah.
With
so
stuff.
I'm not sure why we've taken on g2 so early, but we can still play queen a5. I assume. I don't think a lot has changed necessarily.
One of the reasons why I might get behind bishop takes d2, but it's a long one. I get to go queen a1 check one day, and I've got something like the rook is hanging, like something like this. Of course, I understand you're going to drop the bishop.
Yeah, we have bishop b1. It's
But that was the only reason I can imagine why rook takes.
It does confuse me. Honestly, it does
d2.
confuse me a little bit. I didn't think it was necessary at all to.
And also, just to continue the point once more, you know,
rook on
the rook on d2 is
protects the pawn on b2. Yeah.
Like why did he take on d2? Not sure. Alejandro, what have you got for us? You're looking at the Benko gambit.
Of course, I'm looking at the Benko gambit.
Of course you are.
Queen e4 on the board. We have a couple of moves since we left it. Bishop e7, knight takes e7. Just give me the bishop. Not only will I be up a pawn, but also the pair of bishops. What does black have in return? Tempi. Knight is developed, about to castle. These guys, it's going to take a while. It's going to take a while to get them all out of their back rank. And after the move knight f3, h6 was played, and now here white has a choice. You could take on f6, queen takes f6, hits your pawn on b2 though. You could retreat the bishop to f4 or to h4, and the edges really like bishop h4 as the only good move. But bishop f4 was played, and this is the issue. Queen e4, very nice move by Shevchenko.
Wow.
Attacks the bishop and says, doesn't this help white develop? Doesn't it just help me play e3 and bishop d3? Yes, it does, and no, it doesn't. Knight b4 on the board. This is the current position, and now you have this deadly threat of knight c2 check. You'd love to play bishop d3, not on time to do so because the knight also guards the d3 square. a2 is hanging, knight c2 is a threat. The edge is saying you must play the move rook c1 and give up a2. The position's a huge mess. Both sides with their chances because black does give up a couple of tempi himself. e3 was played, the knight's already developed. So in some cases you can even destroy all of white's queenside and not get an advantage because white will be the one with compensation with the pair of bishops and active play. Yes, but that's all we're talking about. We're not talking about the typical Benko pawn and I'm pushing forward in this position. This is a mess here between Wojtaszek and Shevchenko. Meanwhile, in the game between Levon Aronian with the black pieces and Richard Rapport, we have another huge mess. Both sides opposite castling. King on b8 will certainly be safer than the king on g1, but there are some tactical ideas. For example, if you move the king, this knight might disappear from f4 and allow the move bishop f4. Take advantage of the diagonal, take advantage of the weakened c5. You could play knight g2. You could even consider taking on h5 like a good Yasser would do. The edges are saying the knight g2 is definitely the better move. But after queen f5 check, you could also consider queen d7. I like black's position because you're a little bit better developed and you have this pressure on the pawns. The engines are saying it's not a big deal. Chances are about equal. I don't understand why they say that. I love black's position from the get-go. Perhaps analyzing a little bit deeper, you start to realize that it's not so easy to coordinate black's pieces, and that white still has chances. Of course, there are some pawns hanging in black's position, namely c5 and h5, and there we go.
King
Move
b8 on the board.
Yeah, knight g2 probably needs to be played because you do have to start threatening bishop f4, and you need to develop this bishop. At least the knight on f4, I think, has to go somewhere.
Right, in order to be able to play bishop f4. Oh, very exciting games, I must say. That I like the way this round has, do we say totted up?
Yeah, it's shaping up very nicely. The one game there that is a slight exception, I think, is the game between the two candidates, the game between Fabi and Jan-Krzysztof, where they're debating this line that we actually discussed without putting pieces on the board there, this endgame that, that Yasser now brought up on your screens. It's the kind of the new and potentially improved version of this really strange endgame with the double def pawns,
Right.
where black includes h6 to have the ability to play bishop h7 instead of bishop g6.
As this game shows.
Yeah, and the current position is, I think, it's a demonstration of what black is trying to achieve in this line. You have these permanent weaknesses, they're not going to go away. You're never trading the f5 pawn for anything unless white finds a beneficial way of pushing h3 and g4. But in general, this is your structure for the rest of the game. It doesn't look very appetizing, but you get a very decent square for your knight here. It went d7, b6, c4, d6, e4, and looks very, very long-winded, but incredibly difficult to stop for white. If white ends up pushing it away with f2, f3, that weakens white's own pawn structure a little bit, and then I guess it goes back to c4 and exerts pressure against the e3 pawn. And the pawn on f5, yes, it's weak, but it's very difficult to push against.
Attack, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's only a weakness as if you can attack it, right?
Yeah,
And castle's
exactly.
on the board.
Castle surprises me a little bit. I thought the king belonged on e6, but
Right. It still can make a beeline there. Nothing, nothing ventured, nothing lost. But it did seem to me that you wanted to, right here, after the move rook, you did want a kind of a structure where, as you say, your king steps up to e6, you defend the pawn very nicely, your rook will slide over, and like you say, even though the structure is very favorable for white, black's very solid. Great, boring, strategic chess. We'll keep an eye on that, Peter. Let's go to more exciting pastures.
Definitely not the more exciting position.
Exactly.
One more endgame we have here, kind of a typical-ish.
Where does this come from? This is like a queen's gambit with queen a4.
No, this was a Ragozin
Right.
with queen a4 check, where Anton is playing for a small but kind of a stable plus here. Knight e6 is a clever little move by Gavrilescu, using the fact that rook takes b7 currently is impossible because knight c5 picks up a full piece, attacking both the rook and the bishop on d3, meaning that the rook will have to go back. And then very importantly for black, black is just in time to play d5, d4 in such a way that e3, e4 is not great in response because we have knight f4.
Exactly.
I wonder if it's still actually something that white needs to choose, like play king g2 here, knight takes g2 and rook c7 perhaps, and start switching to like tactical compensation and playing for dynamic equality.
Yeah, with
I
the
mean, not
king,
equality, dynamic compensation.
Yeah, with the king coming to d3, I would say that this is still a 3-result game.
Absolutely, because
even though we're pawn down.
Yeah, because if black gets to trade the g pawn for the e pawn, first of all, even tactically, it's slightly awkward for white to meet with the king on e1. Still there in the sights of the rook on e8. But even if you could find a comfortable way of doing it, black, I think, equalizes very comfortably if you don't play e4. And you do have to mention that in this tournament, the young Romanian will have a very, very large, sides painted on his back. And
it will be a challenge. Yeah, there's no question about it.
No, what I mean is, Anton in general he is a very, very ambitious player.
As we saw in
at the
round
best,
one against Wesley.
Exactly, but white against Gavrilescu, he will not be trying to sort of allow a very safe equality. He will.
No.
I think the reason something like rook c2 hasn't been played yet is, as I now realize, you can play rook d7 here. Rook b7 loses a piece, rook d7 doesn't,
Which is funny because you're
Yeah.
inviting the same kind of fork, but
Yeah.
only this time, if you fork, the rook will actually cover and protect the bishop
Yeah.
with rook takes d5.
Exactly. So maybe rook d7 is a better choice. The question is, like, rook d8 you will have to take.
Yes.
But then we do get time to play something like king g2 and claim that we're possibly ever so slightly better because this isolani is still an isolani.
Right.
If
We're
you
not
gi-
getting rid of it
Yeah,
anytime
if you give this
soon.
position to somebody like Vishy, I think you might as well just offer a draw here with white. Vishy has been holding these positions for the last like 25 years with his eyes closed and, you know, one arm tied behind his back. But, you know, this is not Vishy, and like I personally probably would not equalize here. If you,
Right.
like, it's one of those where I think the quality of the defender on the black side is very, very relevant.
Okay, and going back to the game of Levon for a moment, because this was just the moment where Alejandro was saying, the knight on f4 has got to go so that you can play so you can threaten the move bishop f4. You don't want to play knight takes h5 and mess up your kingside structure, but knight g2 covering up threatens bishop f4. If I force bishop d6, well, there goes a piece.
I'm enthralled by the match of shirts here.
The match of Richie is
Yeah.
trying to give Levon some competition in the
Look
sartorial.
at that, a run for his money. What is this,
the
a tree
sartorial
floral
splendor
jungle
going on.
pattern?
Yeah, baby, beliefs.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Well,
And then just randomly some kind of like an emblem or a medallion there around the shoulder, you know.
I'm telling you, it's a rare thing for me to say, but I think Levon got outplayed on this one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Happens. Every once in a while it happens. The man is human.
I mean, can I get an amen?
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I agree.
I mean,
Agree.
Riches is definitely the more adventurous of the two, and you don't get to see that very often.
Exactly.
Levon out-styled
Right?
in the
right.
shirt department.
What do we feel about his position, though?
That's now we're talking. This is a challenge for black, right?
It's pretty crazy, knight g2.
Because, okay, first of all, g5 could shut down the king side, and that would be not what black wants to see. Black would just dearly love to take, but I don't think that this piece sacrifice
That doesn't seem to work out, right? Queen
is-
takes f6 here, and you don't have time to play g8 because bishop takes d6 gets the queens off.
Exactly.
This is the problem. Yeah. Otherwise, maybe you could consider it. But
Right? That's
You would
yeah.
consider it, probably doesn't work anyway, because I
Right.
really don't see anything up against knight e3.
Understood.
but
Understood.
you consider it, but it's just a dead line, right?
So knight g2 with this concept of bishop f4 is, by the way, c5's hanging.
Oh, there's issues. There's issues for black to solve. I think they're pretty clear.
I mean, I'm not happy that. No, I don't know. No.
Maybe
no.
you go knight e4 and just bite the bullet.
Bite the bullet. Knight e4 says Alejandro, and
bishop d6, yeah, and something like knight takes c5 here, and you go, I don't know, hg and start opening files on the king side. It will cost you your entire center, so you know who knows if it's good or not, but it's something. It's playable.
It's kind of hope chess a little bit, something like this. You mean?
Yeah, knight e4 d4, yeah, and sort of let's go. But I'm not quite sure where the optimism in the let's go comes from in this
Right.
position. But I don't know, rook d g8 and just claim that the white king is not very safe. But I kind of barely believe myself here.
Right.
You know, it's just-
You never met that Larson, did you? Dude was ruthless in such fun. He would point out to me, nobody believes you, Yasser. It was like, he was right.
Yeah.
I don't believe that pawn sacrifice either.
I was thinking about this move. He played the move king a8 after a long thought, but I didn't know how it really improves the queen. Like, did you really want to go bishop f4, queen b6?
I think that's the intention. Otherwise, I don't really understand the previous move.
But does
wait
this
a minute.
work? I can
No.
take on c5, right?
Exactly. Isn't that just like a tempo?
Well, we'll find out.
You'll
There he goes, queen b6. And
Because
he's saying,
you cannot take on c5, can you?
Yeah, you have to play.
cannot take on c5,
No,
right?
you can't. No, you actually have to play something like queen b5 here, which is really weird. Yeah.
He's done it.
He's done it, and queen b5 played instantly. Let's see.
Well, he wasn't
Okay,
about to blunder a piece. So yeah.
In for a penny, in for a pound, as Levon has gone sacrificial
Yeah,
mode.
full rogue. Yeah.
Yeah, full rogue. Yeah.
Rook a1.
Rook AE1. That looks
Maybe
like a nice start.
Ideas of rook takes e7. I don't know how strong that idea is, but looks like maybe
excuse
maybe
me.
it needs addressing. I guess he wants knight e4. I don't think he cares about the f7 pawn one wit.
Look, one you lost, 1, 2. What's the third? I mean, we're in.
But
I mean,
now
black is
bishop
just
takes
dreaming.
c5. Yeah, bishop takes c5 is now a move we can start considering.
Black is dreaming. Peter, anything to be recommended for, let's say, just shutting down the king side?
g5
I mean,
in h4.
it's like
Yes.
you can't blow up the king side
Yes,
anymore.
it's much harder to open it up. I can play f6 and claim that the pawn on g6 will get picked up when
By
if
the
it
way,
when it gets
I
there,
played h4 a la tempo, and I suddenly realized I don't have to.
You don't have to
play
yet. No,
h5,
you can go rook
h4 yet.
a1 or bishop b3 or
Yeah, I should
bishop b3 maybe
wait.
not so much. Yeah.
I should wait for you to coax the move h3, h4 out of me. I don't know. Levon is going to have to really prove some skeptics here that his double pawn sacrifice is sound. Alejandro, what's happening over in the Vichy Wesley So matchup?
Well, this queen has been brought all the way back from the position it had
On c6?
It was on d6 at some point. But it got kicked around, and it got kicked around, and this was the compensation that Vichy has in this position. A lot of initiative, he's down a pawn, but look at this king, look at the major pieces that white has. They don't make a great impression. Bishop a6, bishop c2. They didn't want to trade the bishops. The engine hating the idea of bishop c2. Takes on e2 was great because after rook takes a2, rook a6 puts yet another question on white's position. This pressure on the a file can be quite annoying. Knight b6, knight takes a4 is certainly an idea. Queen a5 and knight b6 is an idea. Tons of ideas in this position for black. Queen d3 was played, and quickly we had the move queen a5, and this is the situation. Wesley with 12 minutes, Vichy with 17. Extra pawn for white, but not clear where your plan is, because black's plan is simple. You keep attacking things on the queen side, you keep putting pressure until something hopefully collapses. Whether you have to move the knight and you get queen a1 and queen takes b2, whether you play rook c8 and exploit some sort of pin, somehow or another you're kind of hoping the white's position collapses. The more pressure you put on. And every move that you play comes with pressure. You have to get rid of this c2, h7 pressure at some point, but besides that, everything is running with tempo, right? Knight e6 will come at some point, knight b6 will come at some point. This rook on a6 could always improve to the c6 square. Tons of pressure on Wesley's position. Not the type of chess that he really likes. He likes the safe advantages, not getting pressured. He likes converting positions in which he's minimally better. But Vichy sacrificing a pawn and saying, look, I'm going for the initiative, I'm going for the kill. And I think this is making the American very uncomfortable.
Absolutely. I love the knight on f8, which completely blunts the attack along the diagonal, but is ready to leap into the fray any moment with knight e6. Love this idea. Like, if I'm black in this position, I'm really eyeballing, Peter, the move rook
Absolutely,
b4.
yeah.
If I can get the knight to drop back, then I can go even knight b6.
Honestly, the idea of
and
knight e6 is so important here. I'm willing to spend the tempo on g6. We're attacking on the queen side, but I think if we get to play knight e6, the white position just collapses because the pawn on d4 will be very weak. Knight f4 ideas will start coming in. Currently, it's sort of impossible because I don't think anybody allows queen takes h7 check, even though I guess in some positions you could maybe dream of it.
Right.
Because it goes to f8, like we play king f8, we play king e7 if needed. But generally speaking, I don't think white will ever have time enough to play h4, h5, meaning that we can quite safely spend the tempo on g6 and then go knight e6. And as I said, I think the inclusion of that knight in the attack pretty much settles the game, which is, I think, why I saw briefly that the engines were toying with the idea of throwing in e5, e6 here.
Yeah, that's the top move of the engine.
Just to make us take with the pawn.
And to make sure that there is
And make
no
sure
knight
that
e6 in the future.
Giving up the one, very nice extra pawn on e5, just to make sure that this particular piece doesn't join
the fray.
The fray.
Yeah, but okay.
in the
Having
future.
said that, I mean, I understand the knight on e6, but like, I'm just going to put a move on the board for white for a moment. I mean, I'm seeing this move, and I don't see the issue. I am happy to leave the knight stuck behind. Like,
But how do you make significant progress after, let's say, knight c3? Yeah.
That was the knight that I wanted to. I wanted to go queen a1 check, force bishop b1 in the near future, drop a knight on.
This doesn't really look like mate, but maybe it will in a moment, right? I'm wondering if I can actually sort of continue ignoring it, but I don't
By
think
the way,
I
is
can.
rook takes b2 an issue? Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, rook b2 is
That might be a real issue.
My king, like in my mind, my king is already on d2 in all of these lines anyway.
You're ready to get out of Dodge, huh?
I'm not pretending it's safe on c1. I'm sort of running in most cases. I was even considering running after.
I'm thinking that more and more I'm looking at it. You may be running, but you're probably going to start with b2, b3.
Yeah, I think it's needed. I was also going to suggest rook before b3, honestly, instead of knight c3.
Okay.
But yeah, b3 with the idea of maybe playing queen g2, or perhaps just king d1, knight e6. I'm really worried you will actually give up on h7 to take on d4.
Right, especially if you put your king on d1.
Especially after king d1, as you correctly say.
Right.
Yeah, it's very scary for white.
It certainly is.
It's very scary for white.
Wesley, a pawn to the good, he's facing a decision where he has to make a choice of e5, e6. That's not an easy move to play.
He's burning time.
Yeah.
He's burning time. We've been talking about this game for a while.
Yeah.
And he has not made a move. He's down to 7,
rapid chess.
under 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Vichy with still 17, basically. This is very tough situation for Wesley So.
Yeah, no question.
And you have to say that one facet of why this position is so much better for black, and at least in practical play, is just how much easier it is to just throw things at the white king and hoping, you know, that something sticks. Whereas for white, you do here, I think, feel very acutely that
what a strong play.
Man is not bad at chess. Yes.
What?
I mean,
how do you find this move?
I know.
How do you find this move?
That's remarkable.
What a
truly
player.
remarkable.
Yeah.
Recognizing that knight f8 to e6 will be incredibly powerful, hitting the pawn on d4, as Peter has been mentioning. That the knight on e6 combined with the rook coming to b4 is too powerful.
We still like black here, but yeah, the fact that he came to this conclusion is very, very impressive, I think.
Yes, yes. But even after, though, his
position was still bad. It's not like it magically fixed things, but it's better.
What's the follow-up, though, Alejandro?
I'm not really sure what the follow-up is. We're going to leave Wesley do it. You have to play b3 at some point. I think you do have to play this defensive move at some point just to secure your queen side. Otherwise, it will fall to rook
maybe
b4.
you should try running, like queen g2, king d1, king e1, king f2.
Right.
It feels very slow, but black also isn't really winning the game that easily now that we've sort of secured the pawn on d4 for the immediate future.
Look at this.
Yeah, but it's obviously still very very attractive. Yeah, rook. I think he still goes b3 here, and maybe he wants to try to meet knight b6 with rook e6 now.
Knight b6 with rook e6.
Yeah, maybe.
Wow. And Alejandro, what do you have for us?
Well, this mess between Richie and Levon came down to this position. The move g5 was played in this position. The knight did get spooked to e4, and then the move rook d1 came on the board. Very logical, targeting this central pawn on d5, developing the rook. And now there's a lot of choices here for the black pieces. Rook hg8 is possible and was played in the game. f6 is could be played in the game immediately, and it's better to do so right now, and I'm going to explain why in a second. If you play f6 right now, the main line runs rook takes d5, rook takes d5, queen takes d5, and the intermediate f takes g5. So you are hanging the knight, but I am recapturing on f4 the bishop. You cannot take on g5, it's sufficiently defended, so there's still counterplay here. It's a weird position. Instead, the game went rook h8, h4, and now f6, and here I think Levon forgot about something, because after rook takes d5, rook takes d5, this was not played in the game, rook takes d5, queen takes d5, you're no longer just hitting the knight on e4,
Whoops.
Yep, you're also hitting the rook on g8, so I actually lose a ton of material immediately. After the move rook takes d5, your position more or less falls apart. And the difference is that if you take on g5 immediately, After rook takes d8, I distract your rook. Thank you for the free tempo with the move h4, because here after rook takes d8, h takes g5, h takes g5 still not played. Actually, rook takes d8 not played yet. H takes g5 could come on the board, and let's count them. White is currently up 2 pawns. You could take one with check, but do you really want to do so? Because what about the resulting endgame?
Right.
I mean, you have this powerful pawn on the g file, this knight coming to h4, bishop better than the knight, this king in the middle of nowhere when it comes to an endgame. So you don't want to play bishop takes c5. If you pin yourself with knight takes g5, then, well, your pieces are all here. You don't want to trade on b3. We talked about the endgames. Just push your pawn. Push him, baby. g6 comes from the board. Hard for black to stop this because of the activity of white's pieces. The engines are saying this is a winning advantage. The move rook takes d8 was followed with a bishop c7 instead of h takes g5. A completely different type of solution, but also a solution because now everything is hanging on black's side. The bishop is attacking the rook on d8. The knight on e4 is hanging. You could play rook e8. It defends tactically the knight on e4 because of bishop takes c5, I'm pretty sure.
Check, yeah.
I'm not sure about that. Rook e8,
That's
queen e4.
two pieces and a rook for a queen.
No, queen takes c5 check
It's
wins
with a
the,
check.
Yeah, queen takes
Yeah.
c5 check wins material there.
Right,
But
so
I
rook
think
e8.
you don't have to play queen takes c4. After rook e8, there are other options available.
And I'm thinking one of them might be queen g6. Looks like Richie's in the driver's seat in that
Yes.
game. Just want to turn our attention to our candidates matchup with Fabi versus Duda. And you were saying, Peter, that this pawn structure of blacks, you know, the static f5, f7, you're kind of like
I did mention
defending.
that g4 is maybe the one way
And yeah,
to do something about it.
and even after allowing the exchange or the undoubling of the pawns, black is still left with these
You still prefer
split
white here, yeah,
hands.
for sure.
And after rook g8, I'm thinking, you know, white all the way here. He just gets to play f3 and maybe start.
Yeah, rook
you know,
h1, knight g3.
Yeah.
The h6 pawn is weak. There's still no real counterplay on the queen side. Black
Exactly.
is some way away from starting anything on the queen side.
Help me out, Alejandro. There was a game that Wesley So needed to win as black
Sevian.
against Sam Sevian, and he got the structure, did Wesley. And it was
He played that for a win.
awful. No,
He played this
didn't.
line for a win with black.
Yeah, that's the striking part for me. Like, I don't really understand. I understand people playing this line. I just don't understand playing that in a must-win game.
Yeah,
Exactly.
And it went exactly as you would expect.
Sam Sevian made a draw from a position of great strength in
Yeah.
our opinion. Oh, that's not what happened. Let me just do this again. Sorry. Anton, by the way, did follow our analysis for quite some moves in his game. But knight f4 is this, to me, it looks.
It's
like
not
play on
horrible
the
for
one
black.
go.
It's not horrible for black, but it's so. I mean, it's a clear.
Every time I see this line, I just don't know why black
Ever plays it.
Ever plays it.
It looks
like on the great games I see, they make an easy draw.
Yeah.
And like most of the games I see,
It's some kind
it's
of
just
a
some kind of
suffering.
suffering.
Right? Yeah. It's true. By the way, let's just check in with Anton, because when we left it, we were right here in this part.
Yeah, rook c7.
And
yeah.
you were.
And just one small mention here. I think Anton played rook c2, specifically inviting the line that we see on the screen right now.
Exactly.
And talking about Vichy and endgames and things. Instead of d5, d4, just very briefly on move 21. I think maybe it was better not to get sort of baited by d5, d4. Just play rook c8, king f8, king e7, king d6. I have a feeling, sort of a wily old fox, as Vichy would just kind of ignore the whole d4 excursion, because what we got in the game, black might be fine in the game, but I think it's exactly what white wants, a much sharper position with very, very double-edged play. I think b5 is a good move because stopping bishop c4 was a priority. And now, yeah, it seems like black lost the f7 pawn for nothing, but the young Romanian correctly calculated that he wins the e4 pawn. But the bishop on g3 is so strong.
But I want to point out this really cool move. I love king d1. Because when you play fast chess, rook c7, knight e4, you just think, you take on e4, f3, you put the rook on f7, because I don't think you can prevent that, right?
Right.
Rook e6, g6, I guess, right?
Right, then you see that rook e6, rook g6 actually holds relatively comfortable. You are up a pawn as black. It's going to take you forever to get it back, and by that time I'll have enough counterplay for equality. But king d1 is an excellent move. You just move the king out of the way. The knight is completely
Rook
dominated by
F7
this
is
rook.
still a threat.
Rook
yeah.
F7 is still a threat, and the bishop is just a better piece. You keep the pressure up.
Yeah, despite black being up a pawn here, I'm picking white all day long here. Like rook c6, and your domination is such, and the king on g8 actually is sort of weak enough that white is never worse. I don't know how much better white is, but white runs 0 risks, and it's very, very good practical chess. I think black probably should be holding this with very precise play because it's difficult to create threats.
Come and prove
For
it, right?
human players, I
Yeah,
think
well,
it's
like
very hard.
You know, the one move that occurs to me even in this position is like king g8, h8, and I still don't know what my next move is. White goes king d2 here.
Right.
What's my next move?
The rook is frozen. This rook is more
If you
or
go rook
less
e7,
frozen.
rook e5, you probably also resign, so you can't do that either.
The pawns aren't really going
If you
anywhere.
go g7, g5, you probably get mated. You can't really play g6, rook f6, you also kind of resign. You can play knight f8, but what kind of a move is that? Yeah, the more I talk about this position, the more I want to retract my earlier statement. It looks borderline lost despite being a pawn up.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty bad, actually.
Wow. Okay, well, definitely keep an eye on that as the wily veteran tries to take down his youthful opponent. Again, dropping in on the game between Richard Rapport and Levon Aronian, this moment.
I think Richie probably had cleaner solutions. Yeah, rook e1 is a good move, I think, but after knight takes e5, I still don't understand. He's been completely ignoring the very simplistic idea of taking on g5. I think at some point you kind of need to stop.
He does have a pressing threat after bishop d6, right?
Yeah, well, like I can take on b3, right? How bad is that endgame? Like I take on b3, you take on b. There's rook a1 mate there in the end. Yeah,
That's
it's not mate though. I have knight a7. No, but like if we continue the line, he played bishop b6.
Bishop David 6.
Yeah, which appears to force the trades. But how bad? He goes knight d3. That as well. Yeah, that maybe is a better choice.
Yeah, this one, knight takes b3.
Yeah, but like takes a bgh. Like why am I losing?
Just because of rook a.
Knight a7.
Knight a7. So
I still don't really. We've traded so much, and there is nothing left on the king side.
But
this looks Jewish to me. I want to play b6, king b7. Eventually, I'll unpin myself. But like, how do you create threats?
Well, I'm going.
Knight g6.
But by the way, sorry, knight d3 was
knight d3
actually
is
the choice.
Yeah, I think that's a clever choice there by Levon. Because
I like knight d3. It forces the issue. Yeah.
Yeah, much cleaner. And I'm assuming he's moving his rook. Where?
Rook e2, I suppose, because I don't think we want to allow knight takes b2, knight c4. Although h takes g5 is also a strong threat, right? Maybe rook e3.
So let's.
It's within those two. The other squares make no sense whatsoever to me.
No, because then
but
we're
here,
walking into a fork, right?
Which is why I was saying rook e2, but it also like rook e2. Maybe there's even time to include gh and then go about our business. Yeah.
Very important move because you want to break the pin by playing for h3 with rook g8.
This looks fine for black.
I agree.
This is not the clean. I thought Richie was actually in the driver's seat for sure. I'm not exactly sure where he let it slip.
I can show you. I can show you exactly where he let it slip. It was a tactical detail that he missed, and perhaps one that he would find in classical chess, but in rapid, I think it's tougher. The move bishop d6 is certainly tempting because of all the pins and the potential checkmates we saw on the a1 line if you force knight takes b3. Unfortunately, what Richard missed was the move knight d4. And the engines are loving this move. Not a lot of squares for this queen. For example, if you take down on b2, just the idea of knight takes, pawn takes, and destroying your position on the king side. Sorry, not the king side. On the queen side, by the king is going to be sufficient. Queen g6 wins. The tactical rook takes e7 also wins, but why calculate it when you see that queen g6 just hits everything? So you can't really go anywhere with the queen after knight d4. But if you take on d4, pawn takes, we have a very similar situation, except this knight on c6 no longer exists. So by the time that you move the knight somewhere, let's put it on d3 again. I take on b5 I take on b5, take on b5, go rook e3, and again, you have these issues with checkmate, but more importantly, the move bishop d6 is coming on the board, taking advantage of the fact that this is a full pin on the rook, and black ends up losing. So knight d4 was a huge move in this position, a miss by Richard because bishop d6 did allow the move knight d3, very precisely spotted by Levon. And we get into this double knight endgame. I would still prefer white. The engines are saying not a chance. It's just a draw. Two knights are going to hold this easily, especially after knight d1. I just noticed that c3 cannot be defended.
Yeah, if knight d1 and knight a4, the entire queenside disappears. And even if the g-pawn ends up costing you the knight, by that point your entire queenside is gone. Like you play knight h4 and knight f4 here, knight takes c3, g6.
And
honestly, like knight takes g6.
Knight takes
just
take
on
the
g6.
knight. Yeah, take the pawn.
Just remove the chance to blunder something.
I think this one will end up in a draw.
Yeah, he just goes like,
he
very
professional.
He spends 0 seconds on that. 0 seconds.
And they'll find
all of the white pawns just disappeared.
They'll find a way to make a draw. We can switch out of this.
Okay.
There's plenty of chess left.
Very good. I wanted to.
Wesley is in trouble against Vichy. Let's go to that one.
To Wesley. Yeah.
Of course.
When we left it, we had just seen the move rook h1 to e1.
Now black has the initiative.
Yeah.
Black is hunting the king. But more importantly, Yasser.
He hasn't sacrificed anything.
More than that. He's up a pawn.
Oh, he's even won a pawn. Oh,
he's won a pawn. He's the pawn on a7 is free and passed.
Our favorite living condition.
And 10 minutes against 3 for Vichy as well.
This is Vichy's game, right?
Okay.
This has to be Vichy's game.
Exactly.
Knight on a6, threatening knight b4. Right. Finally, this sleeping horse wakes up with a decisive threat. I don't know how you save this position. I mean, black has very few weaknesses. They're all held by this knight on f8, as we expected the draw between Richard and Levon.
Levon saying, "I escaped, dude. You had me."
Yeah.
I mean, look at that smile. Like, okay, another Houdini-like escape, Peter.
Yeah, he's on a roll.
By the way, this is one of my, well, I'm not going to say I'm insightful or anything like that, but one of the things that Vichy, throughout his career, he was a very, very active player. Sometimes I felt he played too much. Right now, he's coming back to the board and he's hungry. He's feeling it. You know, he started with a win, which is always a nice feeling.
And did he just resign?
He just resigned.
He just said straight up, yeah.
I mean, like, I don't even know what to do. He's facing knight b4. And that's just going to win the house, but resigns?
Yes.
Vichy gets respect.
Respect.
Yeah, Vichy gets respect.
I mean, he wouldn't resign against me. Yeah.
Levon, not in a million years would resign this position. I'm a little stunned by that decision.
Yeah, it's a bit early, but you know,
it's a bad position.
I will pass the mic to somebody else here on the subject of
resigning, early resignations.
Yeah, like.
And for me, I mean, Wesley, dude.
Who cares about Wesley? Vichy's 2 out of 2.
Yeah,
2 out of 2 to start the tournament.
True that. True that. A game that we haven't looked at is between Radek and Kiro.
Not in a while. Yeah, Radek is a bit better. Radek is a bit better specifically because black had to trade queens on the g6 square, meaning that the bishop on c3 is a bit of a monster.
I see what you mean right there.
Yeah. With a pawn on f6 here, I think black is completely fine. With the pawn on g6, actually f2 is still hanging. Yeah, I have to play something awkward like rook e1 or rook f2, which, yeah, those are not the squares. Rook e2 or rook f1, which limits our rook activity very much. Yeah. I thought I could play rook a1. My speech about white being a bit better was based on the idea of playing rook a1 here, which is not really a move because nobody gives up on f2.
Exactly.
Does anybody give up on f2? Can I play rook a4 here?
No way.
And let's jump to Warsaw for a quick comment by Anastasia.
Hello everyone, I was actually hearing you talking about Wesley So and why he resigned against Vichy Anand, and it came to my mind the game which Wesley So recently played in the Grand Prix in Berlin against Tabatabai, Iranian player, and when he also resigned in the position with actually equal amount of material. And I asked him about that after the game, and he was like, it's obvious for me that the position is just lost and two bishops are just killing me. And this is what he said, and I think that's the same case. When he understands that his position is lost, he just simply cannot play this position anymore. I mean, I've seen it twice already, and I was also shocked the same way as you, like how it's possible. And yeah, okay, the atmosphere in the playing hall is pretty tense, and I'm sure you want to come back to the games. So back to you, to the studio.
Yeah, and back over to you, Alejandro, as we've got developments in Anton's game.
Well, we were only considering this position after the move f4 knight e6. We found it very difficult to play this position for black, and I think David also thought about this position as difficult because after the move rook c6, what do you play, right? a6 is hanging. We mentioned that it was difficult to find moves for black. Somehow we found king h8 to be the move.
Yeah,
You
rook
can still
AC8
play
exists,
rook
yeah.
ac8,
Yeah.
but of course you have to calculate what happens when bishop e4, what happens when rook takes a6, rook a6, knight c5 is an idea. So a lot of potential here. Bishop e4 is very dangerous, and still white is better. Instead, rook e3 was played with the idea that if king d2, knight f3 check is going to be decisive, but you have this intermediate bishop takes b5, quite obvious. If you take on b5, and I think you have to take on b5, otherwise bishop c6, the bishop actually rearranges itself, or bishop c4 check with the tempo, both very strong. I assume the idea is to take, but after you take and you take, black is in serious problem. Take is an issue, rook f7 is an issue. This rook really wants to join the fray, but isn't able to do so easily. For example, the move rook f8, it looks like it creates a lot of threats here, but first of all, takes, pawn takes h6. These endgames are not so easy because this pawn is going to be very weak. Another problem, this beautiful move.
Ouch.
Rook g7, king takes, pawn takes. The king is tethered to this rook, and if you go back, I'll just keep chasing your king. Eventually, you take on f8. I think everybody remembers Alyoshin Bogolyubov's idea of h6, h7. It's not the same pawn, but the same idea of the king being tethered to this rook's defense. So I don't know if he just realized this, but he's stuck after bishop takes b5. This is not the moment you want to be stuck in. You played rook e3, bishop b5 had to be played, and now you're stuck as a defender. Minute and 30 for Gavrilescu, 6 minutes and 30 for Korobov. Things are going downhill for the Romanian champion. Well, this is the big leagues, right?
Welcome to the big leagues. And talking about the big leagues, let's turn to Fabi versus Duda, because when we left it, we kind of, well, let's be fair, we thought Fabi was definitely pushing the action, and after the move f7, f6, he dropped back with the knight.
I think
and
very
suddenly,
very clear indication that jan-krzysztof agrees, because f6 was pretty clearly played with the idea of knight takes f2, because otherwise you're marooning your bishop on g5. If you give white a tempo here to play something like knight fe1, or knight g2 even, followed by f2, f4, your bishop on g5 will look a bit
trapped.
silly. So yeah, knight takes f2 here by jan-krzysztof. If you take with a piece,
I'm guessing with the king.
Yeah, I think we're taking with the king, bishop takes e3, and just going king g3.
And then just asking,
Rook,
do you
rook
have enough?
e8 probably is the idea here, right?
Rook Edgar g8. Well, I got to cover h2.
I think no, g4 is I think more important than g4.
Oh, I was going to trade off, but okay.
No, bishop takes d4 here is what I mean.
And then I would go rook h6.
I mean, I'd much rather go knight f2. I think. If
Giving up the pawn
f5,
that way.
f5 is annoying though. F5 is way too annoying to allow. Yeah, okay, let's make your move. Your move is stronger.
Okay.
Yeah, I really didn't want to give up on d4, but yeah, I can very
It's a
much
piece.
understand. I can very much understand why it's and obviously white is much better. The question is whether there is enough defensive resources here, in particular in a rapid game, to maybe have reasonable drawing chances. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. The knight on h2, like once the knight on h2 gets to some normal squares.
Yeah, it's just a temporary thing because the double rooks are actually not going anywhere with the knight on h2. But okay, by the way, this sacrifice, do you think of it in practical terms? Like it's just something you've got to do?
Once you played f6, I don't think you have much of a choice. I was I didn't see knight takes f2, and I thought, what is he doing with f7, f6? Because the very simple threat of knight to any kind of a normal square from f3 and then f2, f4 just looks crushing.
Right, exactly.
You even with two tempi basically to deal with it, you still are very unsure how to. And
exactly.
Yeah, I think he did it because he really disliked his position even on a previous move. But it doesn't seem to be
king
enough.
takes.
If you take with the rook, you give up. Yeah, he's taken with the knight, which is very it's clever because rook takes b3, bishop takes e3. I don't understand anything anymore about
Yeah,
that.
rook e3 was definitely the better move. Rook e3, king d1.
And then I was going to play knight takes g5.
Knight g5 and we win material, right?
rook
No. There's still rook b1 check.
And rook e7. This is the one that he may have missed. Yeah, because king e2 seems like it's winning on the spot because rook f1, knight e6 check picks up rook on g7, but there is
a piece up after king d2, right?
Yeah, king d2 or king c2, you're still winning material. Yeah, knight e6, king, I guess b6, knight g7, rook f2, king c3 or something. But maybe black has some drawing chances. Instead, Bishop takes e3 was played,
Wow.
but that seems completely lost to me. Bishop e3,
Bishop
king
e3 is a strange turn.
Yeah, king
He's
d3.
trying to collect as many pawns as he can.
But that's not as many. Like if you don't
Those
win,
are scraggly looking
Yeah.
pawns too.
yeah,
That's
if you take on f2 and g4 here, you're just completely lost because
I
white
agree.
preserved the important pawns in the structure.
And you don't even get your pawn back. I mean, you're just picking everything up.
Yeah, rook h6 or
Rook
knight to
h6 I
first
think
or
is good
whatever.
enough,
Yeah, I don't.
yeah, it sure looks.
This looks
so
unholdable. Yeah, this looks completely lost.
Terrible. King d3. Bishop takes e3. Help.
No, it was just wrong. Rook
It
e3
was wrong.
better.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry,
rook e3 was just
Alejandro. I
better.
just like. Ugh. Okay, so as a bounce back for Fabi.
Potentially,
Knight?
right? An important
Potentially,
one.
Knight d1.
Yeah, knight d1 is a very cagey move. I love
Oh, he
it.
played king d3 first. No,
Yeah, king
he
d3.
played king d3 first.
No, I think he played knight d1,
No, no, no,
bishop
he played king
f4,
d3
king
no, no,
d3.
no, no,
No.
No?
No.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, let me just refresh my board just a second. Oops. Where are you, Fabi? He went king d3 first.
You're welcome.
Just checking to make sure you
We're
guys
awake.
get
Yeah,
it
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Get it right from now on, okay?
And now it's all about making progress, right? I like the computer's move. Once you put it on the board, you see, aha, that move is great. Perhaps it takes a little bit of time to find it. Rook h1.
Rook h,
Ah,
h1.
yeah. We want rook e1. We want to get at least one pair of rooks off the board, and then the control over the e file becomes completely irrelevant. This is a
Right.
clever move, yeah. This is a clever move.
Rook h.
And yeah, you can get to it, in particular if you have time. And I think he does have time.
He
right?
does have time, yeah. It's such a nice move.
Oh, he
Rook
has 2
h1.
minutes, not a ton of time. And the reason you might not make it is that I don't think other moves are bad.
Oh, no, absolutely
It's
not.
just that
That's
it's
the problem, I
it's
think.
clearly the cleanest solution, but I think your mind immediately goes to something like knight d2, and then you realize that after bishop g5, the bishop on g5 is actually very annoying.
And then the
so
rook is coming deep.
yeah, maybe you need to actually play knight f3 back. Yeah, rook. Yeah,
Yeah.
Fabi not bad at chess either.
No, this is such a great technical move. If you analyze this with an engine, it's no real difference between rook h1, knight h4, whatever. But from a human point of view,
Oh, yeah.
this is how you play. Take off a couple of rooks, maybe even all of them, and your
Yeah, the
extra
issue is when
piece is
you'll
worth more.
play rook e1 and black will play rook e4.
Yeah.
And immediately, getting the rooks off the board immediately will be a bit tricky because like knight c3 allows rook e3 check, right?
In both cases, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah,
And
he
he's
goes rook e4
planting
straight
the rook
away.
on e4
Yeah.
just to make sure that he's not
But now we can go,
it.
oh no, knight g2 loses the g4 pawn. No, you don't want to be losing the g4 pawn.
We don't, but I know because you lose g4 also.
Yeah, we lose all, yeah.
all of them.
Those you actually don't win.
Yeah, you don't.
Those you actually don't
One
win.
of the moves that I'm kind of attracted to, frankly, is knight c3 attacking the rook. By the way, maybe the rook doesn't move, but here once again I'm angling for rook e1 because this rook is unprotected.
But you can probably start with rook e1 and then go knight c3 with similar ideas. But he goes knight c3. Yeah, he goes knight c3. As you pointed out, black can for at least one tempo continue ignoring it because knight takes e4 is not a threat just yet.
Agreed.
Something like king d7 might be useful just to have the rook on e8 protected.
Agreed.
In some positions, it might be useful for us to have the. Specifically, if you play rook e1 now,
Now then,
it's
rook
actually
e3
it
is
actually
burying a thing.
Yeah, it actually blunders knight on f3,
That is
which
true.
it didn't a second earlier.
Yeah, that is absolutely true, Peter.
Yeah.
Although in this position now, I think I can just simply play knight.
Yeah,
d2.
this is the issue. Yeah.
Now in this case, bishop
Forcing
takes
me to go
d2.
rook e3 check,
Yeah,
you know.
bishop takes d2, rook, knight takes e4 is embarrassing. So rook e3 check, and this is, I think, the position where I'm driving the rooks off the line.
Wait, how
But
did you guys
okay.
get here? What was the move you played?
He played.
No, he gave a check instead of king d7,
Yeah.
which is understandable. Why b?
Yeah. Very interestingly, king d7 or any passing move actually instantly lost to knight h4. Because after knight
Oh, the
h4,
rook actually runs. There are no squares.
There are
This
no
is so
squares for the
cute.
rook.
Oh.
Yeah, it gets caught on e3, which
That's
is very
cute.
very unusual. But
So
yeah, rook
rook
e3, king
e3 check
c2 on the board.
Yeah. And now maybe
Knight h4 is still a
knight
threat,
f5
yeah.
is an issue.
It is still a threat, absolutely.
This knight on c3 is really doing a great job.
well, you got more pieces. I think we've talked about it in the broadcast before. That
It helps,
It
right?
really does help to have more pieces. Doesn't matter what the name of them are. You have more pieces, you control more
rook.
squares. Doesn't matter how many pawns you have. I mean, okay, you have 2 extra pawns for the piece, and what are they doing? What are the pawns controlling?
Yeah, outside of the d5 pawn, the b7 pawn, which is a pawn and it's useful, is not controlling anything.
Yeah.
Rook g8 on the board.
Yeah, in the meantime, Anton will beat David Gavrilescu. We don't have to switch, but
Okay.
it's a very clearly technically winning endgame. He is not going to let go of that. And Kirill Shevchenko is completely fine
Way
against
the
Radek
clocks.
now, but probably will be a draw.
I think that was a bird's eye view there of the clocks between Fabi and Duda. And again, for us, this matchup between these two candidates, a kind of a prelude, if you will, looking towards Madrid, really is. Well, I don't know about you, Peter, but I always felt like getting one win against a future rival was
we've
very
asked.
nice.
I can't remember exactly which interview it was. I think it was maybe with Jan in Bucharest, and he just flat out denied it meant anything. And I don't believe a moment of it. Like,
Each event is different, and no.
I think when he beat Ferrugia, he got asked by Cristian in the studio in Bucharest if that was like a special victory considering Madrid, and he said, no, this is a separate event. I don't care.
And nobody believes you.
Nobody believes
Pretty sure that wasn't.
That felt good. That really did.
Pretty sure that wasn't entirely truthful. Yeah.
Okay, bishop d6, and Fabi is facing a technical task here, and it's still not that easy.
It's
and
not an easy task. Not at all, right?
By the way, he made that move with a little concern for his clock. I don't know if you noticed it, but
It's not got that much time. 38
exactly.
seconds against 30.
And by the way, doesn't that invite bishop to b4?
Bishop b4.
It does,
knight
yeah.
d3.
We have
what is the
knight
point?
d3 if we want.
Bishop
I
b4,
want.
knight d3.
Yeah, and we probably won't because everything else appears to lose material. He goes rook g6 instead.
Rook g6, just
kind of a cagey
Defending-
move, not
defending
really
the pawn,
doing
yeah.
anything. Yeah.
Boy, I've seen rooks defend pawns before, but that is like an ugly-looking defensive maneuver. I mean, the rook is kind of
That's okay. It's
self-trapped.
attacking g4, so.
Yeah, it still has some active
It's not
roles
dead,
to
yeah.
play.
Knight d3.
Knight d3.
He was clearly headed towards that square. Yeah. So rook
Rook
h3.
h3.
Rook. I wanted to say rook g2, but that allows h5. We definitely want to preserve the pawn on g4 for quite a bit.
Whoa,
Knight
knight
f4.
f4. That's rather a forcing move. I mean,
Get
it
not
hits
Yet,
the
I mean,
rook.
we have rook h2 check in response. I think he actually starts by rook h2 check pretty much always, and then considers
King to d3.
whether he wants to go rook g8. Rook g8 kind of blunders the pawn on f6 potentially.
There
You have
is
to
knight
calculate some
e6
lines, but I
check,
think
yeah.
it does.
No, you gotta take on
Yeah,
f4.
we have to take on f4, and then you probably play h5.
Ooh, he's reaching for his rook. He doesn't want
the,
to give
it's
up
the
his
human.
bishop.
It's the human thing not to take, right? On
Yeah.
f4. You
Yeah,
don't
bishops.
want to reduce.
Yeah, you don't want to be trading bishops for knights generally.
But
But-
knight e6 check and rook f6 is going to be costly.
Also, yeah,
Knight e6 check, gift me the pawn.
I think maybe it's a bit trickier than we thought. Like king d7, rook f6, king e7.
No, knight c2 is a great move.
Yeah, knight
That's
c2 I
That's a
like.
fabulous move. It prepares rook h1.
Yeah.
By the way, Anton has indeed won
Yeah, we
his
expected
game.
that.
An expectation
Yeah.
for some time from ourselves, but just making it official. King d6. Run for the hills, get out
Yeah.
of dodge, sidestep knight e6 check. And you were mentioning that the move
It
knight
actually
e2
is playable
prepares.
here. It actually is playable even.
And
Yeah,
he-
he's going rook
Rook
g2.
g2. What a curious way of doing things.
Yeah.
So if I take on g2, take on g2.
I don't
rook
like this
g4.
very much.
I think. Do you greedily take on f6 at the end? Yasser's like yes.
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 Yes. Of course. Why not?
Why not?
Yeah, and now you have to take on g4 because allowing knight e3, you will never get to that.
Then you'll
pawn
never
again.
get to-
Yeah, you have to do it right away, and you have to hope that. Oh, he doesn't
Whoa! He doesn't even go rook takes f6, which
Even, yeah, rook,
we
rook
were
g6
kind of
now.
thumping
White
the
is
table.
still probably winning long term because of how stable the queen side is, and black really can't.
It's definitely harder to win without the g pawn. Right?
Yeah.
I'm a bit surprised he's done it this way, but he's still favored to convert this eventually because of just how little counterplay there is. And
Like knight f5. By the way,
Yeah.
clock.
king a7, yeah, we go knight f5 for bishop f8,
Do
knight
we ever
f4.
consider just hardlining rook g1, saying all your endgames are lost because your king's
Wasn't
far
it
away.
a wonderful?
Yeah, and you can't challenge the queen side at all, right?
Right.
We play b5, we ignore it.
Ignore it. Yeah.
It was a wonderful
Yeah,
game by
maybe,
Fur-
but I don't think it's required. I think this is a curious move, though. I don't really understand what that achieves.
He wants to release.
No, I thought simply because I thought knight f5, knight f4 was very strong.
Exactly.
I don't know why he's just not doing this. Yeah.
He's also,
Well, it's
he also has
king,
a
king,
lot of
king,
time, right?
king b6, king a7, king a6 is a clear indication that White can take his time doing whatever
Yeah, pretty
setups
much.
he wants.
Pretty much.
But
Yeah.
now, having said that, what's the ideal setup, Peter?
I wanted knight f5, king e3, king f3. Yeah, okay, so he does
Knight
trade.
f5.
Rook g5, I think, is
Mandatory,
clearly
yeah,
the
you
way
take
to
with the
play
f-pawn.
here. Try to at
No
least
choice.
at least improve the structure if the rook trade happens. I don't think it. Whoa!
Whoa.
I was not expecting that.
Fabi making some very
I was not expecting that.
surprising decisions. It's almost
Yeah.
as if he's like convinced every ending is winning, and is it?
It may be, but like black goes b5, king b6, ba, and c5, and everything disappears apart from the a4 pawn.
A-pawn?
So yeah, you're
Even cleverer, is that a word? c5 first.
Clever.
So
yeah,
like
ruler.
keeping,
c4.
yeah, keeping, yeah.
And now he's played knight e3 to,
I'm
to
really-
keep the move c6, c5
really,
in
yeah.
check.
You're running out of pawns.
Precisely.
Luckily, you have a pawn on a4 that's in a light square. But
Very,
It's
very
still-
hard to trade.
Yeah. Perhaps Fabi was not informed that I picked him in the fantasy thingy.
or maybe he was.
Or maybe he was, and he is,
King
repaying me
B6.
for some slights. In
Right.
some,
Yeah, the engines hate how he's played.
yeah.
Right?
They actually think black's not even worse.
Knight h5. Okay, so you've got the wonderful blockade, but that's not what this is about.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is very mystifying to me.
Because who's gonna pick up the pawns?
Right. Okay, so you're going to go knight f5,
And then
knight
I'll pass.
f6, and knight d7.
Ah,
Knight f5, knight f6, and knight d7. It's a lot of hopping, Peter.
Yeah.
yeah, but you'll get there. And hops when you have 5 seconds, man, they're rough.
They are rough.
They are rough.
Those
Yeah, bishop
tricky
b7 actually
knights.
kind of improves that line for white. Right?
Okay,
We go knight
knight
f5 now.
f5
Yeah.
tickles the bishop, forces
Yeah,
its retreat.
but somewhat remarkably, the machine just doesn't care about the h6 pawn at all. Maybe not
Wow.
remarkably, but like it just gives it away straight away. And
Which for me, I mean, I would be loath to just have.
he goes bishop f8.
But now you go knight f6.
Now you definitely go knight f6, and you ask the question. Yeah.
Okay, knight d7 is a
If he
threat.
goes king c7, he blunders the d5 pawn. So yeah, he's put himself in a position to blunder something at least.
King
yeah.
c7 allows a, b, and the d5 pawn, as Peter mentioned, would be lopped off. And that passed d pawn.
No, that's completely different scenario, right? I don't think you
Agreed.
can play king c7.
He's gone king
He's gone
a6,
king
but that also
A6.
makes the c6, c5 plans a lot slower. So yeah, you can go knight
Almost,
d7. You can go knight
almost.
d7 and pick up the pawn on h6. Yeah, white is back to
free.
being.
White has made huge progress.
Definitely.
Huge progress here.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's winning, but it's huge progress. You take on h6, you
Yeah, just take on g6.
you blockade again on g4, you start coordinating your pieces.
And you go through the whole rigmarole again.
And the knight on d7 is great. It just prevents c5
Yeah.
Yes,
forever.
it does.
I think maybe jan-krzysztof thought that there will never be a threat ever again in this game, and he kind of
Forgot about.
Yeah, sleepwalked through a couple of moves, and now he's back in a lot of trouble. Yeah, it's just not-
Definitely.
Maybe
Not
you heard that you
before.
picked Fabi for.
Yes,
Very upsetting.
Fabi.
Very upsetting.
Fabi.
Is there any
coming back strong.
checkmating pattern?
You start thinking about it, right? You bring
right?
your knight
Yeah, and I could do
somewhere.
like, put the knight there and the other knight there.
I don't think you need to be that fancy. I think you just pick up the g5 pawn. You start hitting it somehow.
Yeah, like knight c5, knight e6, and then you go king c2.
I mean, this bishop's diagonal on
It's gonna
f4
be
c1 is
short.
This is what I
pretty
mean.
short, yeah.
Knight c5, knight e6, and then king c2. He's gone knight gf6. I'm not exactly sure. Like ab5 is a threat now. I guess this is the point. But I would be actually kind of loath to take it.
Yes.
Because then
yes.
I get g4, g3, and a4.
and not
and I
allowing
get
G-
those. Yeah, I get
No.
those.
Yeah, no, not allowing
Trouser
that.
legs.
trouser legs. Well,
Trousers.
Yeah, that's what they
Watch
are.
out for the trousers. Okay, this is very nice play by Fabi as he's keeping this bishop on c1 honest. Here it's sort of like you can put your knights in all kinds of nice.
Just go knight e6 and king c2. Yeah, This is
Yeah.
the way. Yeah.
And it's
Yeah,
almost
just,
like an invisible barrier. The knights control all of these squares so that black's king is essentially in a box, and that's why we see the move king c5.
Yeah, you have to assess whether you will be able to take on f4, which is why I liked it more with the knight on g4 and the knight on, not the knight on f6.
Is it time for king c2?
But I think we
king
can.
C2
I
is
think we
great.
can quite safely go king c2 and then take on f4 because the other knight will do all the
G4.
blockading
on g5, sorry.
No, if you go bishop f4, king
No,
c2, bishop f4.
if we get to take on g5, I think we win reasonably.
But I think it's just that, yeah,
And
bishop
there
f4
it
takes
goes.
knight d7, the king's in the square.
Yeah, the king is in the square. The knight goes to c5, and there will never be a single shred of counterplay on the queen. So you have to. Bishop e3 exists, but we go knight g4, bishop g1, king d3, and then we take on g5, right?
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it. Knight
Yeah, it's just
G4.
kind of gone, right?
It's dead.
So you have to play 4 against 3 on one side, but then with only one flank to concentrate on, white wins very, very comfortably. Right?
Yeah, it's like the MVL.
Yeah, you just snap
Perugia.
take here and go knight e5, and the game ends.
Just a little
Yeah,
off screen.
just
We're told
take.
that
yeah, this is just game
Krzysztof
over.
Duda has just been shaking his head.
I mean, it's very easy. You put a
Yes,
knight
you're
on
right.
d3. You just,
Oh, the knight on d3 is the dream
this is the
square.
dream. Olaf Anderson lived for that.
Oh my goodness. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is just completely gone. Yeah.
I just resign here. I think I just resign.
Yeah. What?
What? King d3. You
It's
know, it's
still
not a
fun.
bad move because there's knight d7.
Knight d7 check.
But I
Oh.
would never play that.
I mean, why? What? Why d3?
Why
You're
d3?
gonna go
King
king
d2.
d2.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. jan-krzysztof resigned, and now Fabi bouncing back from his
Very important
loss
victory.
in round 1, and we still
And
have
we
one game remaining.
Rook and
Radek.
knight versus rook.
Wait.
Have you ever had an experience with this?
Yes, it was very frustrating.
I personally haven't.
I
but
have. I had the rook and knight against the rook, and I was so frustrated at how hard it is to even make a threat.
Correct.
It's you can't even come close to showing the king to the back rank.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It is really, really.
Well, yeah,
and yet I've seen grandmasters lose this. Erwin Lovely.
Yeah, but
versus
I think
Magnus Carlsen.
mainly when you start already cut off on the back rank, then you.
Then there are some issues.
Yeah, there are some issues.
And there are some positions which are actively actually lost, but yeah.
I think the
starting.
only game I remember
two.
I remember Lamy lost this, right? Lamy
Correct.
Carlsen.
Ma-
I
Ma-
wanna
And
say.
that was a
Carlsen,
game that
Vaikom
Veselin, I think,
and
won.
Linares, I believe it was Kasparov.
Polgard, but I think Polgard already started in a
Bad.
it wasn't like back rank, but I remember that Polgard started in like a.
She had
bad
the draw,
sideways.
but it was tricky. Yeah.
It was tricky,
It
yeah.
was tricky. Yeah. I mean, her position you can imagine losing. Yeah. I'm not sure what. I mean, laying down markers for the future or something, because I think generally these days people kind of offer draws in these endgames.
No draws allowed in the Grand Chess Tour, Peter. We're playing this, the 50-hole moves,
Yeah, I mean,
until Radek proves that he is going to make. I also wonder how he lost the bishop. did he have a great bishop not that long ago?
Till your hands are bleeding.
Yes.
Yeah, we don't let you leave the board. Knight g4 check. As you were saying, it's so frustrating to even force the king. Like king e2 would be a dreadful move, because in this case, Alejandro, as you were mentioning, you could force the king to the back rank.
And even
the
that is a
problem is after
reasonably
king
comfortable
g2,
draw,
Yeah.
King
You're-
g2, we go knight e3 check.
and you just kind of
King
like
f2, yeah.
like
Rook b2 check. And we actually have managed to put a king on the back
oh
rank
my
somewhere.
gosh, that's incredible.
One of the back ranks.
I will go king.
Wow.
Whoa.
What were we saying about king e2 being a terrible move? Blah blah blah. Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, still a
Well,
draw.
knight
Well,
f2 check.
we start creating some threats.
I'm not sure. I'm down with this, guys. Knight d3 check.
Knight e5 is a funny way to do
Very
this.
interesting, yeah. I mean, if you're aiming for d3, why not get there with 2 checks? It's a kind of a...
We got 26 more moves, as the producer has told us. Remember, there's a 50-move rule in play in federated games. That means that if there are 50 moves played in a row without a capture or a pawn move, the game is immediately drawn. And this is what...
Yeah, there are sort of... I mean, you need to be aware, like, for somebody who's played professional chess for the last 30 years, for instance, I'm not entirely sure on what the regulations are on whether you're allowed to use the electronic board to count moves, for instance.
The what board?
No.
Sorry?
They're obviously not writing down moves on the score sheet. So whether you can use the electronic board to make
I
appeals.
think you're always allowed to ask the arbiter, where are we?
Yes, that is also true.
Yeah,
And under FIDE rules, if you hit 75, the arbiter interferes.
You go past 50 to such an extent that you're actually at move 75.
The arbiter will interfere at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Kirill clearly has made some progress. This is sort of the dangerous setup is this, not with the knight on the third, because the knight on the third doesn't allow you the king to hide in front of it.
It's true.
Knight d4, king d3 is the dangerous setup. The problem is the king is already on b1, so it's far enough away that you don't have to worry. And also, yes, you can set up a position where you will be able to give a check from the third.
Exactly.
Yeah,
He's just done with the move.
When you're
rook
in doubt
g8.
in this endgame, pin the knight.
Yes.
Rook.
Yeah, this is unnecessary. This is fine but unnecessary.
Fine but
You
unnecessary.
could have just kept it on d8.
On d8. Keep it on d8, pin the knight. When the king runs to c3, boom, a check. Goes to d3, pin the knight. It's actually very similar to the bishop endgame, though. Easiest way is usually to pin the bishop.
Yeah, the difference being that the knight controls far fewer squares, so these seemingly like Philidor setups don't actually create a mating threat, so you are very, very safe.
We just saw the move rook g8. Would you have advocated in this case for the move rook g4, Alejandro? Pin the knight, as you say?
Yes, I think so. I mean, I like always pinning the knight from the long, like as far away from the king as possible. So I liked rook g8, but the rook was already on g8. So.
Yeah.
I was thinking rook g4, but
Yeah, I mean,
he played rook g8.
These
and
are
we have
all
rook f2.
Yeah, these are all sort of
Waiting.
taste considerations. As long as you don't go very, very badly wrong, you're going to be safe in these endgames.
I can't recall immediately if I've ever had this particular ending. I've had rook and bishop versus rook numerous times. Like 7 times in my career. It's pretty remarkable. But rook and knight,
I think I've only had 3, 2 on the...
Remember Sergei Kudrin? I take it back. I think no, that was rook versus a knight. I apologize. No.
Yeah, my history with that endgame with the rook and bishop, I mean, is not very proud.
No.
Even though,
What do you mean? You drew Fabi.
Yeah, I did draw Fabi, and
knocked our guy out of the challenger.
Yeah. Famously, you know, the legend says it cost Lawrence a phone.
A phone?
Yeah.
There were a lot of things that happened. I spent a lot of evenings with Fabi after that candidates analyzing rook and bishop because of that game.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Great. Like, thank you, Peter. That was really fun.
How did you spend your evening?
Yeah, rook and bishop versus rook.
Yeah. Reportedly, Lawrence was watching the game online and
threw his phone at the screen
and
or
the
something.
The phone did not survive
thrashing.
the final moments of the game. Yeah.
Get that king backwards.
Actually, like I defended really well for like 35 moves, and then I just panicked about something and suddenly allowed the Philidor. But that was, we were basically playing on increment. And Fabi actually had also a 50 move consideration too.
Yeah.
Like he didn't have time to be slightly inaccurate anymore.
No, it was like proper accuracy was needed to win the game.
And he went a bit wrong, and I re-established the setup and also got very close to 50, and the game was drawn. Yeah.
King b1, perhaps just sidestepping any issues.
Yeah, we've kind of seen this position before, but the rook was on g8. We're gonna keep an eye on this game, but Cristian has a special guest with us over in Warsaw.
One. I don't hear anything. Thank you guys. Yes, we are here with Anton Korobov after a tremendous victory. Anton, welcome back to the show. First of all, you tell us whenever you come here on set, you tell us your goals for the tournament. What is your goal for this tournament?
Okay, for this tournament, after this game, I can say that at the first half of the game, my opponent was trying to test my blood pressure because I missed some knight jumps. But then, after exchanging the knight, I asked my body, "Are you ready to fight, or we are playing for win, or for lose, or for draw?" And my body is quite okay. So we are increasing here our expectations.
Excellent. And how are you
Me,
feeling?
my brain and my body. Yeah.
How is your body feeling up to this point?
Full of ecstasy.
Full of ecstasy, full of energy. Now tell us about your compatriot. You were telling us that he's very tenacious. Tell us about his chances in this game to win it, rook and knight versus rook.
Okay, 25%.
25%.
Yeah, let's bet.
And you are going to be facing next round one Vishy Anand, who's on fire.
Yeah.
2 out of 2. How are you planning to stop him?
Oh, I don't know, but you know, Vishy is keeping to some very interesting practice. Sometimes he's winning, and in the next game he's trying to defend the points. Maybe he's not going to be so aggressive. We will see.
Perfect. Anton, thank you very much. I won't keep you for long because we know you have another round in just a few minutes, and we'll let you go. We'll see you next round.
Thank you very much.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Anton.
I would
Always
like,
a delightful
I would like
interview.
to petition basically the Polish studio, like whichever game finishes, you just interview Korobov, right? Like all the other interviews are like clearly inferior.
I am being informed that in Zagreb we're kicking out Magnus Carlsen and we're getting Anton Korobov.
We're just getting a confirmation on that. Can we? Anton, always delight. Oh my gosh.
He's great.
Yeah.
And 25%. Wait a minute.
That's
I
very
mean,
high.
that's rapid chess. That's the
very
rapid.
high.
How far away are we? We're not that far, right? 9 moves we're being told by our producer.
Yeah.
9 kind of scary moves, to be honest, because the king is a little bit cornered.
Yeah, and also, I think this is also what happened in my game against Fabi. You feel much less confident when it's like on the A or H files, I think, because you kind of have to look at it sideways. And sideways is difficult.
You'd rather look at it from the 1st or 8th rank?
Yeah, like compared to defending, like I was defending very comfortably with my king on like C8 and the rook on D7, and then I got turned around. And once Fabi managed to like
Turn you around, yeah. He grabbed you, turned you around. Like,
like you had to take your seat and move it in a perpendicular.
It's actually my favorite hobby horse. The discussion on whether it's you're at this point whether you're allowed to actually get up and stand at the stand across
on the side,
yeah.
as if you're defending the.
You are allowed.
You are allowed.
You asked the arbiters about this.
Oh, I read the regulations on FIDE like pretty carefully. I thought I was a grandmaster, and at some point I should actually read the FIDE handbook. and you're allowed to look at the book wherever you want, even behind your opponent, as long as you're not disturbing him.
Oh, okay, because I think it legitimately helps in these endgames, because you can sort of reorient yourself a little bit, yeah. Because
the problem now is the black knight is far away from the white king. Very hard to create mating nets as the knight is in the pin. King b1 is okay, but I thought the move rook g3, in order to give yourself
to give yourself more checks as well, yeah.
Checks on the 4th or 2nd.
But yeah, it's unclear what you can blunder here though. Like even if you go like king a2, I'm still not sure what we're blundering. King c2, king a3, it just runs.
That is a good point.
Yeah, it's.
The only thing you can blunder is like rook h1 or something. Wow.
Whoa. Wow. Okay.
I mean, that's still a draw, but
that is not a move that would come to my mind. I'm sorry.
I don't know why we're owing so much.
I know.
Because you know why.
You don't do that.
You know why. The kings are in front of each other. You don't know if you're blundering rook. Something to the 1st rank mate, right?
Right. No. But Peter says, come on, that's totally legit.
Oh, come
I'm
on.
like,
but
yeah.
He at least managed to actually get Radek to play somewhat close to the increment, right? Because when we started watching, Radek was on 3 minutes, and it looked like he will just stay on 3 minutes.
But Shevchenko is on 2 seconds, and he can still lose.
That's right. That's absolutely right. You can lose on time. White has checkmating material.
Yeah.
King c3 is a 3-fold, so you need something more clever.
And by the way,
King e2, by the way, is a good move here.
Isn't that a 3-fold, King b1?
King e2 was winning the knight. I just want to point out that
King d1.
Sorry, it was on C. Yeah, okay.
It
King
was
c1.
on C1,
King c1 and 2.
I understand what you meant.
King c1 and 2 wasn't a legal move. Okay, I got overexcited.
But
Sorry, I wanted to.
But he's defending this
Yeah.
now very, very well.
Rook f6. This is not a 3-fold because now the rook's on f6.
Is King
It's not an
d1?
f4.
King d1 is fine. King d3, King c1. I don't think you can really make a mistake in this position, honestly, which is unless you just blunder a rook in one move. But
And he has
King
played
D2.
King d2, and it was that awkward pin. Now that's what I was saying. If the rook was on g3 at this exact moment, it would be the move rook g2.
Well, we just run towards a3, a4.
Of
We don't
course,
really
of
care all
course.
that much.
Of course. By the way, this is the
And
frustration part that Alejandro was saying.
That's
so
50, but they have to claim it.
Yeah, yeah, and our server is saying drawn because, you know, online this would have been drawn by the server.
By the server.
Right.
The server,
The server
forces
would
you.
have interfered, if you will.
But this is not.
No, there again. You mentioned the 75 move rule, but I mean, come on. It's very obvious to anybody that White is trying to draw the game, and he's got a legitimate claim. Why can't the arbiter make the claim?
That's the feeder rules. Feeder rules are heavily favoring lack of arbiter intervention.
Yeah.
So the more the arbiter can stay off the game, the better it is seen in like FIDE spirit of the game.
And generally, I agree with that. I think that's sort of how it's supposed to be. But yeah, it does feel slightly open to, I mean, not abuse, but unnecessary continuation here. I think people, and this is why I asked, and I feel slightly silly because I'm supposed to be a professional chess player, at least in the past. Yeah. But I think people don't realize that there is really no penalty to just asking or claiming. And
there's a penalty.
You give 2 minutes to your opponent.
2 minutes to your opponent, which is really...
But you get hard info on how many moves it is.
But that's why I was saying, can't you just simply ask the arbiter?
Yes.
Are we on move 50? Are we at move 40?
Yeah,
Are we at
I think
move 30?
people don't actually know that. Like, people aren't very comfortable doing that. People don't know it's an option. It's an option they can exercise very freely.
So now we're informing all of you guys. Now you can
talk to your friendly arbiter.
Yes.
Well, ask them what they're going to have for dinner.
You can ask arbiters whatever you want.
Exactly. And is this a 40 move or 30 move or?
And it's like 60.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, by this point we're very,
by
very
this
far
point, Radek's doing some
is actually looking up and saying, wait a minute. I'm going to claim.
Wait.
I agree.
Kirill
is not.
Kirill's not counting. He's done.
Yeah.
We're done too, to be honest. All right, Rook and Knight versus Rook leaves its logical conclusion. And
very nice.
A draw between these two great players. I love it. Benko Gambit Resurgence proves successful. No problems for black in this game, actually. Pressing till the end.
By Alejandro's video on playing the Benko Gambit, as it makes 2 draws.
Two draws and a significant amount of decisive results. Let's take a look at where that puts us on the standing board after 2 rounds of chess in Warsaw.
Here it comes.
Yeah, Vishy the only one on 100% there.
Vishy.
2 out of 2. Livonen +1, Richion +1, and then Anton Korobov as well on 1+1. And then a bunch of people, not a bunch actually, and both of them with 2 decisive games, which is maybe not that surprising.
Yeah, that's very surprising.
Not that surprising, considering the amount of decisive games in the tournament.
Exactly. But we're going to take a break on our side, and we'll see you on the other side of this break.
See you then for the last round of the day.
Right.
welcome back to the first day of the Warsaw Superbet Rapid Blitz. Very exciting so far. The first 2 rounds produced 7 decisive games out of 10. Could have been more. With the positions, with the positions we've seen, and these are the standings going into the final round of the day. Vichy starting very, very well, winning a very nice game against his longtime second, Wojtaszek, and then destroying Wesley with the black pieces in round 2. Just absolutely
beautiful pawn sacrifice.
Very, very nicely played by Vichy in a very topical line.
Richard lets Levon off the hook.
Yeah, Richard could have been on 100% as well. He won a very nice game in round 1, and then was completely winning at a certain point at least against Levon, but failed to, as is the story for the second event running, Levon getting very, very dodgy positions and then not losing them.
Fabi getting the best of his fellow rival Duda at the candidates, and our pairings for our final round of the day, Peter.
Yeah, the only pairing we've actually had spoken of on the air was in that interview with Anton Korobov, where he said that Vichy sometimes defends his pluses in the tournament. I don't know whether he was. You never know exactly how tongue-in-cheek he is, but yeah. Very interesting matchup. Anton definitely capable of beating the best in the world with the black pieces, the white pieces, the green pieces, whichever pieces you want to give him.
Right.
Kirill Shevchenko, who had that rook and knight against rook previously, white against Wesley. Lev white against Wojtaszek. Jan-krzysztof is white against Richie, also a candidate matchup.
Exactly, that's a big one.
And our wild card, the young Romanian player David Gavrilescu, finally gets the white pieces to play against Fabi, but no easy games for him in this tournament.
That is for sure. But Duda versus Richie will definitely be a marquee matchup as the candidates. It's just a month away. How exciting is it all? And we get ready for this round 3. I must say, 7 out of 10 decisive results, Peter. I mean,
it's high.
Time control?
It's high. Considering this is the slowest rapid time control imaginable. This is sort of the quote-unquote classical rapid time control.
Yes.
In terms of we started with this when the rapid tournaments became
game 30 or whatever it was. Yeah.
I don't believe I've actually caught any game 30. I think for me, serious rapid tournaments started with the PCA tournaments in 94, 95, 96.
It was actually even before that. They actually called it active chess.
Yes, and
the active.
I think they were
games.
already 25-minute games.
Yeah.
I believe they were already all 20, not game 30. They were game 20. Yeah, those terms.
Yeah.
Imopar maybe was still 30.
Yeah, I thought.
But when I started playing in them, I think they already were 25. They were not 30 anymore. And these days, the sort of universally accepted time control for rapid is 15 plus 10. But this is the kind of a more relaxed way to play this.
Weigh in, if you will, Alejandro, your preference of the rapid chess. You think this classical is a little too slow for your taste as the players get started?
I don't mind 25 plus 10, I just prefer 15 plus 10. I don't think that 25 plus 10 is a bad time control.
Right.
I don't think it's too slow. I just prefer the other one, like a lot of people do. I also don't want to see bishop c4 making a resurgence.
I was about to say, this bishop c4, first of all, it's got a bad reputation, and it's just
also, Levon is now playing it with both white and
black.
Can we not?
By the way,
can we please not? Yeah, what is this?
In the game of Vichy Anand, our tournament leader, versus Anton, I said, Anton in the tournament, you're going to see a French defense, and guess what? We see a French defense. E2, E4.
I love how this guy plays chess. I mean, Anton, he just doesn't care what the trend is. He doesn't care what.
He sticks to his guns.
He likes his guns, and he sticks to them. He loves playing these Nimzo Indians with the white pieces, say E3, Queen C2 lines. Doesn't care what the newest and latest of theory is. He likes his setups. He likes his French. He likes playing these positions, and sometimes his feel for them just matters so much more than the engine evaluation.
And having said that, the same is true of Vichy. Vichy's playing the advanced French, and he's got a lot of experience, Peter.
Some kind of new thing. Actually, I don't associate Vichy necessarily with the advanced French. I think he's been a knight c3 player
forever.
For most of his life.
He crushed me with knight c3 in the Olympiad in 2004. So he's been a knight c3 player forever.
Yeah, and a very, very established, like very accomplished player of those positions, as with most other positions in chess, to be honest. But yeah, h6 is a very kind of a surprising approach to me.
I'm confused.
Yeah.
Okay, help me out. What?
I don't know what that does. Yeah, I don't think we want g5.
I looked at it for a while, actually, the move h6. I don't know why. I was preparing the French for somebody, and h6 is not such a bad move. It's kind of zugzwangy in the sense that
Yeah,
you're
it
waiting.
feels like a useful pass.
It's a useful pass. You're waiting for black to determine the situation on d4. And if you put your bishop on e3, sometimes when you do eventually get your knight to f5, once you hit it with g4, I have the extra ability of taking this bishop on e3. So it's an interesting move. I think h6, in so many different variations, is making some kind of claim that the move h6 is more useful than we gave it credit for. I've even seen h6 in Catalans lately. And I'm thinking, well, if you can play h6 in the Catalan, you can play h6 anywhere.
Yeah, that's a statement right there, because yeah, Catalan is not a opening you associate with black having tempi to make weird moves on the king side.
And in case you just joined us, Vichy's currently the leader, 2 out of 2, just
and beautiful chess.
Beautiful, splat
Yeah.
over Wesley So's position in the previous round.
And after this move, bishop e3, I think we're seeing queen b6.
Yeah, queen b6 played, yeah. I'm slightly surprised by that because I also felt that, you know, the intention of this setup must be to sort of provoke bishop e3 and then just go either the immediate knight e7, even that I thought was playable, or maybe cd4, knight e7. But Anton says, no, we'll play queen b6 for now. We will ask the question whether, you know, white wants to find a way to sacrifice the pawn on b2, or whether you want to make some kind of an awkward move like queen g2, which maybe takes away squares from your own pieces a little bit. And then we will play maybe cd4, knight e7, and push for knight f5. Yeah, very unusual looking.
For me, the question I would ask is, if you take on c5, bishop takes c5, bishop takes c5, queen takes c5.
Interesting that
b3.
precisely 0 seconds were dedicated to the idea of queen takes b2, but I guess he actually is still following some prep, so he knows queen takes b2 is unplayable. It wasn't really clear to me at all why it was so unplayable.
After queen b3?
Yeah, I mean, I can take on a1, take on f1, and claim I have the better. Maybe my development is so poor that I cannot play that position.
With the bishop on f8.
I would have at least spent like half a minute pretending to evaluate it.
Right.
But Anton clearly knows, and
so Vichy just took the game into a very strategic channel of he's going to play knight b3, he's going to play bishop to d3,
rook e1, knight b3,
and then he's going to cement, you know, iron control over the d4.
I quite like this for white. I've always been a huge fan of these types of structures, in particular when there is no immediate counterplay on the queen side, and no good way for black to trade the bishop on d7 for the bishop on d3.
Vichy's gone precisely for that line of strategic play. He's going to put a rook on e1. He's going to leverage this pawn on e5 to some type of kingside attack, whether he gets it with rook e3, knight d4, or maybe lining his queen and bishop on the long diagonal battery of h7. White's for choice.
Absolutely, but you know, I think when I was like a 12-year-old kid, I would suggest this like as borderline winning for white. These days I understand that it's nowhere near that good.
You still got a lot of work.
Yeah, and black is a lot more resilient here than I would have given it, you know, given them credit for when I was, you know, naive and hopeful. But obviously we still choose white here. And Alejandro has news from the outer boards. Yeah.
Kirill Shevchenko decided with the Benko Gambit I can sacrifice a pawn. Let me see how I can sacrifice a pawn with white in the Berlin. Not a very common variation, but here we have the normal Berlin setup. Shevchenko playing against Wesley So. Knight takes e4, rook e1. We've seen this a million times. But after knight d6, he didn't take on e5, not when he was offered right now. And after bishop f1, bishop e7, you could still transpose into those variations, take on e5, go into deep theory, tons of games played in this position. But instead, he just develops his pieces, says, I don't want no stinking pawn. That's going to free up your position. Let me leave it in the center for the time being. And Wesley says, you know what? That's an important pawn. I'm going to defend it. f6 holds on to the pawn. And now we have this weird position where black is weirdly developed, right? The knight on f7 is weird, the pawn on f6 is weird, the bishop on e7 is not very active, especially when you consider that the move d6 might come. The bishop on e7 definitely does not look active, but it's a pawn and it's a central pawn. We talked about in the previous game between Duda and Fabi, what are Duda's pawns doing? They're extra compared to the piece, but they're not controlling anything. This pawn on e5, on the other hand, it closes down the e file, puts pressure on d4 itself. It's a bastion of black's position, and you can see that black defending it with all his might. So clearly white has compensation. He has the activity, he has the development, he has some nice space. But what do you do now? This is an interesting game. I love the way Shevchenko plays chess, uncompromising, not worried about losing pawns against his higher rated opponents. He just wants to play a fun position.
I'm reminded of Bob Zook, a Canadian master, his 2300, when I was a young teenage boy. He said to me, Yasser, control the e5 square and good things will happen. And when you look at Wesley's position, he's controlled the e5 square. King's Indian defense, Duda versus Richie.
Yeah, and
let's jump to that game because this is very nice, Peter.
It is very nice. It's not an opening I understand particularly well, but specifically the interplay of the last couple of moves is very, very surprising to me because they're playing the absolute classical line of, of the sort of the main line of the King's Indian. And what I want to ask you is, why hasn't Bishop G4 been played yet?
Thank you. Me too. I'm sitting there saying,
what is happening here?
How could you?
How could you not play Bishop G4?
Yeah, Bishop
everything
G4.
I've been trained all my life.
Yeah, exactly.
Gary Kasparov will say, if you trade off the light squared bishops,
there's no attack.
There's no attack.
Right.
Yeah.
Whoa, you've been around.
I mean, I also studied chess at some point in my life.
It's like, why aren't you playing Bishop G4, and why are you playing G5 and Knight G6 before playing Knight
F6? Like this entire sequence left me completely baffled. And
Having
now
said that,
we're back into some kind of normal territory.
Exactly.
But you know
how we got here is very strange. Yeah, Rook G7.
If you showed me this, I wouldn't be surprised. But both of them, you know, black allowing Bishop G4 and white saying no thanks. It's bizarre to me. I don't quite understand why there was.
It feels like some inexperience going on.
No. Maybe they mixed up the move order. I don't know.
Yeah.
But they're back into normal lines of theory, right? This still has tons of games and tons of variations analyzed.
And do you know what the latest and greatest is as far as stats? White wins 52% or something like that?
Specifically, this position, only 6 games. Sometimes they transpose into each other, especially if the bishop makes it to f2, or you go a4 and it transposes into a previous game where they started with the move a4. But specifically from this position, I only have 12 games. White wins 33%. Black actually wins half.
Damn.
So, yeah, dangerous position for white as well. 17% and in draw, so we expect a decisive result on this one.
I remember a game between Jeroen Piquet, he was a top Dutch player at the time, against Gary Kasparov. And the final move of the game, Gary won the game as black. There was a rook on f2, there was a queen on a7, and a black knight on g3. The Black Knight went to h1.
Yeah, I think I know what
and won the game. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a 3-result topsy-turvy position. Theoretical, absolutely. We'll keep an eye on it. Just let's continue our walk around the horn as I've got the game up on my screen between David and Fabi.
Yeah, this is a very, very sharp line of the Bishop B5 Sicilian. Arguably the most, like the weirdest and the least kind of standard structures that can arise out of the Bishop B5 systems are found specifically in Bishop B5, E6, Bishop takes, B takes. And yeah, like if you look at this position without understanding the dynamics involved, you think Black has done horrible, horrible things to his structure, and you know will eventually get punished because you expect it takes e6 to happen
rather rapidly.
Yeah, Black will take, and White will, I don't know, put the knight on e4, put the bishop on e3, win the pawn on c5, end the game with it. But life shows that Black plays like e5, f6, bishop e6. The pawn on c5 is actually not as easy to win as you think, and even if it does fall, Black generates so much activity in the center and on the king side with the knight jumping to f4, the bishop coming out to g4 maybe in some positions, the queen often goes to d5. Black has a lot of dynamic counterplay for the very, very obvious weaknesses that you do create in your position.
A different approach by white, by the way, David, did not capture on d6 and go down that primrose path that we've just looked at. Instead, queen e2.
Yeah, he wants the same structure, but he would like, I guess, to get the knights off the board. Like if black still takes on e5, we can get the same type of position, but
maybe
trade the knight on f3
more
for the knight
of
on
a
g6.
dream for white.
Yeah, I think it makes
better.
sense. Yeah, because knight on g6 is actually a very useful piece for black. It does good things. It jumps to f4. Currently, knight f4 looks attractive, but queen e4. Is a good reply. If you take on g2, it never comes back from there, so it doesn't quite work. For a second there, I thought maybe d5 here.
Yeah, but unfortunately,
there is the a4 square.
Yeah.
If not for that,
exactly, the knight would make a triumphant return.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that exciting game, and I'll turn it over to Alejandro. Alejandro, what have you been following?
Pretty much what you guys are following. A little bit of the French defense here, a little bit of that. Here we have this game between Vichy and Anton Korobov. This is the kind of position you don't really want to get with the black pieces, because in this structure, when the pawn on d4 and the pawn on c5 disappear, there's a danger strategically for black that you run out of things to attack. Normally, the French defense is based on the pressure on d4 tying white's position to the defense of the pawn. Without the defense of the pawn, sometimes you can start considering rook e3, rook g3, you can consider h4, h5, even g4, g5, opening up things on the king side when you don't have to defend on the other side. And look at this pawn on c3, does a great job of preventing the rook from coming down, closes down things on this side of the board. So the engines are saying advantage white. I don't think it's as big as the engines are showing, but I don't like exactly how Korobov has landed in this French. I think that Vichy did get a little bit of an advantage, and I'm going to be very curious on this game between Shevchenko and Wesley. I was analyzing for a little bit. The engine's hating the way that Shevchenko is trying to prove his compensation. He got the knight to d5, targeting this bishop on e7. Castle was played, but they didn't really understand the move c4, but thought, okay, that's not bad. d6, but this move bishop d3 was really bad. I'm not really sure what he missed, but Wesley played the very natural move f5, immediately putting in action his center majority, threatening the move e4. It wins a piece because knight takes e7, you can always take with the knight. You don't have to self-pin. And this knight on f7 actually does a great job. It defends e5 twice. It defends the square on g5 in many situations where you get pinned. So you could take on e7. In this particular position, I cannot take with the knight because d takes e5. I haven't played the move e4 just yet. And queen takes e7 just challenges white to find the comp. e4 is coming, even if it doesn't win a piece. It's a very nice move strategically, closes down the center, closes down the bishops, uses my spatial advantage. So it's not just about winning a piece. e4 is a strategical threat. Where is white's threat here? Where's the compensation? Nope. Actually, the more you look at it, why isn't black also strategically better?
Exactly.
Because you have everything going down in the center. You don't have enough pawns to resist the counter attack by black. So the edges think, bishop d3, horrible move, shouldn't have played that. There was some argument to be made for b4, just shoo the b5 with b5, this knight away from c6, not allow this pawn to go down to f5. Don't allow black to mobilize his center. But of course, it's an engine move, and after bishop d3, natural developing f5, they're just saying Wesley all the way. Also, huge time advantage for Wesley. 8-minute difference already. Wesley with 23, Shevchenko with 15. Here, Wesley really proving his knowledge in the Berlin. He's the kind of player that you give him a pawn, he loves gobbling them up, defending a slightly inferior position, maybe with compensation, and then just coming back precisely, neutralizing the comp, and then winning with the extra pawn.
Man after my own heart, what can I say? I'd like to turn our attention, Peter, to the game between Duda and Richard. Again, our all candidates matchup. And for me, the choices of Richard and Duda are, I'm going to double guess. I mean, for me, you don't play h5 for a long, long time.
Really?
It's very, yes. It's very important. Yeah, for me, the bit that I know about the King's Indian is you get in this moves bishop g7 and rook g8, because there are many times that you could actually as Garry Kasparov has shown us, you plant a knight on g3 very quickly, like, for example, the game of Piquet. If in these, also just, I'm going to put some moves on the board, okay, so forgive me for just a moment. You don't necessarily need the move h5 to get in g4. Whenever the knight leaves the pawn, you can go because of e4 is hanging. So what I understand is put your rook on g7 quickly. It's always good on g7, and then decide if you need h5.
Bishop f8 I very much agree with. I didn't really disagree with h5 all that much. I'm not quite sure what king h7 is about.
Me either.
But it's also interesting that jan-krzysztof on the white side went with this king h1 g3 plan instead of like your normal setups there involve either bishop e1 f2 or knight f2 sometimes, also kind of taking
with
some
h3
sting,
and
taking some sting of the out of the plans. And he does go knight f2 now, but
with the inclusion of g3 is very confusing for me. I mean, you've kind
this is kind of peculiar.
Now you're kind of encouraging, well, with the pawn on g3, it's 100% that black can open up the king side.
Yeah, even though he is somewhat prepared for it, and he made, I think, enough for progress on the queen side to perhaps dedicate some of his time to
just one other point, that if we had gone like in the game, this kind of thing, this is like really, I think, serious trouble.
With knight gf4 coming in, at some point we stopped caring if we put things on the trees.
That's exactly right. That's exactly what I want to say, that the h5 square can be useful. None of this has happened. Instead, we've got, I think, a very original position. I don't think that this is really the way people play these positions as white.
But people also, I want to say, it's like I've been listening to you for the last minute, and I've learned more things about this, these structures than I have. I am not a King's Indian player, so perhaps for somebody with a A pedigree in these positions, it wouldn't have been as educational as it was for me. But I also want to say that these guys are not necessarily like full-time King's Indian players.
That's the point.
And I think they're also kind of ad-libbing here, not just in terms of not knowing what theory says, but also simply in terms of like figuring out like what the plans are, which moves are necessary and which moves are optional. Because even like for me, I knew bishop f8 rook g7 was the way to go, but I thought, okay, h5 still gets included anyway, so why not start with it? And then I listened to you and I realized, yes, absolutely, those two moves are required, and the h5 square might be needed. Like, nobody's taking away h7, h5 from us, but if you play it, knight h5 will no longer be available for basically the rest, maybe for the rest of the game. So yeah, it feels like they're kind of feeling their way out, in this position. They're not entirely sure what goes where and when.
I feel that this is a very, very dangerous position for white. Things can go wrong very easily. Like, I'll just make a bad move, forgive me for a moment. And you can just start to feel like, with rook g7, I'm going to make two bad moves, I apologize. Rook g7 and a5. And, you can start to see that, wait a minute,
This I don't mind at all. I play g4 here.
You do, but okay. And
I think this is completely fine. I'll take on a4 quite happily. I think you've misplayed this for black.
I'm not sure. This bishop on f8, how do I put it? I
think this might be kind of winning for white. Now go e5.
Yeah, I think so.
E5, knight f4. I think you've completely destroyed your position.
Good point.
You have no attack anymore. With the pawn h4, like everything is completely blocked off. I think this is dead.
I did that wrong.
Yeah, I think takes and knight f4 with like gf, and then knight g4 and queen h4 check to follow. This I would believe in. h4 g4, I'm immediately feeling very, very comfortable with white.
You made the blockade.
Yeah, like I don't think black should allow that type of a blockade to happen. Yeah, something like this very much is topical. Yeah. With GH knight takes or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, h4 g4 I really disliked there. I thought that was the one thing I felt very strongly about.
Yeah, I'm getting something. I was trying to break open the position, but I did it in the wrong move order. Sorry, c6.
Jan-krzysztof played c6.
What? Okay, that is really bizarre.
I don't know. I don't mind it.
Really?
I think maybe his idea is to play c6 and follow it up. Like, I don't know how well this works, but
C6.
I want to say maybe at least part of the idea is to follow it up with g3, g4, and claim that this bishop on c8 will never have any squares to move to. So we've actually locked out not one but two pieces on the queen side.
Wow.
It looks kind of elaborate and, you know, too good to be true. But in particular, like if black responds to c6 with, I don't know, let's say b6, which is a horrible move which you shouldn't make.
I'll avoid that, yeah.
But
oh, he did it.
He actually played, yeah, now I'm very interested in g3, g4. He's gone rook g1, but that doesn't take away the idea just yet, right? But can we just put g4 on the board there for a second?
Right.
How ridiculous is it? I'm just saying this is ugly, but also there are two pieces on the queen side now, like a full queen worth of pieces, which you will have to sacrifice.
Yeah, somehow
You know,
to get
yeah,
out of
you will actually have to sacrifice them to get them out into the game. And without them, do you give mate on the king side? Like you can play knight h4, you can
yes.
you know, return the king from, like, it shouldn't be on h7. This much we know. The king should not be on h7 here because we want the rooks there.
Right.
But okay, I will play rook g1. I will play.
Is
I
there
don't know.
anything to be said for an f3 idea? I mean, I've got to. Well, I'll return.
Yeah, here I will play bishop f3, I guess, and queen e2, and no, it does give you the a6 square for the bishop, but you can see sort of the strategic idea of what I'm trying to do here, right?
Which is just in tune.
Yeah, it might be
This
bad.
bishop.
It might be bad, but it definitely contains a reasonable strategic idea.
I was actually afraid of that, and I thought I was going to take on c6.
Yeah, I thought, yeah, but that is
and
incredibly
drop
strategic.
my bishop, just develop my bishop so that I don't get, as you
Yeah,
say,
yeah,
attuned.
I think that would also be my reaction because of just how worried I am. I will not get to move those pieces ever again. But
oh, and by the
yeah,
way, after
Richie
the
disagrees.
after including the move b6, rook g1, now that the
h6.
bishop on f8 has no useful purpose,
Yeah, bishop h6 is logical. Yeah.
he defends g5 so that any takes, the g5 pawn is not hanging. And now, at some moment, you just got to play g5, g4 here as black.
White is reasonably well prepared for it, though. I just take, right? I have more.
Which?
I have more FG. I have more things attacking the g4.
Okay, so let me. Should I? Do I take right away? What am I taking right away? Just a second. Do I have anything along the? No, I apologize. I need to play queen f8.
It
maybe.
needs to be further prepared. Yeah.
Yeah, in order to. Somehow I'm trying to blow up the f file, and it's awkward. As we're working this over, what's happening in Levon's game, Alejandro?
Levon against Radek Wojtaszek in this position. Weird Sicilian. You can see the makings of the Sicilian in some ways. You can see the c5, d5 expansions. But what is the bishop doing on a2?
Yes.
The knight? Not clear. A lot of things that are not in their usual spots. b5 is certainly a move that you can consider, simply showing that the idea of b4, opening up the c file, to me that looks very logical. Another way of playing this position, you can see that White has retreated knight f3 to h2. At some point, he might go knight g4 and start harassing you in the dark squares. So Radek said, none of that. f5, no knight g4 for you. You could take on f6 if you wanted. This is a complete change of structure. And Levon said, all right, I'll do that, and I'll play knight e2. And I think he missed this move knight e2 because it's actually quite strong. Once you go back, knight c6, which he has played, both the move c3 or the immediate knight g4, they're tough to contend with because
knight g4.
Knight g4, not played just yet, but knight g4 is very striking. You don't really have the moves e5. This actually improves the bishop on a2 much more than it improves the bishop on b7. And speaking of the bishop on b7, how do you get it into the game? The moment you play d4, you structurally destroy everything else about your position. So it's not easy to see what this bishop is going to do long term. And I like the way that Levon is remaneuvering his pieces. Knight on e2, knight on g4, the knight's going to go to g3. And at some point, you start looking at this dark squares on the king side.
You feel a momentum.
You feel a momentum. You feel a momentum there for the white side. So Levon is certainly here with the initiative. But let's go to Warsaw as we have Anastasia with more insights from the playing hall.
Hello everyone. Once again, we are here from Warsaw. I just wanted to tell you that, first of all, we have really great atmosphere here. And between the games, players come to the special area. They're chatting with each other. It's really great to see, for example, Levon talking with Anand, and then Garry Kasparov comes in, and they have really nice conversation. So it's really friendly atmosphere here, and it's really enjoyable to stay here. And now that you were talking about the other games, I actually was checking the game of Fabiano, and I was a little bit surprised with the development. Probably if we switch there, like at this moment Fabio played the move c4. I was wondering that maybe actually White wanted to play at a certain point c4, fixing this weakness on c5, which you were discussing a little bit before, that it's still not so easy to win this pawn on c5. So probably Fabiano decided just to give it immediately to give some space to his pieces. But I mean, after a few moves, it turned out that White just took the pawn, and I mean, I don't see really where the compensation is for the moment for Black. Still, the pieces are not developed. The bishop is still in f8, and I wonder also where the king will go later. So, I mean, I think at this point we can say that David finally got some good chances at this game against Fabiano Caruana. What do you think about this? Back to the studio.
We will certainly take a look at that pawn sacrifice of Fabi, but I really wanted to draw our attention to Vichy's game, because Vichy versus Anton.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought it was a strategic slaughter going on here.
I really didn't like how Anton treated like the early transition from opening to middle game, and
because to my mind, this position is like
it's
splat.
It's horrible, yeah. But when Alejandro was talking about it, like he mentioned that Black doesn't have much to attack and it's comfortable for White. But I wanted to say even earlier, like if we put the position on move 20 on the board, like rook e3 here. I think the biggest issue for Black in these types of positions is not that they don't have enough space, it's that you get mated.
Okay, like that sounds bad.
Yeah, 94 rook g3, queen f4, and you start getting mated very, very quickly, which is why I think he played knight f5.
Rook g3, queen f4, and then just direct kill.
The pawn on e5 cuts the black position in half so effectively that it's just very, very difficult to bring enough defenders over to the king side, which is why you make such an ugly move as knight f5, because you start seeing that future very, very clearly, and you want to do something to stop it. But yeah, the position is just bad. And after e6, it very much doesn't look like Vichy came to defend his +2 today. Anton is in a ton of trouble here.
I'm just expecting the move rook e5.
Yeah, no reason to blow up your own king side with GF.
Exactly.
And weaken the pawn on h4.
At a certain moment, we're crashing through here.
Yeah, these positions are just so horrible, with the only open file on the board completely controlled by the white-headed pieces.
Exactly.
Looks kind of lost.
Now, if there is a criticism, I'm not saying there is. It's just that this position, right here, it's so good. It's so good. I mean, like there are so many approaches you could take. One is to redirect the knight over to h4, just win this pawn.
I actually like what Vichy did very much, because I think
you like the breakthrough.
I think that the point of what Anton was trying to achieve here, if you don't play e6 here, let's say you make if you don't play e6, you don't play queen e2. Let's say you play knight e2 here, right?
Yes.
Black plays bishop e6. You play knight f4, Black plays g6.
Yes.
Even if we disregard that d5 is hanging, like rook d3, we go rook d8 here, right?
Right.
And everything is sort of very nicely blockaded, but Black is not really sort of giving up d5 and trading this pawn on e6 for the knight on f4 is like best case scenario.
Right.
So we are going to start actively encouraging it. I will play like rook c5 and rook dc8 and just move everything away and start asking you to actually take on d5 there.
Which I will never do, right? And I just have the impression, sorry Peter.
Rook dc8 here and then rook c4. Yeah. And this is a kind of a position where, I mean, I'm not going to make an argument this is not better for White.
No, that's clear.
Yeah, but
it feels like play on one goal though.
But doesn't the position in the game also feel like... I think you're speeding up the conversion, actually, by what Vichy has done. I very much like
with
what
the
he has done.
e6. Yeah. Okay. Do we have this, by the way?
No, rook e5 still hasn't been played.
No, he took
on f4. This is a bit surprising, honestly.
For me too. For me too.
GF, FE. FE is a correct choice, I think, because if you take with the bishop, I wanted actually, at first, I wanted to take with the bishop because I wanted to force you to take on a6 with the knight. But I think bishop takes just loses to f5 on the spot.
Oops.
f5, gf, rook g3 is mate.
And
so
you just never,
yeah.
So you
So
have
you
to take with the pawn.
But if you take on a6 twice here, I think black can maybe try taking on h4.
Absolutely, and just
Rook g6, rook g7, and you know
is
those
that the conversion? That
yeah,
you
those
thought?
conversions aren't that easy
I'm
because
not
things
sure.
things
There's
have
some-
sharpened up significantly here.
and good chances of bailing into a drawn ending, a drawn rook and pawn endgame if I can get the queens off the boards as well.
Yeah, but rook e5 looked very strong. I don't
Is
quite.
there an argument to be made, Peter, for f5 in this case?
Yeah.
We wanted it a moment ago.
I think this is maybe what he wants. Yeah, I think this is probably what he wants.
And
He's
the
got
i-
rook g3.
And the idea is to play rook g3.
He's actually started with rook g3, but
Oh, sorry.
I think it's with the same idea.
Also very nice. Queen takes h5 a
Because
threat.
like
rook takes
you-
g6 a threat.
It's very easy to autopilot king h7 there, right? And
Yes.
king h7 runs into f5,
Which is what we want.
Yeah, which maybe is even stronger here than it was in the previous position.
Exactly. Essentially, what I wanted to avoid doing was trading off this bishop. I thought this bishop was so septic on d7. And by the way, if you put your king on h7, it also
Knight of 3
maybe
g5 is also quite strong. yeah,
encourages a
absolutely, yeah.
later. But Vichy, okay, I'm definitely warming up now. I see the light.
Yeah.
And
Maybe
the tunnel.
you hate life with really hate life there, but maybe you take on h4, right? No, so you play. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Yeah, after rook g3 in the current position.
So rook g3 in the current
Maybe
position without
maybe
king
we take
h7.
maybe we take on, but it loses to queen e5, right? This is the point. We don't even take on g6 first.
The queen b5
we go
is
queen,
nasty.
Queen e5, and then we take on g6, and everything
Because
just
then
starts
it's just
collapsing.
mate.
Yeah.
It's just mate.
You can't even do that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way after. Sorry, queen h4. There is just one point that queen takes f4 does defend the rook,
but
the
rook
rook takes
g6
g6 doesn't defend the king.
Yeah.
And the king's more important. So no queen h4 for black, and Anton on the back foot and looks to be peddling. What is the times, by the way?
12 against 13. Still plenty of time for both, but yeah, Vichy much better.
But it feels like Vichy's got Vichy chess. He's got his knight against the bishop. He's one of the rare grandmasters who's willing to give up his bishops
I
for
think
knights.
most people would actually be okay with
But
In
this
this
particular
position?
one, it's not a
think so.
Vichy knight. Like, he doesn't get
That's
to
a
claim
good
that
one.
knight.
That's a
Every
good-
grandmaster gets to claim that.
Sign
knight.
me up for this
Sign me
one.
up for a blockade on d4. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so he's looking like he's doing good. Alejandro, take us on the King's Indian tour, the magical mystery tour.
There's a couple of games where black is just going all out because strategically their position is trash. This is one of them. This bishop on c8 not moving, this rook on a8 not moving. We know these things. So this is what black is trying to do. Some kind of counterplay on this side of the board, trying to hunt down this king. He's just taken on d2, take on d2, and the move h4 played in this position. Now, what exactly the follow-up is not clear to me. Knight h3 is a very strong move because of the tempo on knight g5 hitting the rook on f7, and of course the king on h7. And if you move the king somewhere, rook cf1 starts fighting for the same spots on the king side. Remember, you cannot bring your pieces as easily as I can bring my pieces. It's the huge advantage of space in chess. The edge is saying that black's position is hopeless after both knight h3 or just g5 and bishop h5. Both of them with a huge advantage. Also with a huge advantage is technically here Gavrilescu against Fabi. Anastasia was mentioning this game to us, where white is currently up a pawn. This important pawn on c4 is stifling the bishop on a6. Not even clear that you want to take on c4 anytime soon, because yes, you gain a pawn, but what's your follow-up going to be? You weaken a lot of your squares on the queen side. Instead, Fabi has just castled on that side of the board, said, I don't want anything to deal with that. I want to target the e5 pawn and maybe g5 h4. Maybe g5 h4 in the works. Saying,
Getting frisky.
because, you know, there's no plan that's not this. If I defend this pawn somehow, or if I counterattack with queen f3 and start hitting f7,
looks attractive.
it's a very attractive move. We start thinking of d takes e4, of blowing up the position with c4. Bishop b2 might come at some point. If you take on e5, you can take on f7. It's risky, but you can do it because you hit e6 with check. So black's position starts to collapse. But queen f3 you could play g5, and let's go. Let's have a party. You're going to have all the pawns as white, but you're going to have 7 minutes to defend against the 2800 hunting down your king, and that is not going to be easy. So definitely practical chances. Objectively, Gavrilescu in a great position.
Yeah, and Bishop D2, by
Bishop
the way.
D2 maybe not the best move in the position, but there's a very kind of
breaking news, right?
Stark development in the Aronian Wojtaszek game where Aronian
just blundered something.
Yeah, he just kind of went off the rails there a little bit. We left it somewhere here.
Yeah, D3, D4. So
I'm surprised
he the square.
Yeah, giving up the E4 square, and
but
also
even worse. Sorry to interrupt you. The diagonal. Maybe the diagonal.
A5 is a very clever move here by Radek. Yeah, creating the idea of Bishop A6, Knight G3 takes, and Knight E2, and now after Bishop A6, Rook F3. Yeah, E6, E5 ends the game pretty much. I don't know what he missed because this is the most. This was the most obvious move in the position, and I like
crushing move.
Yeah, it's just dead, right? Because F takes E5, Queen takes E5 takes advantage of this pin, and you can put it on your board.
Yeah, you just lose material.
Terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just like
and you just can't hold on to anything. Rook after knight E4 is resigns.
By the way, could somebody just put this Bishop C4 variation to bed? I mean, this Bishop on A2, I've seen it like 2 or 3 games. Like it's terrible.
The striking thing about it is like 5 moves ago, Levon was much better. And it's a position you would assume he will play quite well. And yeah, Knight F3, D4 just is a very, very strange way to treat it.
Wow.
I mean, C3, Bishop B1, and then maybe you can consider playing D4. But
actually, it was right about here. We were kind of confused by the move Knight F3 because Knight G4 is so intuitively obvious. You want to like disturb this knight and bring, invite Knight takes G4. But okay, E5 and
this whole sequence just doesn't make any sense. And
that's
the
position on the board.
It's difficult to make a
terrible.
move, really.
Yep.
Because F5, Queen E5 loses material. E5, E4 currently is a game-ending threat, and you don't have any way really to sidestep it.
A nasty, nasty pin down the E5.
Yeah, so things really have gone.
As you
absolutely
say, off the rails.
Absolutely off the rails for Levon, which is very unexpected, considering that he was navigating those kind of weird, Sicilian / maybe somewhat Spanishy type position. Well, not really Spanishy.
Spanishy,
Frenchy type positions very well. Okay. And then this.
And then this.
And
then this. This does not look good for Levon Aronian fans. If he escapes this one, I mean, he really is the modern Houdini. Quickly checking in on Anton. Anton
still
has not reacted to Rook G3. And how is Wesley So doing, Alejandro?
He's doing great. He has a huge time advantage, still retaining that 8-minute differential between his opponent, Kirill Shevchenko, with 4. He's got 12, but look at the position. Still an extra pawn.
Fantastic.
You got this break with the move F3. White trying to do something in the position, but it's not quite enough. You could take on D5 to control the E3 square.
Looks
and if
good.
you take E3, Knight C4, and then F4. Yeah, you open up the bishop, but who cares? This is very strong. The structure is bad. You have a good bishop, but that's about all the compensation that you get in this position. Certainly not enough. Black with a decisive advantage on this one. So Wesley doing great in round number 3. He'll need this one to bounce back from his previous loss.
No question about it. And again, the candidate matchups, they're a very nice move, I think, by
G5 a very logical move, pushing the knight away. And,
exactly.
And now, I think Alejandro was suggesting Bishop H5. It does look like the most natural move. Rook DF1 doesn't look horrible, but allowing H takes on Knight F4, I would have preferred to control the knight on G6.
I 100% behind you on that one. My goodness. Take that knight off the board, threaten to take this, and if you take the knight, as you were about to mention, you're not going to F4 because the rook is hanging, but there's also G6. Bishop H5 looks crushing, but
and in the meantime,
G1.
I think the Gavrilescu-Caruana game has gone very much.
If you go
I think he may have missed Rook takes D5. I think he played Bishop D2, and the difference between sort of the Bishop on C1 and the Bishop on D2 specifically there.
Which game? Sorry.
The Gavrilescu game.
With Fabi.
Yeah, he played Bishop D2 move 19, and after Bishop takes E5, suddenly you cannot go Knight takes D5 anymore. Because Rook takes D5 actually protects the Bishop on E5, and we've blocked out our own Rook on D1. Otherwise, we would have been playing Rook D1 takes D5 here and taking on E5. maybe it's not great, but it would have at least given us a chance to win the piece back.
You're right. Or, yeah.
And he had to go knight g2, bishop c7, bishop f4. The position still doesn't look horrible, but it definitely is a very large improvement.
Actually, give me back my e5 pawn, please.
Actually, it does look horrible because we can play e5 here, right?
Yeah. I mean,
e5, bishop b5, rook h8 wins a piece.
Yeah, give me back my e5 pawn, please, Peter. This is terrible.
Sorry, this is
huge.
What wins a piece?
e5, no?
Oh, no.
There's bishop c7 in the end. Sorry, I'm losing my mind.
Well, even that ending, by the way.
It's fine for black, but I thought it was winning, and yeah, it's clearly not winning.
The intention, of course, was that this bishop was pinned to the queen, but there is, as Alejandro is pointing out,
white is probably even better in this endgame after like cd5 and knight f4. So Fabi goes c5 instead of e5, which is a very understandable move. But at least we got one bishop off the board.
Yeah, but c5, one bishop, but the remaining one, it was a bad bishop. It's not going to be anymore. It's not going to be a bad bishop on b7.
It's going to wake up on the long diagonal, and that's not going to be very
enjoyable.
No. You can experience unpleasant sensations, as Victor Korchnoi. Quoting Victor Korchnoi.
Yes.
That long diagonal.
Even though I mean, the game is still
turnaround.
on. The game is still on, but yeah, it's definitely an improvement for black compared to what the position should have been by this point.
Exactly. All right, and finally, where did we have? This was the Fabi game, Richard game. We know. And we wanted to see what Levon did
somehow, somehow kept the game somewhat afloat. He played knight c1, rook g3. It looks horrible, but I mean, maybe there's nothing better. Queen d4, rook e4. Yeah, he's getting kind of
squeezed.
Yeah, he's down a pawn here. The extra pawn is on e3. It's not great. Yeah, queen e5. It looks absolutely lost.
True.
It just doesn't look like you're
If you want to be surgical, you still have e2. It's the same trick.
Right now?
Oh, yeah.
It's the same trick
this is
worked
very cute.
over and over again.
Knight e2, queen e5, and yeah. This pin just costs you the piece with rook c8 coming. Yeah.
Nothing spoiled, obviously, by
queen g5. Queen g5.
The one you spot, if it comes into your mind, the move e2, which by the way traps white's queen, so it's like
that would have been game over on the spot.
Yeah, then you realize it's just game over. He did play queen g5. Oops, excuse me, not e2, queen g5, and no, the game does not flare anew.
Yeah, knight e2 played. Yeah, I mean, but it's still completely lost, of course. Yeah, and Vichy, queen takes h4 played after a long think in the Korobov game, which does allow queen e5.
That's kind of a strange thing. Look at the look that Vichy gave him. Did you really think that long for queen takes h4, queen e5? Then don't you have a move against this?
Oops.
Whoops.
Yeah.
He must have missed it,
Yeah,
right?
he must have missed it, and now I don't see how you even continue from here. It looks resignable.
It's one of those things that you see it immediately.
Right.
And then you think and thinking, and you're getting confused by other variations. And then you go to yourself, well, why don't I take the h4 pawn? The guy goes queen e5, and you go, I saw that.
I saw that. Yes.
I mean,
I've done that.
We've all done that. Yeah. And the awful feeling is sinking in.
Yeah, this is 3 out of 3 for Vichy. Rook c4, you can sort of still make a move of this description. Rook g6, king f7. We can also start with knight takes a6. It kind of makes giving mate slightly easier, actually. I think knight takes 6 might be the cleanest way. No, rook f6 is no. And you just
resign.
Just everything. Rook takes g6. I like rook takes g6. And Vichy, what a day! The old Meister.
Vichy the king. 3 out of 3 to start his tournament in Warsaw.
Ace. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Very, very nice start for Vichy.
Wow.
And, always very enjoyable to see him do well. Because when he
gives
plays
us
well,
old fogies inspiration.
Absolutely that. But also when he plays well, it just flows, right?
Exactly.
He's one of those people where you see that the pieces go from one good square to another good square, and like they improve.
3 for 3. Vichy Anand, welcome back, Vichy. Grand Chess Tour misses you. Wesley,
up a piece.
Up a piece? What the heck?
Yeah, f3 he just went c6. The question there for me is, if you want to play c6, why haven't you played it on the previous move? Like, you could have played c6 here instead of bishop b6. c6 and d5 here looks like
C6 looks
Yeah,
very...
just establish this really large center and just win from there. But no particular reason not to do it in this move order, I guess.
I mean, this looks prettier than it is, right?
Yeah,
You take on d5, that's a very pretty center.
If white could actually go c takes d5, bishop c8, e5, maybe that would have given some compensation. But that
If white
loses
could have done what?
cd5, bishop c8, e5. If you could do this, maybe you could make an argument. But takes, queen takes d5, I think, puts paid to all of those hopes. Like everything gets destroyed.
That
right?
knight on f7 is looking
pretty
better,
useful,
better and better. It's like
bad.
now you got queen check.
I'm gonna start putting my knights on f7. They're pretty good pieces.
Respect those
Yeah,
pretty
useful little horsey. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
And if you have to take e takes d5, yes, it does look very beautiful, but the pawns go nowhere.
Absolutely
And the
nothing.
queen side will get developed, and then
Yeah.
you have fewer pieces on the board. So
yeah,
it's a bit of
these pawns,
a bit of an issue, yeah.
They're a huge tank, no question, but they got nowhere to go. As you're pointing out, c5 hangs the d5 pawn, and black will unravel his pieces, knight d7, knight f6, and that looks like Wesley all the way. Alejandro, what do you have for us?
Game that's turning around a little bit is this game of 5e, as he is with the black pieces searching for that initiative. Gavrilescu down to a minute 30 and a king walk happening. Remember the 5e long castle? Well, it's going back the other way. A king is going to e7 just to safeguard the f7 pawn. You see why it's going? It's because queen on a8 kind of flushed it out to d7, and he didn't want to make a draw, of course, after queen f3, king c8, because at this point he has a strong pawn center. This knight is kind of and this bishop, very importantly, is coming to the b7 diagonal. You gotta defend this pawn on f7 first. You could have played f6. King e7 is also a good move. Just hold on to the pawn. Bishop b7 is coming next move. And Gavrilescu burning time. 1 minute left against 5e 10. But more importantly, bishop b7, queen c6.
Before, right? You have to play before bishop b7 and perhaps something like queen f4.
a3. Oh,
He goes queen f4 immediately.
Inviting
Which
E5?
I understand. Yeah, e5, queen g5 check, and then maybe before. But yeah, it's bad.
It's bad.
It's bad.
It's bad. I mean, he's just lost that important e5 pawn, and the pawns are going to roll.
Let's jump over to Warsaw and a chat with our tournament leader.
Thank you, Yasser. We are indeed with a man that needs absolutely no introduction, the 5-time world champion, Vichy Anand. Vichy, welcome to the show. Welcome to Poland. Welcome to the Grand Chess Tour. You're back. Tell us about your initial feelings about the organization of the event as well as the first day.
The organization of the Grand Chess Tour is always superb. Everywhere it's done perfectly, and that's one of the reasons I accepted very quickly. I was apprehensive because, again, I've come off a very long break, but obviously today went like a dream.
You couldn't have
everything I could
asked
hope
for
for,
more.
everything I could hope for, just everything nice happened. What can I say?
How do you usually get ready for an event like this after such a long break? 5 months since Baku, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. I knew that the long the long break was going to cause some problems. So I got some friends, especially some of the youngsters. Well, funny to call them youngsters. They're all the best juniors in the world. But anyway, since I work with them, I managed to Shanghai them into a few blitz games. So that's how I practiced a bit. I played a bit, but still, when you see the pieces for the first time, you feel very rusty. But luckily, the first game went well, and that kind of helps. With Wesley, I was all at sea, but then I found myself in a nice place.
Actually, I do want to talk about that game with Wesley specifically, because Wesley essayed this novel idea of taking on d5, queen c2. At least he essayed it a few times, but it's more or less a novel idea. Were you prepared? And it did feel like you actually out-prepared him somehow.
I was not. I saw that he had played queen c6, especially against Shaq. He won a nice game.
Here, in this position?
No. He went queen c2 earlier.
Queen c2,
what
yes.
you mentioned. Queen
yes.
c2, and that's kind of relevant. And the idea is something along the lines of what he did. Knight g2, bishop d2, f3, and so on.
He also played this against Sam Sevian at the American Cup.
That's right. I had prepared something a few days back. Unfortunately, by the time we got to stage, I mean, you have to think of all the other things you can do as well. So I could not remember what my solution was. I remember a few fragments here and there. Then I just decided, rapid chess, you just play fast, f3. So I'm here, if e4, I will take and play c5. So always that is my counter. And I was very, very happy to put the knight on f8 because it frees the other knight. And h7 is covered, as you saw in the game.
Right.
But even so, after he castled, I wasn't sure exactly if I was doing this right, because at the end, white is getting g4, h4, g5, and e4.
It's going to be a race.
So I decided, again, I don't know in a classical tournament if I would be, I wouldn't say flippant, but just play b5. But in a rapid game, you think, fine, I'll play b5. As long as you scare your opponent, that usually works as well. So that was what I wanted to do. I played b5.
And that's one of the things that struck me, is that you were spending not a lot of time while he was burning through most of his time.
Yes, that reassured me actually, that he was thinking a lot, especially one or two moves later. After queen
I think
c6,
this is where he started thinking.
He thought for a very long time, and then I felt much better because I thought, it's interesting that bishop b7 it didn't like. I tried my best to come up with another move, but I couldn't. I didn't like knight b6, but maybe that is the best move then.
Bishop takes c2, and you were
this I was
already
very
taking
happy.
over.
Yes, because this is very typical in lots of, there's also some lines in the Nimzo where, of course, the black pawn will be on g5, but same thing happens. And you get this fast attack. There are lots of queen's gambit declines as well, where white castles long, black loses a pawn, but then these rooks. It's very powerful. I don't know, somehow recently, whenever I looked at the engine, this sort of position gives a even bigger advantage for black than I would estimate.
Even
so
from,
by this
from
now
a
I was
practical
happy.
perspective.
But the one thing I really liked about my position is that the knight is, you know, it seemed to me white could conjure up some kind of fortress, but at the end I'll play knight e6 and the whole structure will collapse almost. That was what I was looking forward to. I couldn't evaluate, but I didn't need to. I knew that it's only a question of how much better black is, so that was nice.
Towards the end, we were kind of shocked that he actually resigned at this point. Did you expect him to resign? Did you feel like he has any other
I didn't
chances?
see another move for him.
And by the way, the computer agrees with you. The computer does say that you are completely winning. We just felt like it's a bit too early.
I was also ahead of time, so the question is what he should be waiting for, and he just couldn't see a move. But I simply didn't see a move for him, because even if his knight moves, I'll go queen f8 check, knight b4. I'll probably win the f4 pawn. I'm going to be 2 pawns up. It's a bit too much. I was slightly happy that I didn't have to prove it, but not very much. I thought resigns is quite reasonable actually here.
Vichy, congratulations. A perfect start for you. We're looking forward to seeing you in the next few days.
Thanks a lot.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and our congratulations to Vichy for, as we say, a perfect start.
Yeah, an absolutely perfect start.
The games are blowing up all over the place. One game especially, Duda versus Richie. We've just seen, yes, this was the move that I had expected. Rook takes c8.
Rook c8 followed by rook g4 is a nice touch here. Actually capturing the queen on h4. It's a very cute solution to probably all of our problems on the king side.
Exactly. Once you start seeing what's going on here, you start to panic. Right? There's all kinds of rook f2, knight h3
I thought it might
ideas.
become unclear, yeah, but rook c8 I think solves.
But doesn't it clear,
all of it, yeah.
clear the cobwebs right away? Rook takes, and rook g4.
You can play knight h3 check. It saves some material, but you will lose because your entire queen side will disappear. Like I go knight takes h3, you have to take with the queen. We will trade queens. I will take on d6. If the pawn if the pawn c7 was still alive, this would have been something to discuss. With the pawn c7 gone,
no.
You desperately look for something else, but there might not be anything else. So,
the pawns go marching through. Looks like a smooth win for white. Then the game of Fabi. Let me just check that out.
Fabi is just much better.
He's got this woeful knight on g2. We've been talking about, Vichy's knight on d4, and Alejandro said, "Sign me up for that."
But not this.
How about the knight on g2? Come on,
Not so much.
Can I offer
no
this property
knights for me?
This property. The pawns dominating the knight on g2. All of the squares. Fabi for choice, big time going
Absolutely.
on
And
here.
we're watching the continuation of Bucharest in the game between Levon and Radek.
No way.
I think this is now fine-ish for White. I don't know if it's entirely equal, but
What?
I mean,
how did he escape?
I
This is
I don't know if he's hypnotizing his opponents. Like if you go back a few moves and if somebody can explain the move Rook F2 to me.
yeah, Rook F2 is just. I think I'm pretty sure he thought he was giving mate. The explanation is he thought
yes,
after king takes f2 there is forced mate with I don't know, maybe knight e4 check. You know, he missed the king goes to h2, or maybe he thought he can play knight e4 here and forgot about queen g8 check and queen f8, and there's a perpetual there very comfortably.
by the way,
But yeah, but like
is
it's just,
there a perpetual there comfortably?
I think so. Question mark? Queen f3 check. Like, are you?
Well, at least.
Yeah, you're better, but it's not very clean, right?
It's not clean, but you kind of have to calculate it out because the way what's happened in the game.
I mean, he's a pawn up. What he chose is also not that bad, actually. He's going to have very decent winning chances.
I've seen the story before.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely watched this movie quite a bit,
quite often, yeah.
In Bucharest.
Ooh, but that's.
I would suggest this is actually winning.
Yes, I will too.
Like properly played out, I would suggest this is winning because queen with knight against queen bishop.
I mean, with 10 minutes against 30 seconds, I don't think
Yeah,
Radek's winning.
but
King G7, come on.
yeah, queen e5 is never a mistake. Just centralize, play b5, play maybe at some point king g7, knight h5 or something. But
like
none of this was supposed to happen. Like you,
Yeah, none of
there's
those.
no there's no counterplay.
We understood.
If we go back to the position where he played rook f2, just go rook f4.
It's over. I mean, this
Yeah.
pawn on e3 is humongous.
Yeah,
Why
just-
would you give it up?
Yeah, just play rook f4 there.
Right
And give mate, because the rook on e2 is not really participating in, like, go knight e4, knight g3 next, and just give mate.
It's just over.
The king on h6, with the rook on f4 still alive, the king on h6 will not receive a single check in this game. So you just allow you allow queen g8, you allow queen d7, you don't care about any of those things. You just play knight e4, knight g3 and win. Or something else, but like this is the easiest way. Yeah, like just
This rook on f4 is so powerful. The pawn on e3 is
he
so
must have thought he was giving mate with checks,
Wow.
basically.
Wow.
That's the only explanation, because otherwise, like, you don't care about the pawn on b6 there.
What a shock.
Yeah.
What a shock.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm sorry. I mean, I understand what you're saying. The move queen e5 can't be wrong, but king g7
Yeah, king g7 not bad either. Queen c4 is why he didn't do it.
just hits the, thank you, queen c4.
Queen
So
c4
at
is why
least-
he didn't do it, yeah.
Well, in that case, I can then go check and check.
Yeah, sure.
I get the same position with the
He's on
tempo.
30 seconds, and he also clearly is very unhappy about having to play this, because I'm sure he understands.
Yeah,
what's
yeah, of
completely winning.
course, of
Like,
course.
It's not like it's he's a very, very strong player. He knows he messed up.
Right, bishop b1 after queen e5, yeah, b5 I assume.
Yeah, b5.
I was thinking bishop c4 though, Peter. Why couldn't he have been stubborn? The Levon, I mean.
I don't know. Maybe he was actually worried about knight e4.
Bishop c4.
Is it possible he actually legitimately thought this was a strong threat? Yeah, I want to go king h5, h4, g3 and give mate. That was my point.
It's a plan.
Wow.
It's a plan.
Okay, bishop b1 does stop knight e4.
Yeah,
we'll
so,
give it that.
Yeah, Levon, I think, should be quite happy about the fact that there's no queen side left.
Very much so, and that his bishop does at least patrol.
Improves his practical chances. Yeah, it has to be winning, but also you don't win them very often. I mean,
it requires very good technique.
That didn't come out quite right, but what I mean is it's very, very easy to mess this up and not win this position.
Exactly.
I like queen f4 because I think the way to win this is to actually play g5, g4 and start creating mating threats. And queen f4 is a nice start to that plan. And obviously with queens off, it's completely lost because the white pawns,
no question.
The white pawns are on such squares that you never get to trade them.
Not only that, but
and black wins very, very comfortably with the big
exactly.
So I very much like queen f4. We play queen a6, maybe.
I'm thinking. I just wanted to kind
queen
of
e1.
Maybe this will go on for a while. Maybe we can switch
Okay.
to the Duda game because that one's about over. Duda is up a queen.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. When we left it
Richard's
here,
got a couple checks, but a couple checks does not compensate
Yeah,
for
he's
a
not
queen.
even going to give up any material. He just got king e1 there, rook f8. Yeah, this is the bird's eye. I don't know what we're supposed to blunder here because knight d3 doesn't, like black wants to give mate on f1, but you aren't actually threatening anything right now, as far as I can tell. You can play c7, for instance. just to have c7, c8 as a kind of a backup.
Right.
You can also play.
C7 is such a move. You know, it's like it's a move that could lose if your opponent was actually threatening anything.
Knight d3 check.
Knight d3 check. Or
Knight d3 check or something.
Check,
something,
check.
But nothing's a threat.
But when you make, knight takes d5, of course. Oh, but then I have queen takes g3.
Yeah, queen g3
Queen
or queen
G3.
f3 or, you know.
It is not hard to play a position up a queen.
Yeah, like you.
The amazing thing about chess.
Yeah.
You can take this to the bank, everybody. It's easy to play it when you're up a queen. Bishop f3.
But also, obviously, you can play something like rook g4 here and just start trading.
Yeah, we don't have to.
Yeah, rook
We
g4.
don't have to find that many moves, guys.
Knight takes d6.
And Wesley did win his game as we expected, just up a piece against Shevchenko for no real reason. Kirill with interesting games, but I think a -1 result.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did he draw the first two?
I want to say that he drew the first one. Did he draw?
I think he may have lost in round one.
Sorry,
Yeah,
he's
he's
a
-2,
-2,
yeah,
I
because he
apologize.
lost.
Yeah, he lost to the first round.
He lost to Richard that French where he sacrificed a piece and it didn't come off. Yeah, so he lost 2 games with white.
Oh yeah, that's
Both of them.
fairly weirdly.
Hang on a second.
I mean, he did sacrifice a piece in both games. I'm not really sure how prompted either of those sacrifices were.
Yeah, fair.
So, by the way, that's the
Fabi is
overview.
completely winning. We don't really have to go there, but Fabi is completely winning in his game against David Gavrilescu. So David is going to have, sadly, a somewhat expected, very, very difficult first day. It's very difficult to adjust. And he also, I think, was given very, very little warning that he'll be playing in this tournament.
Lescu left it to the very last moment to withdraw, and boy,
I mean, clearly some kind of force majeure happened there.
I mean, it's such a great invitation. Hi, how would you like to play in the Grand Chess Tour? I accept. And then the dawning realization is like, wait a minute, am I really prepared to play these monsters day after day after day?
I mean, it's such a jump in level for him, right? He's he hasn't even completed his GM title.
And there's the trick. Here it comes.
Yeah, Richie goes knight g6, which is
It's the one trick.
Yeah,
Will
cute
he
little move.
see it?
Yeah.
Will he see it? He's threatening rook f1, a mate on the spot.
But the most things here are quite good. Yeah, like bishop f3, knight h4 is actually maybe the way to become tricky. But knight f5, I think knight f5 is probably the easiest, right? Knight f5, knight f5, ef, knight takes h4, and then some move.
I don't know.
F6.
For me, I'm thinking queen
queen
takes
takes
g3.
g3.
Is the lazy grandmaster.
This is lazy grandmaster
Lazy
work over
grandmaster.
here.
Take rook h6, right?
Yeah.
I know your ways.
Not bad either. Yeah,
No,
clearly.
no.
Not bad either.
But you like knight f5, and I
just go knight f5.
Knight f5.
You have to take on f5. Yeah, that's what he does. He takes on h4. Interesting. He also obviously agrees about knight takes f5 positions. I just don't understand what the idea is after knight takes g3 here.
Not only that, but
I guess he wants like rook a2, and there's knight g2 is a bigger threat than we thought.
I was thinking
he goes queen
takes
g3.
g3.
Whoa.
Queen g3.
Because
that
these are
that is a solid
Boo.
move. That is a solid
I'm still going to give it a boo.
Two solid pawns. Come on, Alejandro. When you take on g3, knight takes g3, your next move is bishop g4, so that you can just make sure that your coronation is coming with great delight.
Fabi found a very cute way to actually conclude his game. Yeah.
Okay, we'll switch to that.
Yeah, that's a very cute diagram. He actually found a way to sacrifice his queen to finish very, very cleanly. Like f2, allowing rook d6 check. Seemingly things have gone wrong.
Threatening mate.
Yeah, but then after with the takes, and he goes rook e1.
Threatening mate.
No checks available to white apart from queen e6, and we see Duda conclude his game against Richie with a victory.
Wow, nice. I must say there that Richie looked out like he didn't really feel that position very well, that King's Indian attacking position.
Felt like he was not entirely on point.
And
Levon will just make a draw here. Like
if he draws
I'm calling this now, yeah, because I think maybe Radek wanted to play queen d5, but then we take on h7, and the one pawn will not be enough to win the game, I think.
That is true.
What? Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, you just take on h7.
And if you take if you play king f6, you'll have to start running. And with the h7 pawn hanging, it means that you basically can never interpose. Yeah, now we just.
Fabi won his game as we expected,
Yeah.
and we only have one game left, which
wow,
Yeah,
what
Levon just makes a draw now. Yeah.
yeah,
it's amazing.
he made it look effortless.
Easy as pie. It's just amazing.
I mean, e2 would have just been
This is
lights out.
this is almost
Rook
on,
f4 would have been lights out. I mean,
Yeah.
how many ways?
almost on par with some of his best efforts from Bucharest. Really.
This is really insane to survive this
Yeah.
game.
Like you're losing by force in a number of ways, and also, like if Radek didn't want to calculate, he didn't have to calculate. He could have just won it out by hand. It's just an amazing. Yeah, Levon is just if you watch his face, yeah, like.
Like, I'm so happy. I lost my mind.
It doesn't matter how many times he loses his mind, he still saves these games. It's insane.
4 victories, 1 draw as we wrap up our coverage of
And this
round
was the
3.
draw.
This was the draw.
I can hear the thundering applause. You can hear the applause from the auditorium for the players.
Fighting
what a round.
spirit. Wow. Yeah, and Vichy Anand, our tournament leader, with 3 out of 3. And Fabi and Duda. Fabi, Duda, Aronian, tied for second. We'll get you our current standings in a moment. Guys, we've seen
it all. It's been one day. We saw it all.
Wow.
Yeah, this has been a remarkable day of chess. Yeah, and some very nicely played games. Some games that perhaps could have been played slightly better. But
Slightly better, yes.
yeah,
Slightly better.
One of the all-time greats on 3 out of 3. And yeah, 11 out of 15 decisive games. Vichy winning all 3 today. Plenty to be very happy about.
Right. I mean, I like the way Vichy said that he's been working with these junior players and he shanghaied them to play some blitz with them, get them to feeling the pieces, the tactile.
I'm sure they did not want to play blitz against Vichy. Like, who would ever, what 15-year-old would like actually want to play blitz games against
I
Vichy?
would. I love the rough and
Shanghai,
tumble
yeah.
of blitz, and I bet you those juniors right now are saying, "See, I did that. I did that. I did. I prepped him. I prepped him." What do you say,
claiming all the
Alejandro?
credit, yeah.
Nice.
Hey, whatever he's doing, it's working because he's got in good positions and converted them quite cleanly. He just destroyed Korobov in Korobov's pet opening. He outplayed Wesley when Vichy was the one that was unclear with his prep.
Yep.
He's doing a great job here in the start of Warsaw Superbet Rapid and Blitz, and I hope he continues because he just surprises. I think that a lot of people didn't really count him in for the World Rapid Championship he won not that many years ago. And he shows that it doesn't matter how old he is, what age, what form, how long since his last tournament. He can come back to the board and just kick some butt. And that's what he did today.
Yeah, for me, it was when he had lost the World Championship match initially in Chennai to Magnus. Then he came back to win the candidates and say, "I want another crack at you, Magnus." I mean, I thought, whoa, this is a man with purpose. That was impressive.
I think that we're still, people have sort of moved on because you don't really expect people to actually follow through with this. But I believe there's still some head eating on hold since 2014. I have a feeling that some people went on the record saying that the only thing they know for sure about the Hanti candidates is that Vichy will not win it.
Right.
And that he will retire immediately after when he doesn't win it. Yeah. I remember this
He's
prediction.
doing great in this one, guys. Here it is. Look at our current standings.
Look
You
at
can't
that
get
retired, washed up, old
old
player.
guy. Yeah. Take him to the beach.
Yeah.
Can't handle. Oh my God, he's such a genius in Rapid and Blitz.
Put the straw in it. It's over.
Oh my God, 6
Well
out of
done,
6.
Vichy.
Yeah, and
well
he is
done.
actually a full point ahead of the field here,
Yes.
a full 2 points in this scoring system. But yeah, nobody on 5 out of 6. As you can see there, a couple of people on 4 out of 6, but
I want to say that our candidates are actually doing pretty
Yeah.
well. Just a quick point that Gary Kasparov, in that scene that you had seen on one of our breaks, said, "The challenger is coming out of Warsaw." We were like, what? So we've got 3 candidates, and Gary Kasparov's picks are the three players here that he thinks the challenger comes from the.
So you're planning to, you know,
I'm going to call him up.
nail
I'll
his
take
colors
I'll
to the
take
mast
the rest
there,
of the
yeah.
field or whatever. Gary, what's going on? What can we do? But that was an interesting challenge. And here is our schedule, Peter.
Yeah, we have two more days exactly like
Of
today.
rapids.
Yeah, tomorrow and Saturday we will have 3 rounds of rapids per day, and that concludes the rapid portion. And then we will play nine rounds of blitz on Sunday and 9 rounds of blitz on Monday, with playoffs if necessary on Monday. And the rapid costs twice as much as blitz. So yeah, as you've seen on your screens,
value, yeah.
these games count double, and the blitz games will count with a normal scoring system.
But we're used to the topsy-turvy nature of these rapid and blitz games. Sometimes you can go out on a massive score rounds, days 1 and 2, but you can easily still be caught because so many points on those last 2 days.
Yeah, it's 18 games of blitz, which is obviously a very large distance to for people to catch up to you. But still, obviously, it's you would prefer to have a a buffer before blitz starts. And yeah, Vichy doing really well. And in a moment we will have an interview from Warsaw. But for now, it's just been a very fun day of rapid. Houdini-like escapes continue. Yeah, that's just it's just so ridiculous by this point.
That's why, you do. What position can he not save?
Yeah.
I mean, if you could just pull up that one position on your board, Alejandro, where it was that E2 moment and the rook F4 moment, and you kind of say, Levon survives this position? I mean,
yeah, it's
how's it possible? I mean,
this is a shorter time control game, but still, this is about as lost a position as you can imagine.
Oh, but as you're drawing up that board, we'll jump to Warsaw as Cristian is with our guest.
Thank you, Yasser. We are here with the local hero, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, after quite a successful day at the office for him. Jan-Krzysztof, first of all, tell us about how important it is for the Grand Chess Tour to finally be here in Poland.
Yes, I'm very happy that the episode of Grand Chess Tour is held here in Poland, in Warsaw. It's a very special feeling for me as a Pole, of course. I also, before the first round, I felt sort of bigger pressure than usual, but luckily for me, I managed to play quite a convincing game. And yeah, so right now I'm pretty comfortable spot, but the tournament has just begun, so there is a lot of stuff coming.
Now, you're playing in front of your home crowd, your home fans. Do you feel any extra pressure because of that?
Yeah, at the beginning I felt something, to be honest. I mean, more pressure than usual. Yeah, but I guess it's just about getting used to it. So yeah, day after day it will be easier.
You started off with a clean victory against Gavrilescu. After that, a difficult game against Fabiano. But then you bounced immediately back with a nice victory against Richie Rapport in this wild Kings Indias. Take us through this game a little bit and the critical moments.
Yeah, I must confess, I didn't expect Richie Rapport to play the Kings Indian at all. I mean, he sometimes plays it, but also, as far as I know, as I remember, he plays a lot of Sunlands. So actually, I kind of expected him, to play anything with the main line. Right? So I mean AC6 here, like some Queen E8 stuff, Bishop G4. I mean, I guess he played all of it. Yeah, basically I have totally no experience in this kind of positions with white. I mean, in King's Indian, usually I try not to get checkmated, but this time, I mean, recently I have seen a lot of engine games and.
Well,
and so on. Yeah, and
I always think white is better.
Yeah, it's King's Indian for sure. And I just wanted to give it a try and see, But I wasn't overly comfortable, I must confess. But I also didn't quite see the attack coming. I mean, a serious one. So. And
you mentioned before we got on with the interview that you didn't feel like you had full control of the position. What were those moments where you didn't feel like you have full control of the position?
Yeah, I mean. No, I think I was just better positionally, but probably winning. But yeah, it's always uncomfortable because it seemed to me that his counterplay is
Perhaps when the king was getting open.
It's like, you know, I mean, he needs a lot of moves to actually get some counterplay. And yeah, here actually I was kind of thinking about playing G4 one day. I mean, at some moment, yeah. Because just to shut down this bishop on c8, yeah, and rook on 8. Yeah, but in this very position, I guess it's not that convincing for me. So I decided just to play a4, like, I mean, slow move, but yeah.
And he decided to
he's improving.
Open things up?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of natural, I guess, in such positions with black. Yeah, I thought I was better, to be honest, after any move, so yeah, I mean, it was very natural to me.
When did you feel like he's losing control of this game and you're fully taking over?
No, after h4, I mean, actually, I didn't expect h4 at all, I must confess, and yeah, after knight takes g4 or something, I also thought I was better, but yeah, just knight takes, I think bishop takes, and
probably would be a better
yeah,
try
bishop,
for him.
yeah, and just takes 6 and king g2, yeah, so I'm both, I mean, I'm better positionally and also have an attack, so
you still have an attack while he doesn't feel like he has.
Yeah,
his full
but
attack.
also in long term, yeah, I'm much better because of the pawn c7, of course.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I mean, here of course he must have been winning, like, but it's always an issue, you know, to convert like smoothly in such positions because there is a lot of pieces, a lot of pawns on the board, so there is a fair chance, you know, that something goes wrong, especially, you know, in faster time controls. So yeah, I wasn't like, you know, 100% sure I'm gonna win this. So yeah, but I mean, his pieces are kind of stuck. Like this rook on a8 and bishop on c8, as said. I mean, bishop on c8 is not the, I mean, it's not normal looking piece, of course, but the rook on a8 is an issue. Also, knight on e8 is, or g7 is kind of, I mean, not doing much. So
quite a stuck piece.
Yeah. So yeah, no. I mean, I thought it must be winning for me, but yeah, I mean,
still requires.
Yeah, here I wasn't sure actually. I mean, rook f7 is so natural. I mean, I had seen queen h8 in advance, but still decided to go for it. I mean, maybe it's not that practical, but okay, pawn on c7 is a very yummy one, of course, and
might as well take it.
yeah. You know, I'm pawn grabber, so yeah. Here, I mean, I wasn't like, I mean, I didn't see, of course, anything for him, but I kind of, especially in this position, like I had a feeling that I might be blundering something. To be honest,
there's a lot of pieces around your king for sure.
Yeah, there are some tricks like knight x5, for example, here, but after that, I guess just queen b3 wins on the spot, for example. So. And also here, I mean, yeah, it's of course winning for me, and I was, okay, here is like, okay, here was funny moment because, I mean, I'm queen up and a couple of pawns, but I have to move some slow move, you know, and there is always some feeling that you know might blunder something, and okay, I took this pawn and I sort of missed knight g6
or something like that.
Yeah. No, I mean it's just, you know, looking scary. Of course, it's just an error. I mean, there is nothing but concrete, but yeah, and here I sort of didn't see knight g6. I mean, of course, everything is winning here for white, but and I had luckily 2 minutes because if I had like 30 seconds, maybe there will be a fair chance, you know, I would panic here because it's like you have to give up some material.
Well, there's a checkmating threat on the board. So
yeah,
you
of
see
course.
That, you kind of
and it's nice, you know, just to. Yeah, risk sacrifice. I don't know, is there such a word in English? I mean, you know, give back a queen.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Jan-Krzysztof, quite a successful day for you at the office. What are your ambitions going into this event?
Yeah, yesterday at the opening ceremony, I was saying like, I don't know, 15 times or more that of course, I'm intending to win this tournament. Because that's basically the point of playing, you know, to win in competitions. So, yeah, the start is not so bad, I guess, for me. At least I, you know, met my 2 opponents in the candidates. So, yeah, of course, I'm not satisfied with my game against Fabiano. Yeah, but I didn't quite equalize, and I actually had lost, I mean, such similar games to this one to him, which is kind of annoying. To be honest, that he outplayed me in better, but perhaps tenable endgame somewhere. Yeah, but okay, it's that's what chess is all about. So sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. It's life.
Always in a fighting mood. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you in the next few days.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Duda, for sharing his thoughts. And yeah, I think he had pretty much good control of that King's Indian throughout. One game that I'm still shaking my head about is the Levon game. Earlier, there was a one-move tactic that just E2 wins the game. But if you don't win tactically, you can certainly understand how you win strategically. You drop your rook back to F4,
Yeah.
Peter. You defend the
But
pawn.
as I said, I think it's very easily explained by simply, like, he thought rook f2 finishes the game. There was some kind of a miscalculation.
A blackout?
I assume on somewhat low time. If we could just check, he had 2 minutes here. The big question for me is, why do you even calculate? Like, rook f2 requires you to calculate something because you're giving up your, like, you're trading a very active rook for a very passive rook on e2, and you're giving up your extra pawn on e3. So I assume he thought knight e4 maybe is mate, and he missed something in the lines after queen g8, queen f8 that allows white to continue giving checks. Maybe he thought something here just wins. I'm not entirely sure what.
He could
something,
like somehow scamper away
yeah,
from a perpet.
Some kind of a run against the perpetual.
It's black magic, Alejandro. That's what I gotta say. I'm gonna sticking with that. But our predictions after day one. Let's see who got it right and who got it wrong.
Well, nobody picked Vichy, so
shame on you all.
Bad commentators.
Bad.
But I mean, besides Levon, Aronian, Duda.
I mean, Bar.
Not bad.
Yeah, 5 is on +1. Yeah,
5 is on +1.
Okay
Duda's on +1. Levon is on +1. How's Wesley doing?
50%.
No, that's not bad. Yasser, you get a participation trophy.
I've never heard such insults. But let's jump to Warsaw for our final thoughts of day one of this competition. Cristian, Anastasia, over to you.
Well, guys, what an amazing day of chess continuing the Grand Chess Tour here in Poland. An amazing day filled with a lot of excitement. I have to say, I'm quite surprised by the performance of Vichy Anand after such a long extended break for him, coming into this event and scoring 3 out of 3 in the first day. That's just a marvelous performance by Vichy Anand, the 5-time world champion. I'm definitely having my eyes on him and looking forward to see how he's going to continue this streak. Anastasia, how about yourself?
Yeah, I mean, because I didn't pick him up, that's why he made so well today, you know, that's why he won 3 games, because normally the one I pick up doesn't perform well at all, you know, after that. Yes, of course, it's really great that he is doing so well, and it's always great to see him in a good shape and a good mood, actually, as well. And what I noticed today, we had 11 decisive games and only 4 draws. Have you ever heard of something like that? So much blood.
That was just incredible, and let's not forget, in the first round of the day, it was actually 4 out of 5 decisive games, and it could have easily been 5 out of 5. Just an amazing day of chess. Guys, how about yourselves?
We can only echo your thoughts as well. So many decisive games. It was wonderful, Alejandro, to call today's action. It felt...
That's why we like Rapid and Blitz.
We do.
There's mistakes, there's fire, there's action, there's surprises. I think Levon was the biggest surprise.
Thrills and spills.
Thrills and spills, but 11 decisive results. This is why a lot of people advocate for faster time controls. It stays like this, and we're going to have the same tomorrow. So don't worry about what's going to happen. It'll be exciting.
Absolutely, that is right. And once again, thank you for joining us on our day one. Join us tomorrow for day 2, the same coverage, same broadcast, 5 days in a row. And we'll see you all tomorrow.
See you then.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.